Yes. I got a bit of a copyright thing from the other one. From the last stream when I rated out. Where in the world is the YouTube link? Here we go. Gotta tell the Discord. Alright, copy that. Probably just needs to fix the lag today in the game. There's a bunch of things that need to be put into the spawners so that they're not always running. Because H-load only does so much and it doesn't do a whole lot. So you really don't want it to be always running. So let me get everything up and running. I have a cough today. So many things open in the background. Well, thanks for the lurk, Fox. Just gonna set something up here. What was I doing? The restream chat. A lot easier than reading both chats. I probably should set it where it just stays up there for a little longer instead of, you know, pulling away so quickly. I think I'll do that real fast. As soon as I remember how I did it. Put it over here. That's what the customized chat is. I'll give it like 3 minutes or something before it hides this message. This way they're not just there forever. Because, you know, that's probably good enough. Probably. Maybe. What? There we go. Put all the usual links up. Gotta disable that so I can actually put a link up. I used to have a bot set up for putting a link up. Now I don't even have that anymore. I probably should, but that's okay. Alright. In the Discord. Discord. Alright, got that going, that going. In this. Okay. I believe that's all the crap in the background that needed to be done. So, last time I got this working with new little thingies. They need to be slightly tweaked so they're a little better than they are, but... but they're getting there. I almost wanted to go the whole time, but... that's kind of expensive, so you don't really want that. I'm gonna go and optimize the other level because it's so slow at this point, and also get rid of a bunch of extra comments and everything that are just polluting things. Well, print strings. Comments kind of a wrong term. So that was it. Level sure takes a while to load, doesn't it? Kinda awkward. Need my desk off. Loading crap. Yeah, the initial texture prep is a lot. There's so much going on in this level. It's possible I might need to have an additional room thingy that spawns things in at a greater distance for each room and just the whole area is blank. That might be the final optimization, because H-Slow does not appear to do what you want it to do. Like, it tries, it supposedly is loading them in, but it kind of has them in the back of its memory all the time anyway. So it doesn't... it's not as free as you might think. These levels can't really be as big as they pretend like they can be at all. At least not in my experience. Okay. Sure. Now that we're all loaded and I've faffed around as much as I planned on doing, let's start with this thing here that needs to be done. So let's find the room info for this one. That's this one right here. That's not a room info. Where's the room info for this one? It's like right here. Okay. It's possible I put some of the cannons in here too. But I definitely need to get these off the map because they are heavy. So heavy. So. I think there's like 4 that spawn over there too. Sure. I might actually get rid of one of those ones there and just put like a couple Stitch Voodoos at the end. You know, to kind of mix it up a little instead of just having them all shoot at you. Alright, and then I need a bunch of these. I need 7 of these. Yep. Alright, then we grab a bunch of these little thingies and move them over. Not the whole thing. I should spawn the pot in that way too. Actually, what am I doing? Get the location of this one, and then just, you know, go to this. And just paste it into the thing, right? Now it's where it needs to be. Sorta. Relatively. Actually, I can do this, just get a couple of them over here. Move it much faster. Well, that's 6 I'm moving. Oh. That's dumb. This is like a massive optimization. It definitely has to be done soon. I can delete these. I can attempt to delete those. God, look at the lag on deleting those. Now that's 7 more things that don't have to be sitting on the level the whole time. Pretty good. Plus I gotta put ones in for the other place too, because I'm a bit behind on that. Stream chat is currently hiding. Got some of the cannons too, probably should. Because the cannons are kind of fun. Only like one room, though. I need to start adding them into places. And there's this one down here which needs to have stuff too. Wherever it is. Almost certainly one of these trees. It's in you, isn't it? Yep. I'm gonna delete the nav mesh. I don't want this thing on the level at the same time as this. It's just a problem. Oh, I need a double recast nav mesh. Seems like one appears when you do that. I'll probably put some down here at the bottom. I guess I'll position a couple cannons or something. Maybe little sentries at the door to shoot at you. Kind of cool. I'll put 4 of them down here, and then I'll put some dudes up here to run around on. Maybe a few biteys or something. Hey, Gunslinger Girl. Yeah. C++ lasagna cooking. That's fair. I'm removing placeholders from the level where I put a bunch of enemies on the level to remind myself that I need to put new enemies back there, and they were just sitting on level all the time, just causing a bunch of lag. Such as over in this room, right here, where I just put the cannons just sitting on the things, and clearly I don't want the enemies loading in the H load. No. No, 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 no. Did you get a chance to see my new friend that I was working on yesterday? Got him grab some too, because she's currently stuck in the ground, and ain't nobody like that. Yes, I've made this monstrosity. I made a bunch of weird creative things yesterday. So what are you working on? Like, what are you trying to design? What sort of flavored lasagna? Oh, I have the default start thingy in the wrong location. Oops. I was trying to fix a very specific type of bug. We're not testing. Oh. That's right. Let me just show you this thing. Proceeds to botch it over and over and over. Right, I have to have this game mode enabled. I really need to work on that first room, because this first area is really not very good anymore with the new setup. But yes, I have this new creature just waiting. See how exciting it is? I think it needs to launch the little balls and things like that, so they might actually need to hover around it and then just go flying or something like that. Maybe they fly with it and then that vanishes whenever it fires a projectile, and the projectile locations are over there. Maybe it only has like 2 shots. Huh. Maybe. Where is my to-do list? I call it the sisters, right? That's what I named them. I think that's what I call them. Yeah, the sisters. Sure. Sure. We'll get to that in a second. I'm tired of the awesome amount of lag that's just happening by having just so much crap on the levels. It's actually more fun with more enemies, so I kind of want to include more enemies than not. This enemy is kind of brutal. This just needs to have something cool put over here. But you know what might happen? Let's see, I had those pumps. Maybe I just need some pumps. Maybe the whole magician machine can get moved over some and I can put pumps on the sides? It's an idea. Up you go. Let's go. Whoa, that's one hell of a reactor. Powering the whole city from in here. Okay, I thought I was grabbing the up arrow, but turns out I was not doing that. I guess this was never connected in the first place. It's actually just a little machine piece I made. When you just want to grab these things, but they're super hard to get your hands on. Wait, what are these? What in the world? Okay, apparently there's a whole army of decals just hiding in the walls. Wow. Huh. Well, I definitely don't need decals in the walls. I mean, I like decals as much as the next guy, but... I definitely don't think I need like 7 objects hiding in the wall. That happens a lot. The more I've been moving walls around, the more I keep finding stuff inside of walls. This should have a thingy, and yet it doesn't. A whole bunch of the directories seem to just be gone. Can you find me a decal? There we go. Wait, where is it? Oh. Oh. It's not a decal. In the world are you? I wish it hadn't deleted everything from a room so I could put it all back in a room. Or did it? Does it not search directories? No, it clearly has put everything in the same thing. I don't know why it keeps losing folders. That's so stupid. I don't want that in there. The same symbols on the walls, so I guess I can try to find that on the windows. I can try to find it that way. What's MI pulse? Not on the wall itself, is it? I don't think so, right? Most certainly is not. I'm curious to see where if I... Copy this location. How is this even there? What are you connected to? There's no symbol for it. Oh, is this it? No. What is this connected to? It has no anything. It's just floating in midair. Ow. We need to resort this entire place because everything got moved out of these rooms. I hate when it happens. I can figure out how to move that and make it look better. And I kind of wish I just spawned everything in. I'm actually half tempted to start doing that. Just spawn everything. Too wild. Oh, the broken clock reminds me that there's another update for Unreal Engine I should probably be looking at. Maybe it fixes some of these obnoxious bugs. Maybe. I would say it can't hurt, but that's not true at all. It can totally cause problems. Oh, I forgot about those things in the corner. Oh, there's a pentagram back there too. Or not a pentagram, but this symbol, whatever it is. Well, that's a gear. That's like not even a symbol. Where's the fifth floor at? It's like the whole fifth floor just vanished. Third floor is missing too for some reason. So, room I guess we'll count it as floor 5, I suppose. And Sally's room, floor 4, though it's kind of a bit of both. It's pretty hard to truly decide on that one. The Gearworks is 3. Almost nothing's in the toy maze anymore. I don't need this spine pipe, so that needs to go anyway. Yeah, my folder organization is foobarred. Don't care about that. Do I have an exterior option yet? Good. Oh god, that got wiped out too? Oh no, it is right here. And once we gotta optimize your game by finding all the crap textures that shouldn't have been there in the first place, and removing them. I think I moved here by accident. Yeah, I need to create a folder. Patrick's room. How tedious. Especially because I thought I fixed this problem, but nope, guess not. Those need to just be destroyed anyway. They don't even need to be sitting out. I have too many things that are just sitting out in the level that shouldn't be there. Probably rethink the Empress plants too, for that matter, and how they're set up. I made a Patrick folder. Really? Already had it, huh? Damn. It'll take forever to rebuild everything. I'm definitely going to go through and do a bit of fixing though. Some of this stuff needs to be redone. Should probably spawn in the Empress plants too, for that matter, but those have to be very positionally accurate and the other stuff not so much. Oops. How tedious. Why do they keep vanishing like that? It's really annoying. Thanks when all these books are in this area. There's one that isn't. You're watching the chat. Oh, no. Nobody really chat at the moment. Fair enough. Oh, I hit Control Shift S like an idiot. And do that on the back end of Twitch. It causes problems. I'll be right back. The tea I drank earlier is winning the battle. Alright. Onward to glory. Or something like that. I'm just trying to find those things. His box brushes are also a problem too. Where are these at? So many box brushes right now. Uh, some of it to the safari room just so I can keep track of stuff. There's the machinery room. I do need to get all those brushes figured out because there's a lot of them on the level and they are very slow. There's 16 of them at the moment and they are not friendly. Especially cylinder ones, which are a lot of sides. But having actors on the level that are not necessary is even worse, so. Oh, I might want to replace this or put something else there, but I need to make a note of it so I don't forget. Mouse stop working? Mouse? There we go. I forgot what this is called. It's probably a decal. At least this item's always in the same room, so it's pretty easy to figure out. I have no idea what this thing is called. I hate things you can't click on. It's so obnoxious. We established it's not part of the wall. There's just no means of clicking on this thing. Literal none. It has to be a plane. Oops, sneezed all over myself. It was no good. Mistakes were clearly made. Sure. But almost every folder's just gone. Quite annoying. Still have no idea what that one thing is, though. At least I'm pretty certain it's not going to be one of those areas. It's going to be inside of the overall thingy that's got too many things. Hey Lepus, how's it going? Wait, what? Invisible platform? Oh, I know. These are all exterior stuff. I almost did that, but then I realized it was like literally like right at the start of the stream, and if I did that, it would probably, with just my luck, break, and then I'd have to sit there and do that before I even started, which seemed kind of like a lot of a problem that I don't want at the moment. Did I finally find it? I noticed all my stuff is completely out of like location, like where it's supposed to be. I need to actually put them all where they're supposed to be. So I'm trying to find one thing that I can't click on. I found like seven decals that were stuck inside of a wall and like 2 static meshes. So in a way, I optimized my game a little. Dewey's organizational system is pretty bad sometimes. Oh, don't sort by type. Sort by item label is fine. I don't want to have to find everything. Yeah, stuff's just everywhere. I was wondering if they would fix some of the errors that were in the thing. Maybe they do. I don't know. That'd be kind of nice, right? Can't for the life of me figure out exactly what this is. All these trees are unlikely to be the problem. Well, let's both go in Patrick's room. So did 5.54 come with any good updates, or they even say anything? Cannot tell you what this is called. Well, let me do a quick trick here. Let's select everything inside the Whimsy Wonders building to see if it gets selected. That's fair. Checking's overrated anyway. I think it did get selected. I think. It looks like it did. At least we know it's in the Whimsy Wonders building. That's a good start. I'm just gonna go through and collect all Ascendants in each of these rooms until I find the one that has it. Doubt it's on those floors. Is it on the 4th floor? No. Is it on the 5th floor? No. Basement? Nope. Why is the waiting room not on the 5th floor? None of those. They're just like that on the basement. And there was nothing on it. Finished making lasagna? How did the lasagna come out? Full of cheese? There's worse things to do than put cheese in everything. That's just your room info, sure. Oh yeah, I grabbed those immediately. Nothing I really need, but I like free stuff. Amongst this group. Ah. That's what I was looking for. I couldn't figure out what it was called. Just guess for like a cube or something. Oops. Now I can find it so I can move it over. I ever put this in the right thing there? Oh good, after all that time I actually saved the location where the wall was in copy paste and just never used it. In all that time. Never once clicked the copy paste thing. And was rewarded because it knew the exact position. Well, that should make this room even more exciting to look at. Might even have cords running between them. Ooh, cords. Hell yeah. I like where everyone's mind's at on this one. Everybody is all about the freebies. As it should be. Keep that game dev cheap. Keep it cheap. Do it. Do it. This area is kind of blasé. Like, I don't like it very much. But there could be cords connecting things. Cord. When I typed in cord, I was thinking like some kind of a static net cord spline form. I just typed in spline. Yeah. I got my little cables. I call them cords, but you know. Cable is also accurate. If I put him that low, Poppet can jump on him. Is that what I want? Or do I want her to have to climb on the table and jump over? It's more fun then because she's forced to see this giant contraption, which I think is a lot cooler. Just saying. But sure. Maybe we do a little bit of changing here. I guess I don't super care if she has to jump on it or not. It's perfectly fine. Now that takes up the room so much more. It's a thing of beauty. Absolute beauty. Gotta go through and remove all the pots from the levels too, and all the destroyables, and just put them inside of the spawner thing. So this way, the number of blueprints that are perpetually on the map is much lower. Oh yeah, I was playing with this last time. What about you? Why am I not hitting it? It should be hitting these. Yeah, pretty close for it to work. Kinda. Why isn't it loaded the thing? Like, it seems like it isn't quite loading the stupid, thing, the particle. Oh, the engine crashed. Nice. So my understanding is actually it's whatever you're at when you get it. Like if you're someone who makes less than 100K or something like that, then you're disqualified as the personal one, and it's not retroactive. So if later on you go back and you want to make a bunch of money, it doesn't void your licenses. That being said, even the free ones, I just take the pro ones anyway, just in case. But that's my understanding of it, is that you can't really ever change it. It's just whatever you had at the time, and it's like some sort of bizarre honor system, I guess. It's a little strange. A little strange. Sure seems to crash a lot as of late. Yeah, I think the whole different licensing thing is just confusing and annoying. And very anti-consumer. Because then they make the consumers read all this legal mumbo jumbo, and it's like, And even now, I'm not even 100% certain what I said was true about the thing like that. So that's my understanding after talking to the people in the Unreal Source Fab section. All the people who make the assets are all really happy about that they can charge you more for things, but I hear sales are down for Fab. A lot of people aren't making any money. At least from the people who would go to the Fab Discord. Take it to mean what you will. Yeah, I gotta place a whole bunch of minions all over the place in this. Get rid of all the other ones off the level. Yeah. I mean, better safe than sorry. I don't think anyone's gonna come after you, though, for having the wrong license even then. To be honest. Like, for having a personal license. On the other hand, if you make $1 bajillion, you know, you probably won't even care that much. Just be like, I made a bunch, I don't care. I'm gonna remove all these pots too. All these things are just all over the levels and don't need to be there. I'm actually wondering if I should put the second half of this game on another map and have you transfer between them, because I don't think the open world system in Unreal Engine is what people think it is. I just don't. Plus, it's also getting harder and harder on my computer to run this thing because it's, you know, it's got over 4,000 assets on this map. That's not including things that are spawned in, but it really adds up. And the H load only does so much, right? Because if I load this in, you can see the H load, how many actors it's currently loading. Yeah, well, that's the thing. It's just a big game, and realistically, it will probably be close to 20,000 assets on this map by the time all is said and done. Because like 20% of the game looks a lot like 4,500, so you know. But you can see how many assets are currently being loaded, and over half of them are basically being loaded right now. Wow. Okay, there's special ones in here that are being loaded in too. But that's a lot, you know? And that's... Oh, the cannons are all like on top of each other right there. It's funny. And of course, these are an asset thingy that has to be loaded in as well. I'll show you the size of you. So yeah, you get an idea of how many are just being loaded in at all times, and it's like, huh. Basically, I could probably reduce the overall H load quite a bit. Doesn't seem like it'd be that big, but of course the main grid is also a thing. Probably shrink the city grid size a bit too, for that matter, like to half this size. I wonder if that'd make much difference. Well, there's an H load system which is supposed to load things only based on a distance, right? So if you're close enough, then it's not too bad, but it's a little awkward otherwise. Why are we loading from 0, 0? Oh wait, 0, 0 is probably just like here because it loads on that player. But anyway, you can reduce these things here in order to increase the speed of the game by a lot. Right. Getting closer and closer, just banning links in the chat, because every time I don't, all it is just I'm trying to advertise that I should buy viewers. Plus, also like that I got hacked from one of the links. I'm kind of a little less excited about links in the chat. I saw it just once again spamming another cheap viewers thing. Anyway, I can do some things to really speed this game up. Oh, capital product, yeah. That helped some, but there's still a lot that needs to be going on. There's a lot that's been added. I also need to get a bunch of the enemies off the levels and things too, so they're not just all on top of each other. But when you're doing scalability, what I really do is usually medium, and then I just put shadows, illumination, and post-processing. I think reflections are also up there too. Everything else I just leave it at that to help speed up the game. My computer's just only so powerful. And doing streaming on top of Unreal Engine and running the game is a lot. That gets at a much more stable amount. To a point though, it's still not that stable. Also, it's got a bunch of print strings going on, so you know, there's that. Don't know, we'll find out there. It would be... Sure. Yeah, sure. Okay. I was waiting for a number. Basically 14.5 gigabytes because it went down for pretty fast there. So not too bad. Then it expands out to a bit more, I imagine, but it's not that incredibly big. What'll really blow your mind is how big the your game will be when you add all the assets and everything like that, because you'll put a whole asset pack in there and you won't be using most of the assets. And I mean, when I migrate Poppet Quest over, it's like, I want to say sub 20 gigs or something like that of just potential assets I end up using. Or when the game's packaged, it's about 6 gigs right now. But I think there's like 120 gigs worth of just project files sitting around because I just keep adding every asset pack under the sun to it. So there's that. There you go. Now we know. I got out a whole bunch of things there, rebuilt stuff. I can do all this optimization things. Right now it's just at the level of not great. 6 spots. Grab the first one, or hopefully the first one. That's not the first one. All right. Yeah, if your internet connection was really metered, I don't think I'd download it, but or I'd download over time. I just have unlimited data. I don't care. Unlimited data, unlimited upload. I'm good. I do anything I want now. All right, so we gotta do destroyable pots too. Pretty much. Pretty much indeed. Hey, Rhyme for Life, how's it going? I am the source of all of my own problems. I have 4 of these here. Yeah, working on that one. It might be a minute or 20 or more. Never underestimate the value of how much this speeds up the game. The reason why I spent so much time on these room spawning systems. Because as cool as Unreal Engine is, this game would not run without these systems. The H-load system is kinda garbage. Kinda garbage. It's real good if you make a bunch of static crap that you don't expect to do anything with. Sure. and you just add like a bunch of foliage or something, but the second you want anything interactable, yeah, about that. I almost want my own H-Load where it just spawns everything in upon getting nearby it. Because the H-Load doesn't do that. It sort of does, but it keeps it kind of in memory too. I'll also keep adding particles to Poppet, making Poppet even heavier. She does not need to be heavier. Poppet needs to go on a diet. She's a hefty girl now. I mean, to be fair though, it's only loading 819 actors now. That's something. And of course, it's not cooked or whatever. Those are floating in the air, so that needs to be moved down some. Oh yeah, can you cut down the trees? Yeah, pretty much. There will be no cutting down of these trees. I would say I'm sorry, but I'm really not. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna put one of these on the ground and get the exact spawn height, and then I won't have to do it anymore. I can just drop it here. Drop it like it's hot. Copy this. Actually, I just want to copy the X location. I'm sorry, the Z location. And then I'm going to go over here, and I'm going to go to each of these and just... Oh wait, this is relative, isn't it? Oh no. Alright, so that didn't help. Oh, because I was standing where it was, it doesn't spawn in. Okay. So I don't think there's a spawn there. Or maybe it got moved to a place that's too weird. It'd be fine. Well, now it says a lower number. Oh, the room info is there. Did the room info get moved up? Almost like the room info is a little too high up. But I definitely am trying to make everything interactable, which is kind of, well, almost everything interactable. Like I say, you can't cut the trees down, but it's because Poppet's so tiny. How is she going to cut a tree down, right? Those are on the ground now. Why isn't this one spawning? I have questions about this one. I only see 3 of them spawning. I love the little cannons. But that one's not spawning, and that's weird. I don't know what the problem is, but let's move it over a bit so it maybe spawns where it's supposed to. And 0 is a thing here, so it should be fine. 11 spaces, 11 spaces. But yeah, like if there's something I want you to interact with, like I want you to be able to interact with lights, pick up blocks, bounce on couches, grow and shrink plants, you know, pick up some objects. I mean, there's so much I want you to interact with. I don't understand why this one is not spawning. Just stuck in something? I'll put it up there and see if it helps. That's weird. Just to double check. All 7 of you spawn in, right? Yeah, they all spawn. There should be 3 over here, right? No, the first one of the array is not spawning. Huh. What I really want to say is I want to spend more time on the spawn array. Just on the room thingies. Apparently I haven't spent enough. Literally. I guess some things aren't really interactable. A lot of the machines aren't really interactable either. I really can't have you able to break huge things though. It might be interesting to have some way to shut them off or something. That's an idea to add to my list. Off switches, sorry, on switches on machines. Mark? Instead of doing all the AI for these things, I've actually been adding in new stuff, which is probably not helpful. But, you know, I'll get there. I haven't done any dialogue things. I got home from work and had just enough time to eat, and then I went right back to just working on things. I basically got up, had about an hour before I went to work, got home, had an hour before this, and that was my day. Yeah, about that. Alright, so when it's spawning, it's missing 1. That's for the room goal. I thought I solved this problem. Because you want to have the counter be the link to the spawn array. Sure. That's right. And then I take the do end counter and subtract it by 1. And so I can get, because it's an array and it starts at 0. That's the spawn array and that looks fine. Obnoxiously, my lower back is just doing some weird pulsing thing right on the back, about mid-back on the left side. It's really irritating. I get them a lot because I have issues with my neck and spine, so it gets bent in weird ways and then suddenly it just pulses and things. Does it? There you go, see? Welcome to a terrible club. Yeah, I get them in all kinds of weird places just because whenever my neck or even spine bends the wrong way in general. Might be a leg, might be the side of my head, might be anywhere. It's annoying. That's fair. Whatever. It's really annoying though. Did they ever figure out what caused yours? I know I have like just disc bulges in my neck that are the most likely. They never checked my back, so they didn't check my lower back. I need to get the results for that. Yeah, it only does the just 10 of them. But it's skipping the first one of this. Probably. Maybe I'll go stand up for a second, everything like that, and move around a bit so it stops pulsing. It's just annoying. Be back in like a few minutes. Shouldn't be too long. I know what I'll do. I'll just switch the desk to standing real fast and stand for a bit. Even though I've been kind of having a bit of weakness in my legs due to all the health problems, I probably should stand more anyway. So, 1 second. Yeah, turn the camera back on. Of course, now the phone thingy is a little taller than I want it to be, but actually, something else I could do. Get the camera real fast. Yeah, standing, I don't know, I mean, the pulsing's kind of gone away. I have pretty weak legs these days, though. It's unfortunate. Whatever health problems I have not been very kind to me. They never did figure them out either, so. I've yet to actually fall over from, you know, the issues with my legs, but they hurt a lot. Which I guess, to be fair, the whole numbness, tingling, neuropathy type issue, when they start hurting the most is when they're actually getting close to better. But it also feels like the worst one of the lot, because before it goes from like numb, which doesn't hurt at all, tingling, which feels weird, it's just pain, and then it goes to being good. So I'm just like, ugh. So I should be standing more often, but ugh, not pleasant. We've established it's missing the first one in the array. Why? Why are we missing the first one in the array? Yeah, definitely thanks for the suggestion of just, you know, that I've been sitting too much. Because, it's true. It really is. Definitely this, so I can just do that, and that'll give me my good numbers here. If it's reading the right numbers or not. Probably I gotta connect the rest of the stuff, or it won't even work. Got an async load asset for all the other stuff too. Zero shows as having nothing in it. It tried, it just found nothing. How did you find nothing? Just to check. This means it will fail to spawn one item, right? So I'm hoping for. It just spawns one less pipe contraption, so it's just reading no name there. That's so weird. I recall this working perfectly before, and I don't recall changing this thing at all either, but And the 4 pipe contraptions did spawn. I guess that fixes it. I'm standing in one spot is not doing my legs proud at all lately. It is in fact just very uncomfortable. That's why I've been doing a lot of standing lately, even though I have a standing desk. Seems like it works. 2 of those. 6 of those. Wait, did we not spawn all the pots? I think we skipped a pot. What if we do this? It's... Wait, let me double check it. Do I have the same number? Is that the problem here? Am I just missing one? Well, supposedly there's 11 array elements of both, so that's... couldn't be wrong. If I get rid of that, does it spawn all 4 pots but not the other? It's like it's spawning 1 too few, either direction. Because minus 1 means it doesn't get to the end of the thing there. It's like it needs 1 extra, but... yeah, now it spans all the pots. It's just ignoring one of the slots. This is the spawning, right? Yeah, Poppet arrives, does these spawning things here. Curious if adding 1 makes a difference. I guess just missing out on 1. I want to switch out my shoes. These shoes are terrible for standing. I got slip-on shoes for purposes of just hanging around the house. Because my legs hate me, and slip-on shoes aren't the worst. Oh, no, that didn't help. It says there's 11 things in there, it's just one of them is missing. Why is 0 empty? How is that even possible? If I'm gonna stand, I'm gonna switch to other shoes. My feet hate these. Just one of those nights, you know? Probably because I just didn't sleep much and now I'm just being all like old feeling. Right back. Ugh. At least I feel a little more comfortable, but yeah, ever since like January, I've been having other health problems. It's just like, really? Really? And that's why the game ended up getting postponed a bit. It looks like it's actually iterating this enough per se, but it's just for some reason the first one is nothing. That might even be a mistake. I'm hoping I get past the pain portion sooner rather than later. Yeah, it just looks like the first part of the array is just completely empty. Well, that's interesting. If you'll notice, it does try to load both pipe contraptions, it just doesn't actually successfully load the other one. Like, it skips one, but it tried. Didn't try very hard. Oof. Wait. So here's really confusing. The first one here, where it gets the thing from the array here, last do end value. Yeah, it's not confusing. Oh no, it's right. I thought for a second it was loading not this one, but loading this one. But no, it's back here. It does this, and this is where it fails. What if it just needs a delay? Like the spawn speed is too fast. Maybe that's part of the problem. Ingest some alcohol or something. How's my stomach at? I don't know about the rest of it though. Don't get old. That's my explanation for people. Don't get old. How does it continue past this if it can't do it? So we're at a little less now. Didn't cast failed, it just never loads it. I think if just having a longer delay fixes it. It might. My leg's relaxing a bit. They were just protesting like crazy. Huh. That's weird. It's not failing to cast to it. Otherwise it would say cast failed. It's just not spawning it. It just doesn't care. It's set on always spawn, ignore any kind of collisions, so that shouldn't be an issue. Sure, Mike, every day I'm a little closer to alpha. I'm actually not as far off as you might think. The actual stuff that I was looking at for an alpha consists of some UI bug fixes that I need to deal with. Or things that are just missing, like the ability to reset to default for all the various options on the various pages. Better UI sounds, they sound terrible. I gotta put a bunch of sound effects for some enemies, they just haven't done it yet. Dialogue stuff might not even be in the alpha, just like base dialogue to make the thing work. Some descriptions for what the cards do. That shouldn't take too long. Some of the log thingies and crystal ball story things need to be written. VFX for the characters. I need to improve the AI of a bunch of the characters because they're not like the best. Charlotte doesn't even need an AI, so certain ones aren't even on here. Poppet doesn't have an AI? Probably because I just copy pasted the list. Yeah, Charlotte's not even in this portion of the game, probably. Some ideas for things, kind of overall improvement. Right now I've been doing a lot of bug fixing. I made a bunch of the UI this last week. A few more bugs there. The saving and respawning has some problems. It works, but I need to dictate when you can save, I think, because letting you save anywhere causes some problems. I got all my menus working and everything like that for the most part too. So yeah, I'm pretty close. Probably a couple months is my guess. Assuming no health problems, you know. Having a month and a half to 2 months of health problems pretty much moved the release of everything back that time, right? I mean, it's what happens, like... Well, that's interesting. 1 second. Make a record of what I just got here. But yeah, now I have a map system, which I made last week too, so that's pretty good. The collectible menu, that yeah, it only shows if you actually collect any of the crystal balls, otherwise it doesn't do much yet. Need to add a little more to it. The tarot menu, the upgraded version of switching between things. Basically all the tarot cards that are in the demo are good to go. Yeah. The only current wrinkle in the layout of the level is I added in this new room because I got rid of these 2 upper floors and moved them instead to the basement. Which meant there was a stairway room that did nothing, and now it's kind of like the new start of the game, but it's not that fun yet. It's missing something. Might also just need me where I give you combat instead and work my way from there, probably. Like I might give you the Fool here and have you beat stuff up. And then, make it where you can just jump your way through without being able to grab things, and then up here I give you the ability to grab ledges. So I might put strength here, in which case strength now gets added to the demo as a passive ability. So that's kind of about it. Like the tarots are basically unlocked unless I add strength in which case strength has its ability not programmed yet, but it would just be a shut off for the ability to grab ledges. There's Could be some balancing that could probably help. I don't know how tough it is for people, so... I need to put up a Steam page first, though, so this way people can... I have easy proof that it's mine, and nobody can list it on Steam in its place. Well, I guess they can try to take it and list it, but... At least it's harder to hack Unreal Engine games than just hack RPG Maker. Pretty much. Yeah. It's pretty good. The painting world is largely pretty good. The NPCs that are involved work pretty well. They need dialogue. I mean, they have, like, placeholder dialogue, but the shop works. There's only one unlockable person in the demo anyway. So, yeah, I'm getting there. I think a couple months is my guess for the demo. I pretty much moved my release time to like a year and a half out as opposed to like, you know, what would have been half a year out. I just realized the scope of the game is too large, and because I have a job at the same time, it's just, I just can't commit the time necessary to finish it that fast, especially with the health problems that keep barging in and making my life harder. So, you know, we'll get there. I probably shouldn't be adding some of these new things that I was making. I mean, the cannons are cool. They're going to be added to the thing. I don't know if this particular monstrosity is getting added in. It might be. I kind of feel like I need one more enemy to really nail the demo area, because that gives it like 6 enemies or something that aren't like unique enemies. But that's kind of about where I'm at. Of course, I just encountered a bug with the stupid room spawning thingy, which is... It doesn't break the game, but it's spawning one too few things in the rooms, and that's kind of weird. I could just literally add one additional spawn to every one of these, and that would basically fix the problem. It'd be a ghetto fix, but it would technically work. But I shouldn't have to do that. It should be able to figure this out, so... Actually looks correct number-wise. Yeah. Stuff seems like it's going that pretty good. The map thing being way faster to make than expected was huge. Also having the save system completely working. I just need to, like, say, lock out areas where you can save, but beyond that... Well, actually, I might make it to an auto-save. I consider having it saved to one file and it just always auto-saves to that file. So you don't have to, unless you save to a new location, it will always save to the same file. I don't know. Then my legs and back started giving me trouble today, so I took a bit of a stand and move around to try to get it to stop. Don't be old, Smile. Some days I feel old. Probably just not take care of myself as well as I could. Dreaming all night and then working all day is not exactly a good recipe for success. Hey, KLOG. Right now I'm trying to fix this room spawning system. Oh, this is one of my new friends. I'm probably going to give this character some kind of an AI and maybe include it in the, as an enemy in the demo area? Maybe. I don't know. But yeah, the prime example, the problem here is over here, and it's supposed to spawn in things in all these locations, and it's not spawning at 0 for whatever reason. Like the 0 in the array, it's supposed to pick a spot there and put the enemy there that matches the other array, and it's not. So there's 11 and 11, and you spawn in, and it's missing one. And as I was saying, I could technically just, you know, add one additional thing to the array and it would be fine, but it shouldn't be how it works. It should spawn in everything in the array. But 0 doesn't spawn there, just it's gone. Everything else spawned though. Oh yeah, these enemies got made recently too. So I kind of want to make more enemies like these. that are doll parts with various machinery attached to them. Yeah, that's kind of it. I'm going to be working on more AI things tonight. I just encountered this problem that's kind of awkward. I was also optimizing a bunch, because I have a bunch of enemies just sitting on the levels, and that's not very good for optimization. I was also going to remove all the pots from the levels, so this way they're not always spawned in. Because you can see my FPS, it might not be the best right now. And granted, it's doing a bunch of print strings, and I got a bunch of crap open, so I suppose I should close everything real fast, and then I could do that. Get a real idea of what the FPS is. Let's close all these back things here, and really see about speeding it up a bit. Yeah, the FPS isn't too bad right now. It ain't great, but with all those print strings, it's probably not helping either. Mostly I'm just using H-load, where it's just, you know, if it's outside of the range, it spawns it. But the main optimization I'm doing is largely just, I have a bunch of enemies just sitting on the map, and they need to go into the spawner, so this way they aren't sitting on the map all the time. It just, you know, tells them to spawn in when you get near them. So that's kind of like the main thing I'm working on. It just needs to be good enough to not have too many issues, because it gets way better FPS when I'm not streaming. I have a BP for spawning. I have that. That's what I was working on. You see that they have a spawn-in area, which is the smaller circle, and a despawn area, which is the larger circle. And arrays for the locations and where they're supposed to, you know, what they're supposed to spawn each one, the speeds of these things like that. I was setting up a goal and reward system set up too, which I didn't really get around to because I don't have anything that really needs it. A system for the maps to keep track of room information and the like. Pretty much what it does, just tells Poppet the name of the room. And that's why I was dragging these around, because, you know, I wanted them in the right locations. Unfortunately, what I basically have to do is this. Well, first I'm going to add the thing there. Basically, as it stands right now, it's just not spawning one of the ones in the array. So what I would really have to do is, if I add one extra to the array, I think it would just work temporarily. Be a crap fix, though. I don't know why it's finding everything in the array, but it's not loading one of them. It's not loading the first one. Like async loads them all, so this way they don't count as being loaded in until you do this, so you don't have to, you know, waste a bunch of memory all the time on them. But as you can see, the first one down here, which I'll add to the this thing to keep it easier to see. Right here, it tries to do it twice, but it only spawns one. Like the pink one there is the one that it actually spawned in, and then the purple one is the one it didn't spawn in. Well, the purple one's is what it called for. And these two match, these two match, but for some reason this very first one never happens. Like it goes to async load it, and it doesn't load it. But if I add one additional one to the array, it spawns in just fine. So, and I don't know why this is the case, because it's just skipping loading one of them. It's not that it's not seeing it. Yeah, sure, but I mean, it should spawn everything in the array, and the fact that it's, you know, unable to spawn the first one is weird. Like, I shouldn't have to make an additional one that doesn't do anything. That's a poorly programmed system. But I've been trying to figure out why. It has to be something with async, I guess, because it says it's all being there. Yeah, it gets to here. It's supposed to async load the thing there. It's finding it. It goes to, you know, the class thing. I put sprint strings in the way to see where things are going. It never fails. It's not a single time. It goes spawn here, and then it fails to spawn them. That's where the issue lies. It just fails to spawn. So I'm kind of at a bit of a loss at the moment on that one because it finds it, it just isn't async loading it and spawning. What might happen is I just have an extra one on there for temporarily until I figure it out. Or I just intentionally add one extra and just remove that from the thing. Like, I don't actually have to have anything in that room, or that thing. Because since I don't have a good solution, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it right now. I'll just... Let's say I X that out. I'll probably just do that. Add it to my list of bugs. I'll work on something more exciting than this. And cast will fail on that one, sure. So as you can see, it is, because I put nothing there, but it was finding it, it just wasn't loading it. Oh, appreciate it. Yeah, it's... Yeah, my legs hate me today. I didn't want to stand. But my back hates me because I was sitting too much. There's no winning. There's no winning. No, I'm not. What's happening here is I have an array of predetermined things that are spawned in, and it's, you know, obviously set based on whichever one we're talking about here. This link thingy here is just to do this here. I'm just going to delete all this extra print string crap because I don't need it. Let's just put it where it's supposed to be so you can see exactly what I have going on here. UN -1 is just the counter -1. I just used a few locations, so I did that. So I do this. So anyway, I have a predetermined array here. This is a do-end loop. The async loads it. Once it's completed, it casts to that actor's class, whatever it is, which to the actor class itself, just so I can get a spawn thingy. This spawns an effect first, which is not included in there. And then over here, after a delay, it spawns the actor. Yeah. And then it tells it it's been spawned in, so it's further things to use later. And then it adds to an array of currently spawned actors, so when you get far enough away, it will delete them. Oh, I know I delete it like that. And then it ends when the do end counter and this are, you know, when this is... Actually, as long as this is less than, it continues, right? So once it gets to the end of the array, it's the same size as the array, it stops. Which I could do like do end -1, I suppose. But I'm pretty certain that that will not work. We can test, actually, because why not? Alright, we'll just nullify this one. Why would I do that? All actors of class would only be the actors that are in play. They're on the thing. As opposed to, you know... The reason why you cast to the actor class is because it's not an actor yet. So it can't be spawned in. Which is why I'm doing this. Otherwise I can't do it. You could put a for loop in here, but... Again, I don't want every actor class. I just want the one. Because what it's doing is, that's what this is going through. It's going through this like this. And the reason why you use a do end and not like a for loop is a for loop you can't use delays. Delays cause issues with for loops, but a do end will let you use delays. So it's basically the best loop. I kind of stopped using for loops a lot of times unless I don't need a delay. For loops are okay sometimes. But yeah, you won't... Get all actors of the class is very useful when you want to reference something without directly tying yourself to it. So I'll be like, I spawned a boss in, and then the boss has this tag. I'll get all actors of this, you know, with this tag. Get all actors with tag is so much better than get all actors of class, because actors of class ties you to it. Actors with tag does not. So I'll be like, you do this, and then you say like you put like a boss's name in here, like Patrick or something, and then I can get a reference to Patrick by just getting the first one in the array because there's only one Patrick. Obviously, if you have multiples, it's less good for getting that, but this gets you reference to all of them, so if you need to reference a particular one. There's no actor to interface to. That's the problem here. Like I say, this is not a true actor. You've loaded a class asset, which is why you can't just spawn it in. Because it's an object class reference and it's not an actor class reference, right? So it needs to be an actor, which is why you cast the actor class that turns it into an actor. Otherwise, it's just a crappy object. So you won't be able to spawn actor it because it's not an actor. You could cast to a particular thing, but the reason why you cast the actor is because actor is automatically loaded anyway, so you don't lose any particular overhead by casting to it. You already have a million actors on the map. Now the problem is that it's just the first one isn't loading. Every other thing in the array works, but the very first one isn't loading. It's like it's almost like it's trying to. It's getting right to here. Casting to the actor thing, it does this. It gets to the cast the actor thing, and then when it goes to this, it just doesn't spawn. And it just seems to move on. And that's where the issue I'm having here. It's like, okay, this didn't do anything, the do end thingy. And the thing is that if I make the array one less... Actually, wait a second, I have an idea. I mean, I know this is an error I'm making, so let me do something here. If I add one to this length here, this one, and then try this. I think I subtracted one and it managed to do it, But it didn't load the very last one in the array. It loaded the first one, but not the last one. So, and here now I have in the same handful. It didn't help. But if I subtract one, but just to double check, it is there. Sure. Yeah, -1 is the other option there. And the thing about -1 is it loads everything but no, except for the end one. And you want the length of the array for the number of counters too, because it needs to do the full number of counters. Actually, this didn't work then too. So now it just loads one less thing, right? Actually, it loaded exactly the same number. It just doesn't load either way. Get all actors wouldn't get anything. But there's no actors to get. They're not even an actor until here, and they're not even spawned in the world until after this. Get all actors, a class would only work here. Yeah. So it's like, I could do this. But yeah, as far as the array thing like that, we want to do it through the entire iteration of the array, right? Because you want the full length of the array. That's how many times it's going to do it. +1ing it doesn't help. -1ing it doesn't help. This one here is getting positioned based upon the fact that the do encounter is 1 too high. It's an array. Obviously, it starts at 0. So, yeah. I need pizza cheesecake is what I need. But yeah, the thing is, it's finding it. It's not skipping that one, and it's still finding the class reference there. Where it's screwing up is right here. It never spawns it in. It somehow just keeps going past that. But it's supposed to async load the class and then continue. And that's the problem that I was having. I had all this stuff up there. I think I have a picture of it. Yeah. So what was happening is right here at the start, it had a length of 12. It would count 0, 1. I don't know why it's skipping there. And then it would try to do both these at the same time. Okay. And then this pink one here is the one that's actually loading. Turned out the colors were really terrible with this explosion in the background. I think I have more pictures just in case you're curious. Yeah, there you go. So as you can see, here it tries to load both. These are the references to the class. But it only spawns one. And it looks like it took too long from here, right? That's the thing. Like when 0 happened, it somehow iterated it again before it did that. Thus basically ignoring async, load requirements, because the do end loop should only ever continue after this says completed, right? It has to go all the way past it, and then it can do it again. So that's where the issue lies. For some reason, this one is just going too slowly and never happening, even though it's finding it. It's possible maybe I just need to delay it an extra time in here, right? I don't know. Sure. I could have sworn this worked before, though, which is the thing. Like, something changed, but I didn't work on this. But let's just toss it in the way and see what happens. Hey, Matt Bird's Quest, how's it going? I guess just Matt. It's probably just call you Matt. You're the only Matt I know in here. Winning is such a strong word. Oh, that's going well. Yeah, like, I have a problem going on right now. I'm testing an extra delay in here to see if maybe it's just a timing issue. That's fair. Well, calling you Quest seems weird, and there's a whole flock of birds, so I can't call you Bird. But I don't have any mats, so... Yeah, see, it still doesn't spawn it in. Hmm. That's fair. Normally this works. That's what's strange. Like, I've done this type of code plenty of times over, and I could have sworn I've done this over and over on other ones too. That's fair. But I mean, that's how the joke where the flock came in, because remember that one day when 3 people with bird in their name showed up? It's like, you can't all be bird, because if I say bird, then no one will know who I'm talking about. Just saying. Yeah, it was pretty funny. Yeah. I just remembered as like, I think of it as like the, you know, the 3 pigeons from Animaniacs. You know, like the 2 little, like, you know, mobster pigeons, and they had like a Godfather pigeon. I don't know which one is the Godfather pigeon in this analogy. Or I guess whoever claims the title, right? Yeah, good feathers. There you go. That's who it was. I mean, no one else claimed it, so I guess you get to be the Godfather pigeon. Congratulations for your new ascension in the family. Or I guess the flock. That's right. Well, the Godfather pigeon didn't end up that size by accident, if you know what I mean. I'm just saying, the Godfather pigeon's he's a chunky dude. He ain't missing any birdseed there. He's not passing up on meals. Yeah, this looks like some sort of thing that... Just reading over this async thingy. Yeah, and I expect, you know, some kind of, you know, Good Feathers knockoff game. You got this, I believe in you. If there were any birds in my game, but I don't know if there will be. The problem with being indoors is a lot of flying things are kind of hard. Especially when they have to be like toys. They couldn't be real birds. They'd have to be like fake birds. So like, you know, birds in real life. That's right. The early bird might get, you know, whatever the Godfather pigeon allows him to have. There you go. Yeah, load asset blocking isn't gonna do. You never want to use that, like, at any point. Unless you're trying to stop the level from loading entirely until it's done, because that stops everything and it makes it load that first. And there's a lot of things happening in the game. I do not want to block anything if I can avoid it. That's not a good plan. Yeah, I don't think in the middle of the game I want to have it load in a whole bunch of things and stop everything else to do it. Because it's setting up an entire room and I don't want to stop the player. There's a lot going on in the game to do that. I already did the no loop thingy because I don't tend to do normal loops. I did the... Well, I guess the do in is a loop of sorts. But it allows for delays, so it's not usually a problem. I've used this code before on so many other things. Loading and everything else with the async stuff. In fact, I read it all Poppet to use that too. There is a ghetto fix. Like, the ghetto fix is this. I just simply go, okay, well, I'm just going to go ahead and put this as none. And I'll just make one additional one and one additional spot for it to spawn at, and that will bypass the problem. So I do have a fix. It's just a stupid fix. And it seems like it should, you know, there should be a way to make it work. But if I do this, then the one will spawn here. Even though there's two listed there, it only needs one of them. So there is a means of fixing this problem. I can't ignore it if I want. Because as you see now, it just works. Obviously I need to move that one farther up, but it does work. And that's probably what I'm going to do until I have a solution for this problem. Because it has to be some issue with async. It's finding the stuff in there. I just don't know how it's supposed to bypass this and continue off of a completed. Like, it's supposed to wait till it's completed to continue this, and yet it's not. Because it's obviously not loading it because of it. Well, actually, it was finding it. And I'm pretty certain that, if I print string, actually I can't do that. That's to get an actor name. So this is just as actors, you can't even print string that, but it was finding every one of them. It's just when it got to here, it wasn't spawning all of them. It was missing the first one because it was going apparently too slow. That's fair. I mean, my understanding is that the block one does exactly what its name implies. It blocks all other loads until that's done. Yeah, well, the fact that it's finding everything in the array is what's bizarre. So when you've eliminated the fact that the array is working perfectly fine and it's seeing everything in it, and when I put in the print strings, it was this step was fine up to here. It was where it hit here that this never spawned. So actually it's right here it failed. And that's how we ended up with this scenario in here of this one is too slow. Wait. Well, no, of course this would be 0 because it's the only one spawned in. So of course it's 0. The first one spawned in will always be 0. It doesn't matter where it's at. Same thing here. Yeah, well, I mean, you can usually suss out what the problem is. I know it's the async doing it wrong. Clearly something I've done is incorrect in that it works, but it doesn't work as well as it should. So I probably just leave the temporary fix on and move on with life. Until I come up with a better solution. I usually don't like to sit there and ruminate on something for a long time, because what I've really found is that I could spend all night trying to solve this and not have any fresh ideas, and it could waste a huge amount of time. Or I can work on something that I do know what I'm doing on and have time to think about it just throughout the days like that, and then come back to it and usually solve it in short order because I've had lots of time to think about it without just sitting here spinning my wheels at it. Like, if I can solve it immediately, I will. Like, I'll go through to the print strings, check everything out, and see. But I mean, this has already been going on for probably almost like an hour, really. Well, maybe half an hour, a while. And all I know now is where the problem is, not what the problem is. And I've run into a lot of issues with these room spawners. I mean, they have to do a lot, and they do it for the most part. But like I say, this is a minor bug. This doesn't break the game. It's just stupid. So we'll add it to the bugs and come back to it. Room info doesn't spawn in the first. I guess first actor is the array, and the spawn array can be fixed by simply adding a new actor, adding an extra actor to the array. It's actually extra class, but I'm just going to write actor because I don't feel like deleting it. So this way I know that it exists. I know how to fix it, the ghetto fix. And it gets put on the not that important bugs. Like, I mean, it doesn't break the game. I'd like to have it fixed, but whatever. I'll get back to it. That's usually my strategy for a lot of this stuff. Just, okay, I can't solve it within a reasonable time frame, I'll come back. Because in the meantime, I still want to do the rest of them anyway, and I'll just add an extra one. Supposed to be a drummer. And I'll just copy the location of this one. I'll have to do this in a lot of rooms, unfortunately. But to be honest, I didn't even notice it wasn't spawning one of them in up until this point anyway. So it's not really ruining the world, evidently, because if I haven't noticed it by this point, whatever. I do need a destroyable pot spawned in here because I really don't want actually, I'll probably add a couple of them. I don't really want these destroyables on the map if I can avoid it. That's one of those things. They take up a lot of resources. They probably don't need to be here. I'll put those in there. I'll delete this. Oh, my links are less. That's nice. I'm at that point in my recovery process where my legs hurt instead of being numb or tingly, and it sucks. So that pot falls on its side. I don't care if they fall on their sides, to be honest. It kind of just adds to the whole place is a mess thing. Yeah, this will work. Not ideal. Isn't it? I can only imagine. I'm glad I don't have to hard code it myself. I used it in JavaScript a fair amount, but I don't know anything about C++. And at some point I may learn a little of it. I'm not going to lie. It's just such a low priority right now because I have so many other things I have to do. I don't need anything else on the heap. Well, there you go. I remember when I used to do cute things like that back in JavaScript. JavaScript doesn't really do async very well. No. It doesn't work like that. No. I use those crappy little workers. Oh god. I have nightmares about those things. Ones where like they literally have access to only the code that they have and they cannot use anything else. There's no global anything for them. And in order to get them to do any task where you have to literally send them code or send them information and then they can work with it and then they have to send the message back. Terrible. Terrible. I regret everything from my JavaScript days. Everything. Yeah, JavaScript's pretty much jank in every conceivable way. I realize it has the whole compile at runtime, which makes it super compatible with things. Yeah. And it's great for those things too. You know what it's terrible for? Making games. It's terrible for making games. Because protecting your code is near impossible. Also, it doesn't do math very well. It really doesn't do math very well. Where it can't work with decimals. Yeah, can't do that. You can't async load things. That's not a thing. It's a single thread language. Not fun. Now, the workers are your get around for that. They're terrible. Oh god. Well, okay, I guess some people know worse pain than me. You would be one of them. I do not envy you and what you have chosen to do with your life when it comes to that. No. Just saying. Just saying. All these cubes need to be added into the spawn thing. Is there supposed to be 4 of these dorks in here all this time? All these pots are stuck in this thing too. Wait. I could have sworn it's loading in the first one of these. Let's look for 4 pots. Let's see if it loaded all of them. Because 2 of them are going to be stuck in here, but I should be able to see them. Okay, I'm just going to make this bigger because I hate the tiny size. It's driving me nuts. Right, 1, 2... No, I can't see them. Well, let's just move them out of here. I could have sworn the previous version actually worked correctly. That's what's so weird about this. Someone put a pot over here too. What's really weird is Poppet has to find the nearest one of these things and load it in herself too, so... Okay, 2 of the pots didn't load. Yeah, 2 of the pots didn't load. Yeah, that sounds terrible. Now, the reason I touched JavaScript is because RPG Maker. That's what it was. RPG Maker MV and MZ are both written in JavaScript. Technically, so is RM Unite, the one they made for Unity, where they tried to make the whole an asset pack in JavaScript for Unity instead of in C#. Doesn't work very well. I'm just saying. Yeah, pretty much. Some code should be banned from this world. And they should be forced to update some things because it's just ridiculous. That ancient code has got to be the most hackable crap possible. Probably why our information gets leaked all the time. Yeah, it loaded a random number. It didn't load all of them. Huh. Well, that's fair. This solution did not work as intended. Let me load an old version of this. Something's wrong with this picture. I could have sworn this worked yesterday even. This one is from when? The 10th. Okay, yeah, let's load the version from the 10th and see what happens. Jeez. Yeah, they're, someone needs to go along and fix a lot of this tech. It's dumb. It's just dumb. Some of these old languages need to die. They need to be gone from this world. Nobody needs to learn them. They just need to be removed. The people who exist right now who know them need to port it over so we never have to look at it again. It's never going to happen. I'm willing to bet that the nukes probably operate on a system over 50 years old. Sounds about right. Probably has diodes or something. God. Probably looks like it should be in my game. Now I want a little nuke center in the game where it looks like it's like to launch nukes. And it's just pure garbage, pure steampunk stuff. which technically wouldn't really be garbage in this time frame, but obviously now it's pretty bad. I want to see if this other version works so bad. I just deleted the version I had from 3 days ago, so... Actually, 4 days ago, so... It's possible that it's just... There's too many things going on, it's just loading really slowly for that reason. It's a lot going on these maps. The more I use it, the less impressed I am with the H-load system. Or the... Yeah, the H-load system. It's just not very good. No. Like, I think they intended for a lot of these maps to be significantly... Yeah, it's true. Package can always make a big difference. But it worked on testing in the engine for quite a while. Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of problems with this. That's why I haven't really released it yet, because I keep encountering like bugs that are a real problem. I mean, technically, just certain things wouldn't load, but I don't have anything really important in these things loading. Like, I don't load anything necessary to beat the area. So you might not notice all the enemies load in, but it doesn't really hurt anything. I thought about putting all the stuff in there that is required to be there, like the Empress stuff and everything like that, too. But as we can see with it inconsistently loading, I do not wish to do that. Yeah, the whole H-load system, what I'm discovering is that it's really just... you're much more restricted on how many things you can have on a level than you think you are. That's what I'm seeing. It doesn't really keep them out of memory in the way it should. Because every time I add more things in, the H-load's set to the same distance, but it only makes it slower, and even in things that are currently out of loading range. Which is how we ended up with the room system anyway, because I realized that the H-load was incapable of handling, well, a lot. Let's look at this version. Which one is the first one? Won't the real Poppet Quest please stand up? Alright, so this is the ghetto one. Which is only from like a day ago, but that's like, actually maybe, it's from before the previous stream. But I can always copy paste the room stuff over if need be, so there's that. Hopefully. Well, maybe there's that. Yeah, I've definitely found that in packaged and not running the stream, the game basically doubles in FPS. That's when you hit the, like, you know, the 60 FPS type of scenario, so... it's not bad. We loaded this other level yet? No, we're just waiting forever? Okay. Takes quite a while to load the big map. I kind of regret letting people go outside of the windows because they can load, they have to load the city too. And the city is a lot less assets. I thought about having, like, you know, like stand-up things that are like, they're like pictures of the city, but they don't look right. What I would probably need to do is screenshot the city and then cut out the sky, right? So it's just like a cardboard cutout in the back, just blocking things off. But it doesn't block the sky. It would look a little weird though in the lighting, I think. I'd have to mess with that. It's an idea though, because if I could get rid of a lot of the things out there, it would be a slightly bigger optimization. Because as it is now, there's still quite a few assets out here. I think there's like 400 or so assets out here. Yeah. Like, instead of having these buildings out here, if it was just a cardboard cutout outside of those, I could cut away all these buildings, and that would be pretty helpful. Same thing with these two. Like, everything beyond the walls could probably be a picture, I would assume. I got rid of the ocean and the mountains around it. The ocean was actually 2/3 of all the triangles on the map. Yeah. It would have to be something along those lines, just maybe multiple layers of single images would probably help. Have just a handful of balloons up here and everything. I don't even know. I set the load range a lot lower. You basically need to be able to see, like, if you're standing out around on one of these. Where's... This is probably the farthest out you can even really get out there. So you'll be able to see from around here. But I'm definitely seeing that because I just want you to be able to see like a city, like it's really there, but only the nearby buildings truly need to be loaded. Yeah, that's too fast. No falling off the building. So I'll probably need to arrange a system. I know you can screenshot, well, it doesn't keep certain things into account, like the sky and everything, so you'll be able to get just the images, which is probably what I'd want to do. Yeah, you can already see far enough out this way, so you can see all the way up there, so this low distance is probably fine too. There's like 2 points in the building you can go outside right now, and you really just need to be able to see everything within range of this building. Like over here you go out. Actually, there's 3 points you go outside. Yeah, that's why I have the wall here, because, you know, like, it lets me pretend like there's a bunch of stuff behind there, but I only have to do the tops of the buildings. Oh, thanks, yeah. But even here, like, I don't even need any good distance. It's actually reduced the distance it loaded by half, and it's still super far out there. So I don't think I even need to load anymore. I'm doing. That's one of the problems of the game, is the load distance is so big for this game, because the game is just actually physically huge in the space it has. Like, this city block is bigger than the default starting map on an open world map. It's actually significantly bigger. It might not look it at first, but it really is actually significantly bigger. Yeah, that looks like it works just fine. So, that's probably good. At least I can keep that down there, but... Oh yeah, there's an issue with the splines that causes errors in the... when you just jump into random places. So... I don't want to be... Oh yeah, I wanted to test and see if these loaded correctly. It's possible this bug already existed, and I don't have a good solution for it yet. This is a big issue though. I just can't put anything important in here though, I guess. Let me go back to sitting in a second here. My legs are really angry at me. Health problems suck. But I believe you know that one. I think we established you had some problems too. Yeah, look at this. Look, see? 1, 2, 3. Oh, there's only 3 loading in. There should be 4. Oh yeah, the open world's a lot of problems. The thing is that I've learned that a lot of times things don't make the final cut of the game, which is why I don't bother to optimize them until I know they're gonna stay. Because I've cut out entire levels that don't exist anymore. Huge open world maps I'm not using. I could have optimized them, but the map is gone. So I'm kind of like, oh, do I want to keep this? Knowing that, like, I want it to optimize just enough to work. And then when we get to the final release of the game, we're near that, then I'm going to do that. But otherwise, yeah. Yeah, I don't want to optimize yet. I got some people who go in the chat and say, you got to optimize, you got to have 120 FPS right now. I'm going, no, it doesn't. Yeah, it only gets like 60 FPS. That isn't good enough. Okay. Yeah, for the most part, my code works really well. The issue I have is the graphics can be pretty awful. Like, I don't use event tick like anywhere except for, I think Epic puts it on their own on the game animation sample. So technically Epic is the one using an event tick in one spot. I don't use it. I put everything on timers so they don't trigger very often. Yeah, exactly. My systems have changed a bunch, and I'm just like, if there's a need to fix it, I fix it. But my theory is this: is I get it to where it's good enough. Like if I release the game tomorrow, the system would be good enough to work. Is it perfect? No. But it would work. And then later on, if I got time, I'm gonna come back and fix it, make it better. But I have about 1/5 of the game design, and I need to make the rest of this area. Actually, probably a little more than that. Maybe like, I won't say a quarter. I don't think I quite have a quarter, but I've got a bunch of stuff designed, but I don't have a lot of content in it. Like, just because you made an area doesn't mean there's content for it. But I have pretty much the top floor unlocked. But then there's like a bunch of floors too, and like 2 floors below type of things there, and I just don't have content for it. Like, I made some rooms. So if I spend forever on this system up here or something, I haven't designed all this either. But the demo happens only on this floor anyway, which is why I'm focusing on it. Because the demo takes about 25 minutes to get up to Patrick. So I want these first handful of rooms to be amazing. And then after that, the rest of it can be less amazing. Because it's just a longer game. Yeah. I mean, there's definitely the make it work well when it's right there thing. Like say, I want a good enough, you know, like say, not perfection, but good enough, you know. I want to optimize a little. Like I'm not going to cast everything under the sun and just leave garbage. Like most of the time, the way I make any new game system in general is I make the concept system. The concept system is bad, but it gets the job done to see what it looks like and see if I even like it. And then, if I like it, then I make the better version of the system that's usually more modular and able to, like, you know, act with like a parent system and all that. Sometimes I kind of do a little of that to start with, but for the most part, it's to make the concept work and then worry about making it work better. Yeah, deadline use one probably wouldn't do as much. Yeah, as I started doing that, I actually had an entire timeline set up for this, and then the health problems happened and screwed up that timeline and pushed it back by about 2 months. But I'm like, oh, okay, well, all right. Guess I'm getting to it when I get to it. I actually knocked some of the, basically a whole level out of the game because of the fact that I realized the scope of the game is too big. I have plans that are too big. I know they're too big. But once I get these systems done and the basis of the game going, designing rooms won't be as hard. Making a bunch of enemies that are interesting, that might be somewhat challenging. Yeah, it's exactly that. I have a job. I mean, I went and worked at work. I got up at 2 p.m. was at work at 3 p.m. and then I got home at 8 p.m. and then streamed at 9 p.m. which wasn't that long of a work day, but I streamed 8.5 hours before that, so we're at 13.5 hours. It's like, oh gosh. So today I'm like going, I did sleep like 6.5 hours in the middle of that. I couldn't sleep longer. I kept trying. I just couldn't do it. No, we were giving a quitting attendance? So, no, yeah. Well, I would like to have something that people can play. I think that that's the most important step that I really need to achieve. I need to set up a Steam page that has something that people can wishlist, because people keep asking me for a ability to wishlist what I already have. I need that. Which means I need to have a business set up for it. Important. And then I need a playable demo that I can hand around. Or a playable alpha, or something like that, that people can kind of mess with, like people in the know. The testers. And then I have a lot more time to get the rest of it done. But I really want someone to test out a lot of the mechanics and everything like that. And I don't have that right now, and I'm not just going to put that out there without having the Steam page, because I want, you know, proof of ownership so they can't just relist it easily. You're actually doing proper work in state? Oh, I feel like I'm doing proper work, and my job isn't even that strenuous. Oh, well, if they ever gave me disability, I would game dev all day. Let's put it that way. I wouldn't stop game dev. It would be an everyday thing. It would be beautiful. So, yeah. But I get it. It's hard to do a lot of work when you don't feel well. And in your case, you know, your conditions... Well, you don't even know what your condition is. I don't even know what my problem is. I have some ideas, because after 5 years, I've come up with some ideas, but... Yeah. Yeah, I don't know when it actually spawned everything in this. This one is not any better. At least there's that. Do I have an even older version? Did it ever spawn well? That's fair. It gave me a reason to do things. I love it. Even though it's like financially probably the dumbest decision I've ever made. As it stands, like, it is just financially dumb. I could have made so much more money and been way healthier not doing it. But it's a lot of fun and I keep doing it anyway. Yeah, it's definitely not. It is not good. No. Like, you could just get a minimum wage job and make 1,000 times, or just work on the, you know, just get disability, and disability pays better. Yeah. Well, the good news is I think my game is reaching a point where it impresses people enough that it's less of a lottery. Like, I think if you really produce a quality enough game, people will be like, that won't sell it, you know. But it really helps to when you advertise it, that people see your game and it looks amazing, right? And I was testing it, so I was posting in like the Bite Me Games Discord, one of the people I like to watch their YouTube videos with, like, they have all these people making all these games, right? And most of them look just, they just don't look good. They don't have a lot to them. They're really bare bones. There's no polish, no nothing. And people don't even really give them any mind like that. But mine, people are like going, I want to play this. Let me wishlist it, blah, blah, blah. They're like bugging me to make a Steam page. And even the game devs think it's like that. So it's just, it makes a difference. Yeah. Yeah, well, that's the thing is, you got to make your graphics good. Especially in this day and age. There's just no excuse for bad graphics in this day and age. And I wish people would stop using pixel art. Now, if you like paid a professional to do pixel art, okay, fine, sure. But it seems like everyone and their grandmother thinks they can do pixel art because technically it doesn't require a lot to make a pixel art. But to make pixel art good is actually really hard. And most people can't do it. It's terrible. Exactly. Like, they have all these same tools as us, but they're very focused on, well, not making games. They're focused on something else. A lot of politics in their games, a lot of things that players just aren't asking for, you know? And their games are like buggy messes, they're often rehashes. There's like no creativity in the whole thing. It's just really dumb. So, yeah. I haven't accomplished anything today. I'm just dancing around like an idiot because my legs hate me. Yeah, I'll switch back to sitting. 1 second. Where is that? Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I've released things on itch.io, but the problem with what them was is they just didn't see play. They weren't good. I learned a valuable lesson, and plenty of people will tell me the exact opposite, but I guess they have no experience. You only get one release. But what I did was something for people in the stream to basically participate in. What I would do is I released, like, this Poppet Quest was originally an RPG Maker game, right? So I was releasing versions of that people could test. Every time I made a new version on stream, a new prototype version, it would get released on itch. It was not a paid game, which is a free game. I was using it to maybe build interest in the stream. Here's what really happened. At the start, a handful of people played it, like a small amount. And then nobody played it afterwards because nobody wants to be your, game tester. And if your game isn't amazing to start with, you wasted your time. There you go. That's what happened. I believe 27 people played it over the course of 4 different prototypes. I know 3 prototypes. I never released the 4th one. I gave up on it. Yeah, exactly. The release is so important. Yeah, that's just it. And so many people are just like, you just got to get it to market. I'm like, that's why people think it's so hard to get into game dev, because their game sucks. I wouldn't play their game. They wouldn't play their game if someone else had made it. Just because you made, the ugly baby doesn't mean anyone loves it, Like, it's really that simple. It's just, yeah. And I learned a valuable lesson that day. Okay. And now, there's exceptions. If you make a game jam game and the game jam game is not great, nobody expects it to be great because it's a game jam, and anyone who likes game jam games will probably still enjoy it for the most part. Anything else, though, like if you release a demo, that had better be a slice of your game. Straight up slice. Not a play testing, not a beta, nothing. A literal slice of your game. Because that's all people are going to remember. That demo. If your demo sucks, doesn't matter. I learned from a game jam also that the most important portion of your game is like the first 10 to 15 minutes. Because I made a game that was technically like about an hour and a half to beat in the game jam, and most people would quit after about 10 minutes because overall I took the content and stretched it out too much. Now I have the opposite problem. I'll cram too much content there is, and I need to pace myself. But I don't want the player to ever be bored because I saw exactly that problem. The player was always really bored doing things. They didn't have enough things to do, enough to keep them busy. Now it's like, it doesn't have to be an important thing in the game, but I might give you some bauble you can kick around on the ground because that's just something to do. As long as people have something to occupy them, they're usually happy. That's why you look at the idle clicker games where it's just like, they just need something to do that isn't running around. That doesn't count. But yeah, I learned that there. It's like if I had focused that game down into a much smaller thing there, that was like $1,000 I could have won on that game jam because my game overall was better than everyone else's. But because I focused it out, spent it too much, like the games of way lower quality did better because they made their first 10 to 15 minutes just better. Also, I forgot to lock out the menu. It was an RPG Maker game, and the menu kept breaking everything. It led to a lot of problems. I was supposed to lock it out. It was the one thing I didn't test. So the tester for it, a YouTuber, well, he didn't record it, unfortunately, but that's what he told me in the review. Like, he kept breaking by opening the menu. I think that that's how you should build your game first. I think all these people were so worried about optimizing. No. First and foremost, is your game fun? Nothing else matters. If your game is boring, it doesn't matter how optimized your game is. Who gives a crap? Who wants to play your game? It's boring. If your game is fun, it can be poorly optimized. People will come back because your game is fun. Make it fun later, yeah. I say, I learned my lesson. There's some things that are fun. I watch what people find as fun. Where people go, I want to do that because it's fun. It's like breaking items. Why do these things sit here and break? It's fun. People love breaking things. Why can you bounce on the bouncy couch? Because people like bouncing on things. It's just fun. It's stupid. Climbing on top of things? Great. It's one more thing to do. People love this crap, but is my game optimized? No. But then I test the mechanics a lot too, because I have to make a lot of mechanics, right? And it's just like, okay, do I find this fun? Okay. Well, if I don't find this fun, they probably won't either. Maybe they will, but I'm making games for people like Metroidvania, so Metroidvania people like mechanics. Probably should go out of my way to make the mechanics fun. I also need to be careful making it too hard. That's a problem too. But yeah, I think a lot of people will follow your methodology of making fun later. I'm like, oh, I don't know, man. That's probably not the best decision. But they do it anyway. I'm like, oh boy. All right. Well, anyway. It needs to go to 17 array elements. 3 more. Yep. Oh, there. It looks like you're falling into the same problem I am falling into of scope. Scope is a real thing. Even I've been trimming this game down secretly in, behind the scenes because I realize scope. There's a thing that is realistic and a thing that isn't realistic, and in my perfect world, this would be a straight-up adventure game, like with like the same type of level of cinematics, but also like a Metroidvania. Can I make that? No, not even possible. Cinematics take a huge amount of time. Anyone who's ever made a cinematic can tell you it takes a lot of time. I haven't even made good ones. Oh yeah. Hey, all in the brush. How's it going? Let's go run as free as possible. It works. It was it once. Develop a cardboard box, problem solved. I mean, listen, cardboard box is good. If I had sneaking in the game, I'd add a cardboard box because everyone will think Metal Gear and how fun it is to, sneak around. They'll all be reminded the member berries will be strong and, it will only benefit me to do it. Being said, I don't have any stealth in my game. Because, well, it mechanically is too weird mixed with a Metroidvania. But I can dream. I think we can all dream. Oh, I need an additional one. That's right. I don't even know if I want this many, but I like having things to fight, so I'm just adding them because I'm a terrible person. Actually, maybe I'll spawn it over... Well, that's actually not a bad spot. On the other side of that. This one I'll put on the ground, I guess. Will I? I'll put it on top of this. It'll probably just jump down at some point anyway. Yeah. Well, the thing is if you scope too far, you spend so much time building mechanics, and that's fine, but... Okay, so you built a mechanic. That's so great. That's cool. Now you got to make content that uses that mechanic, right? Because if you don't have any content that uses it, who gives a crap about a mechanic, right? And that's what I'm learning kind of the hard way is it's like, well, now you got to design content that makes use of said mechanic. And with so many mechanics, I'm like, how many mechanics do I need here? Like, how am I going to use this mechanic? Because I need to make like an entire room to use each mechanic at some point, at the very least. So that's a thing that needs to be worried about. How to trim your dream? That's why I don't make my dream. That's fair. I like the concept of this game, but I already recognized the thing. Like, I think the most sobering thing I did. Also, future problem, yeah. The most sobering thing I did is I played through Alice Madness Returns, which is, obviously one of the heavy inspirations for the world itself. And then I got to the end, and I did something I've never done before. I counted every single person in the credits. Every single person involved with making that game. There were 111 people, for those people keeping track. And then I asked myself, okay, so now that you know how many people made this game over X years, how big of a game do you really believe you can make? How good can your game truly be? Clearly you can't do all the things these people did, even to the level, like, even with your better engine and cooler graphics that exist now, all these things helping you, you ain't making that. So, it was a good idea. I mean, it really helped just, like I say, it was a very sobering moment. Roughly 500 people, that's fair, because you sure help like your 500 people. You help a lot of people. Like a small Final Fantasy, yeah. Or went out for the guy who showed up to the RPG Maker Reddit and said he only wanted to make a small little game like Final Fantasy IX before he made his dream game. I wonder whatever happened to that guy. Oh, man. Exactly. Pour one out for that guy. He, is about to learn a painful, painful lesson. By about time, this was some years ago. If I had a Reddit account, I would... Actually, I think I do. I should contact him. Be like, hey, buddy, How'd Final Fantasy IX go? Yep. Bless their sweet, innocent little heart. Aw, it's so cute. Okay, well, that's not too bad. Obviously, the one by the window's too high up, and this one's too low. Kind of hard to tell how high they're supposed to be, but it looks like they're relatively close. Ow. That one looks like it's pretty far up there. I have double jump enable. I forgot about that. Oh yeah, that's right. Those can knock you down. I forgot about that. A double jump is obviously unfair because it negates puzzles. It doesn't negate being hit by a cannonball, so that spawned inside there. Interesting to note. Yeah, the order things spawn in this is a real problem. Yeah, that one's pretty good. I mean, hey, if that guy pulled it off, kudos to him. Seriously, kudos to him. I hope he's still in game dev. I actually hope that, you know, he realized the error of his ways and was like, you know what? I'm gonna scope responsibly. He probably didn't. But I like to think that he did. And that would be awesome. But no matter what happens, I will always remember the guy in the RPG Maker community who's been in it for over 30 years and has never successfully made a single game. Pour one out for that guy. Oh man. Not a one. That one's still stuck in the table. That one looks like it's pretty well placed. Yeah, aim that up a little bit. Nice, it down a little bit. Yeah. Well, I mean, he's one of the most well-known coders in the thing for making like plugins, and he worked with one of the most well-known plugin creation groups. So he's definitely made stuff in that, but he's never made a game. And I know this because he said so. So you know, I didn't bother to pay attention to the fact until he said, "Oh, I never made one." I was like, "Really?" I'd have figured you'd at least joined a game jam by now. At least I could say I made a game. Sure, I took it down because, well, it was not good. Nobody would even play it for free, so. Stuck in the table? Okay, that's good. I almost want a cannon up there too, but this room's too powerful. I can already tell it's too powerful. Also, I probably need to set the load distance a little higher in general because the doors don't load. So the H load needs to be a little higher for this. I remember that being a problem. I considered having a fog on this level so I didn't have to have as many things loading. You know, the old Silent Hill optimization strategy. Just be like, oh, I got fog. You can make it kind of creepy if you do that too, but I think the problem is that's just not that great, you know? Like, partly cloudy looks kind of cool, but pretty foggy. It just goes inside the building if memory serves. Give it a second to load. I think it's loading it. Is you loading it? Doesn't look foggy. I probably need to bake all the content too. Do all the cooking and everything too. After that my computer got like hacked by that crap. I had to redo things and I got to reinstall the stuff so I can actually package the game again, which always helps. I don't see any fog. It's awkward. Where's my fog? Worst fog ever. Oh, I know what. Because the clouds are in a weird area. I moved the clouds somewhere funny. Never mind. Because the rainstorm is also below the thing if memory serves too, right? No, it's not. Well, that moves the clouds up. So, one of the things I was doing because this weather thing was so cool. Let me speed myself up here. Is I decided it would just be a sky city and they would just, you know, floating above the clouds. Also because optimization. Unfortunately, if you do that, then, well, it's kind of a little problem. It's probably like cloudy or something is an option here. Then you have clouds below and everything. And clouds above. Obviously, I didn't bother to do much to make the docks look good. It's just something you can kind of see out through the things. But, yeah, I don't know. Mostly now I'm just going to each of these rooms and I'm just going to spawn these things in. These suck because they are too high up and you can't do anything with them. Like, they're designed to look like they should be there because that just looks like they should be there. You can't really get to them very easily, so I don't know why you would even bother. Like, I don't even think you can actually make that jump. You could fall from the Hierophant stuff to them if you wanted and get some of them, but I think what needs to happen is I need to take a bunch of these and just spawn them in along the ground so you can break them. Because any room where you can't break everything is just the least fun thing in the world. So, let's see. I want to load these here. Also, I mean, you factor in how many of these things are taken out of the level at this point. Because there's like, I don't know, like 8 of them or something. There's quite a few pots here still. And a bunch of clown statues. And like I say, the H load doesn't do what people think it does, because the more of those I add, the worse the load times get. Like, all these things could be removed too. I mean, there's a bunch of them that are just sitting here. And then I'll probably go back to messing with mechanics, but you gotta do it. If you don't do it, then it's like kind of a problem. Oh, I see that added to the thing like that, and then what was sad? I don't know, probably a handful of them. Almost, well, I could have, no, I don't want the lights breakable. It'd be so dumb if I let you break all the candles, because then it's like, oh, now you just die. Cool. Well, there's lights that are unbreakable, so you wouldn't die, but... Oh yeah, it spawns in Bugaboo. I forgot about that. I almost want a second array just for the destroyables, just so I don't have to scroll through these stupid arrays to find all the positions and everything. You know? Kind of nice. But, I'll add 10 pots. That's good enough for me. I ain't too worried about... Oh. One too few. Actually, one too many. Okay, well... That camera speed is an abomination. Let me get to an even number first. I wonder why they picked 3 as one of the camera numbers. 1, 3, 8, 16, 32. Why? Why wouldn't it just go up by 1 each time? These are questions that I must ponder. I don't need to ponder them, but I do. I just do. It just happens. Okay, so we'll put like, the first one over here, I guess. I'm just gonna delete all the other ones. I know that this would be like the single dumbest place to put any kind of pots for humans walking through here. Like, it's so stupid. On every level, you would never put the pots here. But Poppet's a tiny doll, and you know, she would in fact need to have the pots. Well, she could easily get at them. And so that's what we're doing. I've kind of been trying to tailor my world's realism for the world, like, you know, the way the world works around Poppet, you know, which also came to this conclusion that lights up here aren't okay most of the time. Like a light high up in the air, like say a light up in this general vicinity, can't affect her down there because you can't see the light unless you look up, and it's hard to tell that it's there. So it's a pretty bad experience. I was like, oh, okay, fine. Fine, I guess. Oops, do not do what I just did. I moved it down. So I'm placing 10 of them, which means I'll probably place 2 there, 1 at each of these corners for certain, and then probably a couple up in these corners. Not this corner because of those are in the way. Maybe just on the ground in front of these, something to break. I need to put more interesting things in there. Like, there's just nothing going on in these rooms as far as them just sitting on things, and I realized that part of my problem is that Poppet can jump on anything, so I do have to be somewhat careful about that. I enjoy fun as much as the next guy, but there's a level of fun that isn't going to work out. Right, where did 20 go then? I was working off of 23's location. No. I'll just put 1 in each of these. I don't need that many. I could have it on either side of the door for that matter too. I gotta replace these because these can't be opened and that's lame. I want you to be able to, you know, interact with all this crap, and that's just not a thing, you know? Just not there. Up more to place. Goes to 15. I want to put more on the altar because that's I like how the altar looks. I could put breakables upon these, I guess. One of the problems I've had in my game is I made everything able to jump for the most part, and the jumping things could literally just jump off of stuff, and they don't stay where they're at, so I don't have anything to really fight there. It's kind of where the cannons are cool. Stationary enemies don't move unless they won't jump off. Kind of important. I got little Reese's peanut butter cup thingies, but they're not Reese's, they're actually like Trader Joe's organic, clean, wonderful ones or something, where they have nothing crappy in them. I mean, besides the fact they're still sugar, but no chemical trash. All right. One thing I've learned is that it doesn't instance the blueprints, so that's a kind of an issue. I have all these things with, like, you know, or I put the thing on top of here in the blueprint, so I didn't have to constantly position these level thingies everywhere, but it might not be a good optimization thing. But positioning them otherwise is a real pain. Takes a long time, so I don't know. That's all of them. There aren't that many in here. The spawn on this is way too slow. I do have a thing that speeds it up, so if it's a lot of things, it spawns in pretty quick. So I made the spawn be like 0.5 as well, because otherwise the room will take like 52 seconds to spawn. That's kind of a long time. I don't want it to be 52 seconds. No. Oh. It's like Fox finished for the night. Fair enough. This room seems incredibly heavy. But before I decide if it's heavy or not, let me close up some extra crap in the background and we'll see how truly heavy it is. That's a little better. It's still not great, but I mean, again, when streaming and all that, I don't have the best FPS. My computer is only so powerful. I most definitely cannot afford a more powerful computer right now. Once it loads in, they're okay. You know how I did whatever happened there. Guess I just wasn't paying attention. Those two didn't stand up very well. These don't stand very well from what I can tell. Well, there's one more that's just spawning there, huh? I don't know why those two would fall, but none of the other ones would. But there's apparently one left. I think 26 in that array, and there's only 25 in that array. I see. All right, we can fix that. The little Hierophant thingies are kind of heavy. That's true. Technically, those could all be spawned in too. And it'd probably be pretty wise to do that because, again, they're constantly like doing their thing, and Actually, a lot of things aren't even in the H load yet. I probably should put stuff in the H load. I haven't rebuilt that in forever. I haven't done the build thingy in forever for that matter too. Let's click build all levels and see if that helps too. Every once in a while I take a few days for optimization purposes. I forgot to add things to their H load. Uh-oh. Oh well. It won't be perfect, but I'm not worried about perfect at this point, as long as it helps a little. Yeah, I might actually take the lower portion of the map and put it on a different level. I think that there might be a cap on how much you should really put on one level. And it just forces a level load if you go to pass a certain point. Maybe I put just some sort of a barrier. Normally I want you to be able to pass between the levels the whole time, but I worry my computer won't even be able to run this crap. I guess to be fair, I can actually speed it up a little by doing the only loading in the areas that I'm working on. So you wouldn't really see as much, and that would help my computer out. Because I have whole sections that I was thinking about designing that aren't even in the game yet. Just concept rooms. But I already have better ideas for their concepts, so when I go to redesign them, they're gonna get quite the overhaul. Hopefully that helps some. What's that also gonna do? Yeah, I didn't check the H load for anything. Of course, now everything's like in a giant heap because it got moved out of the things. But less than I thought, honestly. And these are all in the Safari room. I think every tree is in these rooms. I don't think there's a single one that isn't in the Safari room. Well, that's not entirely true, but all the ones that were that kind of fell out of the right room are the Safari one. A bunch of the directories vanished. There's also a bunch of like 16 brushes on the levels that need to be converted to static meshes. I haven't quite decided on the exact layout of them yet, so I don't quite want to do that yet. I think all the pumpkins are actually in Patrick's room. Cylinder brushes, things like that. There's so much crap in here. Do I really want to sort all this right now? I don't know about that. There's actually only 80 items left to sort back into things, it looks like. I think there's a bunch in the Whimsy Wonders thingy that's not sorted too, for that matter, though. It most certainly is. Okay, so this is where we go and check our stuff sometimes, because if you look, this thing is actually hidden inside of here. It's not even in the game. It was originally gonna get used, but things got moved around. Breaking stations, I'm rebuilding it. Nice, nice. Yeah, I have these things here, and I forgot these even existed because they were from the previous map. Like when I had the original thing. And I rebuilt this whole building, and these were inside the walls. Yeah, but it's just crazy. This is like I found now 3 assets in the walls and 7 decals hidden in the walls. It's just wild. Wait, don't I just have one of these? Oh wait, the balloons got added to them, huh? Wait, why are there added balloons? Do I need added balloons? I don't think I do. Okay, I can get rid of those because I added balloons onto there, and that's good enough, right? Yeah. So that's also part of going through here, is finding like errant assets that are just lost, along with restructuring, because, you know, yeah. Yeah, I found a lot of things. I remember I found a fire inside one of the walls once. Like the last time I did this, there was a bunch of assets also hidden in walls. Those things that got moved around in such a way that it just kind of worked out to be awkwardly placed. It's like, cool, neat. So the longer this goes, the more weird stuff like that happens. You just get used to it after a while. Piano should be in the library. But you know where the library is. Do you have radium? Cool. There's the library, okay. Also in the reading room. On the plus side, if I ever go out of my way to just spawn in everything manually, it can actually cheat quite a bit on how I do this. I can literally just, you know, take all these blueprints and just spawn them right in. Save a lot of time and effort. All these bookshelves in here, they might be. I'm just going to go ahead and scroll down and see if they're all part of this or not. Seems like it. Works for me. These ones were all in the Hall of Records. And this is the Forbidden Hallway. More library crap. Library. There's so much polish needs to be added to these things. What's going to happen for the demo is I'm almost certainly going to remove all the content in any area that you're never going to go into, which is completely empty. Because I would prefer the demo load better than the actual regular game by a good margin. You know, it's one of those things. There's no carnival room either. Jesus. And there's all the box brushes, but I won't worry about them. There are two of you. No. I guess I missed that one too, huh? Point about all those need to be moved to there. Same myself sometimes since I added this recently. Or not. Added that one already, it's just these two. This is a neat looking room 50% of the time. And oh wait, those aren't anything then right there. Those went to a different one. Right. I was talking about the new life room. This room is not bad looking either, but probably some work. Like I said, the first, you know, the demo needs to be amazing. Like the first 15 minutes of the game needs to just be like shock and awe. After that, I don't care. I mean, like the rest of it can be good too, but shock and awe, man, shock and awe. That's just a magician altar, straight up. It's already in the room. I've deleted a handful of things. Probably lost about 50 assets over the course of this. There's still a lot to get through. Like, a lot. Most of it's kind of sorted. Listen, the Safari room. I did so many changes this game. I guess over 2 of these. These probably all need to get moved to it. Yep. This book should have been moved too. Didn't forget about that. Okay, well, where's all this crap? Holy crap. Unfortunately, some of these are, you know, obviously down there, and then there's some here, but I need these ones all done. I think it's just those ones. Got all the others. Well, thanks for the raid, Rostafunk Jr. How's it going? Pasta raid? Nice, nice. We were coding in pasta earlier. Unfortunately, I think the pasta got a little burnt. It wasn't very good. Decent enough. I've been discovering that I've been hiding assets inside of the walls. I thought it was just people in the walls, but it turns out the assets were in the walls. It was like, I think 4 different assets and 7 different decals that were literally just hidden inside the walls. I'm like, well, why? Why are they in the walls? What do the walls know that they aren't telling me? These are important questions one must ask. Hey, another guy, how's it going? Yeah, I was gonna give them a key so they have some sort of way to get health back. I think I'll do this over here. Just move it over. I don't know where to put it. Yeah, sure, you can go back in there. Heal, it's fine. That's right, they in the walls. I guess I could actually just do a game test for people. Last time it ended at Patrick, and currently the entire game's balance is a catastrophe. I don't know, let's crap here. I'm gonna leave those there for testing for later because I don't want to delete them. So we'll just ignore them. Sure. I have to change some things in order for a test to work, so yeah. Fact checks on this. So people can see all the good stuff. I have like everything enabled. So I just basically get to cheat and use all the abilities. That's cool and all, but I think the test shows a better slice of what the game is. I forgot to put a nav mesh down, so the game obviously won't work very well without a nav mesh. And let me open up Poppet here real fast and disable all the stuff. It's actually kind of hard to disable everything because there's so many things that are currently in the game. I need to program 66 abilities. Oh yeah, the AI is all over the place. You never know with that. Let's snooze that. No NPC is saved. We're not going to use this, so I don't care if the print strings are there because I'm not even using that. Of course, when I say the game wants to build the navigation again, kind of makes you wonder why they built it the first time. But as long as it finishes, I don't care. Save again. No correct game mode is on. I don't think I have anything else that's out there. Oh, I guess I should move this thing away because it doesn't need to be here. Okay. It's breaking the brain? That's fair. That's what I've been doing today. Questioning all my life decisions as certain things make no sense. Yeah, she sure one day deciding she didn't want to look at me anymore, so now she looks to the side. No, I was having it async load something and it wouldn't load the first thing in the array. Like it would try, but then it would bypass that even though it's supposed to wait until it's completed. Yeah. That's what the code does. It breaks brains. You're not questioned. So I have new menu things and all that, so you can see like where the map is and everything like that, stuff like that. I got added in. Also, there's no collectibles picked up at the moment, so those don't really show up yet. And a new selector for tarot cards, but you have to pick something up in order to actually use them. There's no story yet, but this first room is currently being redesigned because I just recently added it. And it is not finished. Not even kinda. It's supposed to teach you how to use it, about the whole light and dark mechanic thingy, but for the most part, it probably needs to just involve hitting things. So I might swap it with the other room, or like give strength out in the other room and make this the room with the fool, and change it up. RNG spawn, I change stuff, yeah. The game's not built for RNG. It is a problem. when you add it in. You know, like, yeah. So for the new people, I forgot to mention the game's called Poppet Quest, and you're playing as a woman who's killed and her soul is put into a doll, and she's trying to escape the Whimsy Wonders toy store. And there's a curse over the place, so you're in the darkness. I'm just doing a dodge thing like that. You gain curse power, but you lose your sanity. And this is the insane effect. If your sanity ever 0, you die. But you need curse in order to power the tarot abilities, because she uses tarot cards for her abilities. This one's the Fool. It's a squeaky toy. I'm also going to push this thing around because I can. I go stand by a light here. There's a light right here. Oh, that's always fun. You crack open that game mode. My game mode is full of all kinds of good stuff. Let me close up this extra things that are open on the side here to speed this up a little. I had to redo the level spawn system on my game mode because, you know, it just randoms to a spawn point whenever you switch levels, and that's a problem. I need a temporarily save to the game mode so they don't overwrite people's saves, or just work with an auto-save thing where it just auto-saves to whichever their save file is. I need to decide that, because it's not that tough to program either one. I'm like halfway in between at the moment, and that's not very good. I've been doing a lot of polish and bug fixing lately. It is in fact kind of miserable, I must say. The polish isn't too bad, the bug fixing is pretty... Why can't I grab that? I didn't make this any higher than before. Right? I'm gonna do everyone a favor and I'm gonna snooze the ads. I can only snooze them for so long, it won't let me snooze after a while. It takes away my snoozing privileges. Okay, I don't sleep anyway. And so for the new people. Well, a lot of people were killing their souls with dolls. One of them, her soul got stuck in the paintings. She bounces between all the paintings and kind of follows you. I mean, a lot of my bugs have turned into features. Yes. This is the painting world. She lets you travel to the painting world, and you can rescue toys by throwing them into here. It lets you unlock new buildings and quests and things like that. Well, quests might be the wrong term. Well, they kind of like quests, I guess. This is Tinka, my Discord's favorite waifu. I also reworked the dialogue system a bit. Fixed a lot of problems with it. Working on that save system, Olympus? Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, the bug fixing thing is, well, it's kind of along the whole way, but I'm not that incredibly far from the demo. Like, I need to put in more story things, so I made a dialogue system. I made two. One that plays just while the player's fighting, and the other one that locks the player down so they have to talk. Just in case they need to respond. And, I haven't put in a lot of dialogue, just like bare bones enough to accomplish what needs to be done, which basically is getting 2 different keys, and that's it. Wing. I made these new things over there. They're wonderful. And new cannon things, which are currently shooting at me. We'll talk about them in a second when I go fight them. This room got way harder. Also laggy. Thanks, another guy. There's a storytelling of like in the crystal balls of a doll who came before Poppet. So he's looking for her we'll say boyfriend. I haven't decided if it's like a husband wife thing or it's just a boyfriend girlfriend thing. I see. So the magician, for the people who don't know, is it's a switch. You know? Lets you pick up small objects, drop them places. You can also later on gain the ability to throw the objects at velocity to hurt things, but you don't have that right now. The best use for it is to do this and get back on the bouncy couch, which is a new alternate way that's been added in. As we can get back through here, I can use the painting world in order to get my health back, and then I can then use the bouncy couch as a secret way up. Oh yeah, I've definitely gotten real far. So much is going on. Last week was all about menus. Oh my god, last week was all about menus. But then I reached a point where it's like, okay, cool, I don't know what else to do with these, so... Even the collectibles show up and you can play them from here too in case you want to. It doesn't mute when you leave the thing though, but that's okay. And I have a new save, new looking save thing. Save system is largely similar, but I added in a bunch of extra information. I haven't got like levels in the game or anything like that, so I'm not really certain what I want to put for the like the way it works. Like maybe the player stats can go in there, but I don't know what stats I'm gonna have. But as you can see, I have various savings, and it shows you the picture of the room you're saving in. I can't decide if I let you save in any room or if I want you to save only at the Poppet boxes or the paintings. So that's kind of where we're at on that. I'm gonna take the alternate way up because, you know, I'm cool like that. It used to be you could take the, you could always take the drawers up over there and everything like that, and that's how it was for the longest time, but then I added this in, so technically now you can go this way. There is an autosave over the thing if you jump in the box, and autosaves over your previous one. That basically just lets you set up multiple saves, and that's probably what I'm going to do, is limit it to like where you can just have additional saves, but it just autosaves to whichever one you're currently using. Yay, city. Let's go to the lights. Quick, quick, to the lights, to the lights. I've been kind of thinking about how I was going to do it. Originally, that's how I had it, but I wanted the ability to have them create additional saves of the same thing, like, you know, in case they want to have a backup. But it probably will auto-save to whichever one you currently have selected, and just by going to the Poppet box and the Tinker thing, and in the box, you'll have the option to pick a different save slot if you so desire. Just so you can have backups. But it probably would have been better just not even include that system. That's okay. Goodies for me, yay! Alright, Chuckles. I made this guy too easy because he was too hard before. And he was just supposed to be like a dumb big enemy. He doesn't even use his super ability because, yeah. I might have left Patrick too easy too. Oh no. Oh no, I think I left Patrick on with 10 health. Okay, well, the first real boss is going to be real sad because I think I left him at 10 health. And that means he's just going to die in one hit. So, pour one out for Patrick. People will just have to check in on a different stream to see what he's like. And he's kind of a cool boss. He's probably the most finished of the bosses, but there was a weird bug I had to fix, so, you know. I might have put it back. Maybe I did. We'll find out. I'm actually really hurt. I should have probably went into the save box, but I didn't do that, so whatever. I can break things and hope they drop in life. Yes, now you can read the rules. They're readable now. Yes. Important. was hoping to get some life thingies. Technically, you can walk back between the rooms too. You got your health back. That sounds like a lot of not really going to happen. I could have gone to the painting world to get my health back too if I really wanted to pull that off. So it is possible. It's not like I've locked you out of healing. If you wish to expend the time to do so. Whoa. Ever since I've changed their AI, now I find them running through the maze doing things. I've never seen one jump down a hole like that before, but whatever. It did make me very happy to see him do it, though. If he'd said yippee-ki-yay and then jumped in the hole, that'd have been amazing. I don't know why he would. It's not like I programmed that in there. I don't have a yippee-ki-yay for him, but if he did. Just saying. My neck hates me. Oh, weird. It's way more laggy in the when I'm running it on stream and engine than it is off stream and out of engine. I don't even know why I'm fighting these, so I don't need to. This way you can see a toy rescue mechanic. You carry the toys to the painting in order to save them. It's a little hard to pick them up though. That's not that great. Just running the right way through the maze like a champion. I guess if you just tap it, it's good enough. You don't have to jump through it. And now she opens up a little shop here. Let me move this screen up a little bit. Guess you, well, okay, you can, good. I was like, it's kind of cutting off the bottom. And you talk to there's multiple options. Yeah, I don't know if that's a thing, but you know. I am going to have two different ways the story can go. That's true. Not really with the toys you can save. Yeah. Oh, I do have a... There are other... you're coming against the other victims, like, you know, you're fighting them and everything like that. The major dolls, and there will be repercussions later in the game for how things go. More repercussions for farther in. As you can see, the load is not very good, evidently. I actually fell down a thing, which should not have been what happened, but whatever. I'll just run out of the maze. It's fine. Actually, the first time I've ever seen it load in that level or that direction. Might be because I set the load distance down a bit. Yeah, I have some plans. I don't really want to spoil them for people. Because, you know. Like I said, there's going to be at least 2 endings. There might be a third one. I don't know about that. But there's going to be at least 2. A lot of it comes down to just ability to accomplish the task, like the scope that I can achieve. I almost want to give out another weapon faster because you only have the one weapon for quite a long time. It didn't used to be so long, but I keep adding stuff before there. Like new rooms are getting added in. And you can't really do a lot with some, like, you just get to hit things at the full for a while, and it feels like it's slightly too long for that to be the only weapon you have. Because right after Patrick is where you have the option to get the next Empress thing, like one room, actually 2 rooms later, you can get the Empress's ability to blow things up, thus giving you a new weapon. So that might be a change I make. There might be more tarot cards early on than I thought. Potentially one in here, if anything. Actually, that's not a bad idea. I'll have to see which weapon is truly ready for usage, though. I mean, I could get the Empress's exploding ability early on, too. Wouldn't be that bad because, you know, the Bomberman thing is pretty fun. But I might want to give a different tarot entirely just to play around with. But I don't know, it is pretty satisfying blowing things to bits, so. But now it has like the notification of that, and if you check the map, you can, I'm actually on a lower floor, so you can see which floor I'm currently on, but you can see the rooms I've been through. And I was putting, like, you know, a legend for things that are there. The important item thing doesn't really have functionality yet. I just put it there to remind myself that it's a thing. Little things going up and down, show which floors you're on. The other ones haven't really necessarily been made yet, so, you know. We're getting there. I usually just run through this room. That's something I need to decide is reasons to make you fight. There's not a lot of good reason to fight. There could be better reasons, I just haven't included them yet. Wow. Apparently you can bounce off that into the water. Today I learned this. That's fine. I'll just respawn. Clicked off the thing. Let's try this again. I could give out the bubble wand early, but the bubble wand's just not even remotely balanced or ready for anything. They probably do very little damage, but have the ability to act at range, so it makes a big, you know, thing like that. And I don't think it would actually affect Patrick. It might shoot bubbles and then charge up in order to make imprison enemies or something in the bubble. And obviously that won't work on bosses because, you know, imprisoning a boss in the bubble would make it pretty boring. But it will give you a range attack, and then it gives me a more powerful attack. Into the pool! Bye-bye, baby turtle. You know what you did. Don't try to deny it. Okay, I'm just flubbing. Making my life harder than it needs to be. What makes it harder is that the ever-changing lag. Because however much is lagging at the time makes the jumps change, so I get a little weirded out by the jumps. Also, the door's closed this time. That's interesting. I guess it doesn't remember that? Sure. I have this ability to make my game look hard. As you can tell, water is lethal to Poppet, including that water there. The small mushroom jumps are so much harder than the big ones. Oh my god. There's certain points where you have to do small mushroom jump because you won't make it otherwise. I could have just cheated and tried to jump from above and land where the key is I need to get. And if I were playing it, you know, normally, I probably would, but since I'm playing it for people... I won't do that, I guess. There's a potion floating in the water there. I think it's actually just floating at the right height that it looks like it's floating in the water because it doesn't have any physics with the water. They just float. Yeah, as soon as I design a way to convince people to fight, maybe it's just a leveling system, I don't know. That'll, and fix the save system and then put in the dialogue. The game will probably be playable, but it won't be as polished as it could be. I mean, it's playable now, but it's definitely missing something. A good healthy dose of crazy, that's what. I think before I continue, I'm gonna take a quick bio break. One sec. Missing messages, perfect. All right. Onward. Missed that jump. It's okay. I'm still gonna change the chicken enemies to make some kind of different noise. It's possible the chicken enemies get removed from this thing because they're just not that great. Like, they need something, they ain't there. I get the feeling like I could make them way better, so they might not be in the demo. They're definitely one of my least favorite enemies at the moment. The little cannons are way cooler. It's having more weird automaton style things of like dolls and parts is a little cooler, I think, and probably what I'd be aiming for. Oh, that's right, there's actually a secret way up there I forgot about. Also, the magician needs some kind of wand or something like that. Just doesn't have one. It's kind of lame. That's too high up. Oops. This one's a little tricky because you have to be a little lower than normal. Or you'll hit the ceiling and you'll miss, like that. Can I just jump straight up? I wonder if I can. Yep, never mind. I keep reworking things, so I can never remember exactly how things set. The Moon Tarot. You have to come back later with the Moon Tarot. Think about Metroidvania, you know? You put all this stuff in for later. They'll be back eventually, probably. Go hang out by this light. This light needs to be, this room needs to be improved in general. Like, I need a light that's lower down that you can easily see. And just more to this room. Even just a set of stairs to jump up is probably better than this ramp, too, while I'm at it. This is a hidden room, but, you know. It can still be cool. It doesn't gotta be lame. Yay, city.
Simply waiting for me to take them. But it's not like I have any other choice.
Ooh. None of the dialogue is finalized, but I put some temporary things in there.
Even if I die,
Oh, we gotta see if this one works. I remember I fixed this last time. After the last disastrous playthrough where I discovered some horrible bugs, I need to actually turn the Empress on. I went back and fixed a lot, and I'm just trying to hit those things up as I run by them to see if they actually work right. They should.
it's hard to describe the toy I met today as anything other than the most miserable, greedy little rodent I've ever encountered. But she taught me something very important. It appears I can save some of the toys. I don't have to do this alone with only Tinka as support. Maybe I can do this.
We jousting, huh, boy? I see. You ready for it? I guess I win. I thought he'd leap at me and I would miss because I missed the first shot, and I was like, oh my god, I'm gonna get hit in the face. Nope. I win the joust. Ooh. I almost missed the thingy. Really? Okay. I didn't know I could bounce off things. So far I managed to bounce off things more. I must have made a change to her collision that caused her to bounce more. Very true. Besides on the couch. Obviously she bounced on the couch because who doesn't like the bouncy couch? Okay, well, right now I ain't liking the bouncy couch, but alright, we'll do it this way. Making my game look hard. I need to play through it on a controller at some point too. I think I got everything working so the controller can now play the game. And I've been playing on a keyboard and mouse the whole time for every single test because there were things that you couldn't do with a controller, unfortunately. But I'm pretty certain I fixed all that, so should be possible. All right, can I jump on a pre-grown plant? I think so. The plant collisions are a little weird, so I try to get them fairly close, but not too close to the plants, because, you know, otherwise it would be... You would just get caught on all the weird collision involved with it. Don't touch the lamp. That's what I just heard. Should probably move it over the side, honestly. It's a little off-kilter. I like riding the plants up. Technically, you don't have to, but I like riding them up. Alright. Oh, I forgot I can go up here if I want. Get the Empress's second ability. I may put the another weapon in there. I think I'm going to. Just one other weapon to play with. Maybe a ranged weapon. Just something that's fun. Well, that's right. I discovered a secret way up and I'm going to take it. This is not the secret way up. I'm just jumping over this because I think it's fun. I wish to explore this secret way. Just because it's like a baller thing to do. Watch, I'll just flub it over and over, but I'm going to try to do it. Jump to here. Jump up here. Jump up here. And jump over here and grab this. Aha! Now you're right over by here. And the reason I came back here is because there's a secret way out of here. And then you can open the door. You get the Empress too. Hurry! It makes mushrooms that explode. And they heal you instead of... I don't know, I just switched this. They heal you and anyone around you when they explode. Think Bomberman, but with healing things. Well, that's right, now I have these guys here. The machinery room needs to have things to fight in it, I think. I love the little cannons. They're like my new favorite thing. They're just so simple, but they get the job done. No complicated moving AI, nothing of the sort. They're just like pew pew pew. And they have a lot of health. I didn't even program drops into them yet. I don't even know what happened there, but that's fine. Why aren't you moving? I have questions. And by the light for a second. Also, while I'm at it. Yeah, they're not really moving, which is interesting. They should be. I remember put a thing down, I thought. Whatever. I could have sworn the other enemies were moving around, weren't they? Yeah, it's like the nav mesh is still broken. Well, I'm not restarting the playthrough, so I don't care. I don't know what's wrong with it. We all saw it calculate. Maybe I do give out the bubble wand early. People like the weapon. I'm not going to give the ability to jump on the bubbles or anything like that until significantly later because I don't have any level areas designed for it, so it would just be not a particularly good mechanic to hand out. But just having a ranged option is pretty good. We'll see if I fix his health or not. Looks like I didn't fix his movement, but... Nope. No, I didn't. Okay, well, Patrick has no health. Sorry to everybody. Sorry to Patrick. He's normally a pretty cool boss. At least I fixed the bug with him. That's something. Gotta hurry up. This is a long run. There's no crystal ball. Okay, well. Gotta fix that. Huh. Must be duplicated somehow. Oh no. Ugh. Get up here. Come jump onto here. Jump onto here. Jump to here quickly. Get back to the light ASAP. Almost dead. Died there. Perfect. Yeah, maybe I will give out the Hanged Man earlier. Maybe I'll call it Temperance. I've been thinking about swapping out the Hanged Man for Temperance because I think Hanged Man should be... Honestly, I'm probably going to make it double jump because I really like the idea of like a rope appearing around my Poppet's neck and yanking her up in order to get the extra jump. That seems like the most bizarre double jump I've ever heard of, and it just seems, you know, very appropriate for the Hanged Man. Unlike Strength, which you're jumping off of air. I guess that's sort of a strength thing, but then is it really? Yeah, it seems kind of a little bizarre. Like 0 out of 10, probably not the best. All of you stay in there. I'll go in here. I just updated this room to have lots of different areas. You spawn in a little slow though, it looks like. I don't like that. It's also very laggy. I don't know how I feel about that either. Alright, we're past the demo now, boys and girls. Yes. The Hierophant unpossesses objects. I think this room loads a little better than it did previously. Not like insanely better, but a little better. Its initial load's a little crap, but it does seem like it's behaving a lot better with a lot less lag spikes than previously done. So. I could make it where you have to fire the Hierophant in order to stop things from doing that, like temporarily shoot them. I don't know though, that'd be really hard for this puzzle thing. I don't think that'd necessarily be fun. It'd be a thing you could do, but fun might not be the word I would use for it. I'm not sure what the other Hierophant abilities are. It's gonna have to be pretty weird, whatever it is. Since it's like a holy symbol thing. All about order, you know, faith, things like that. So, Hierophant abilities are going to be kind of hard to think of. Of course, this one came about because of a barricade floating away one day, so... You know, divine inspiration, right? I program a barricade back... Oh my god, I just jump off, whatever. There's my other divine inspiration. Well, I'm going to grab the other weapon one down here then, because why not? I wanted it to be harder. I adjusted Poppet's collision. I think she's a lot more bouncy now. I don't know how I feel about that. Well, that's right. I've never actually done this since I made this change, where they're all small boxes. It's now up here. They're moving just fine over here. I wonder why they weren't moving on the other ones. That's what she said. Yep. Yeah, I do want one more weapon, I think. Oh, I'll hide in here because I'm being shot by those things. The cannons do make the platforming more fun. Ow. And I missed. Ugh. They do not make it easier, though. It's my own little like gladiator game or something like that where I'm trying not to get shot as I'm dodging these powerful things shooting things at me. Nice. Oh, nah. No apologies required. Make all the jokes you can. Please do. I love chatting with people, random jokes and things like that, so. And if I do something dumb in the game, feel free to make fun of it. If something in the game sucks, make fun of that too. I'm old school. Yes. We make things, you know, make fun of things that are stupid. And take every word correct possible. Well, as long as the Twitch TOS allows. Okay, so now I have access to the newest ability. I don't know why I wasn't using it already, but... Exploding mushrooms, yes. So satisfying when they blow things to tiny bits. What kind of crap was that? Sometimes they jerk all weird and strange directions, which probably needs to be fixed. Now this feels like a little too long to get the next weapon. This weapon's not that incredibly effective against him. It is effective, but it's not like incredibly effective. Well, it's somewhat effective. Get some curse back so I can heal. Alright, let's try to be less of a failure this time. I need curse back for this. We're about to do a dangerous game here as usual. Get my sanity back before we start this, because I did get the sanity upgrade, so it does make a lot of these easier. We'll have to see how the upgrades work out. Like, I don't have a very good idea how I'm going to balance anything. A lot of times I like to balance combat around your ability to get out of the way of things, like, you know, reward you for skilled play and not for number superiority. Like, numerical superiority is fine and all, but I don't like that in games. It's not very fun. I win because I just have bigger numbers and don't have to do anything different. Nah, it sucks. So a very Dark Souls concept, really, when you think about it. Only this game is, well, hopefully not as hard as Dark Souls. I wasn't aiming for an incredibly hard game. Oh, Patrick does kill you in like 4 hits, so... And your heal does take 10 seconds per thing, and might heal Patrick if you're not careful when you use it, so... Maybe, just maybe, it might be harder than I think it is. But he's like 25 minutes into the game. By that point, I feel like he deserves a real fight. I mean, you know, when he has health. Weirdly enough, the start of the game is actually somewhat hard too. Hello. There's usually a lag spike when jumping to this one. Wow, that's like the first time I think I've ever seen no lag spike in that jump. I guess this room got a lot more optimized, huh? All records key, perfect, perfect. I actually moved this key closer because how inconsistent it was and how many times I had to repeat that later section, so I'm probably gonna put something farther on just in case you really go the distance. Finally, another save box. When I originally had it set up, the save boxes were really close, surprisingly. I didn't really feel like you had a lot of time, had to really worry that much, but now you have to worry. These landmines are friendly. You can tell because they thank you for jumping on them. I just do that because there's a save box right here, so I don't really care. But this is Charlotte. She just wants to be your friend. Also, there's a pipe behind her, and if you happen to, if you find the secret, there's a secret room this way. Which I always get. But anyone who, you know, doesn't watch me play this will probably miss this room. And that's a real shame. But the good news is there is a map. And it does show that there's a room going off this direction, so you know that there's something this way. You just don't know what or where it is. So that's the hint you get. Just know there's a room in that direction. You'll figure it out. Probably. I hope so. If not, well, anyway. I'm gonna grab this key. There are enemies in here? Really? I don't recall putting enemies in here. I have questions on how that happened. Huh. I mean, there probably should be enemies in this room, to be honest. Rooms that are... Well, actually, kind of... I've been dividing it into puzzle rooms and non-puzzle rooms. In a lot of cases. I mean, it's not entirely... Okay, you know what? Nobody wants to hear that chicken noise the whole time, okay? One job. And that's for the sound attenuation to actually work. There might be some animosity towards that sound effect. Just saying. There might be a little anger over it. I'm just saying. Talk to my therapist about a chicken sound effect. Now, the real secret is that I work in a building with a bunch of therapists, and technically I could just talk to any of them. Not like, you know, as an actual patient, but I just talk to them and then start talking about a problem, and then because they're a therapist, they would be forced to, like, you know, respond in a way that a therapist would because they're, like, programmed to. That's like free therapy if you want. For those people keeping track, I basically almost never ever in my life even talk to these people because they are like deer in the headlights whenever you try to talk to them about anything. Literally, it's like, someone's out there keying your car. They look like they're gonna run any moment. You're just like, I'm trying to help you, buddy. Pretty funny. I remember one time I talked to one of them and I was just gonna tell them that they were doing construction out in the parking lot area, like one of the parking lots, and they shouldn't park their car there because I picked up like over 50 nails from the parking lot, and I'm like, yeah, you probably shouldn't park your car over there. And oh my god, he's just like, I'm just like, okay, man, I'm just trying to help you. It's okay. Do you need a therapist for the therapist? I don't know. Dude's a marriage therapist. I'm not married, so talking to him makes no sense for me, but it's pretty funny. Yes, marriage therapists and social workers. I share an office building with many of them. I'm just like, oh, I can tell when they have a bad client that day. You can hear the yelling. Oh god. No amount of money in the world could make me a social worker or a therapist. No amount of money in the world. Whoa. What happened there? That's weird. I somehow gained a bunch of momentum. It's like I managed to gain momentum off the box moving me or something. That's... Speedrunners are gonna have a field day with this game. if they get excited by this game, they're just going to be like, oh my god, and I can already see all the physics issues that pretty much exist because it's Unreal Engine. I'm going to take this way back. You could go to the control room and then to the safari room and then to the library. That's the other way you can go to get to the library, but this way leads to getting a key easier. If you want the key. Hidden key. Guess I can save in case there's a break. I can load the save. Checking I wasn't so close to GD me into the smoke. I'm pretty generous on this one, though I could move it a little closer just so this is harder. I saw some alcohol. Not a lot, but you know. I've been streaming 5 hours. I'm still on the same bottle of alcohol. I'm just saying. I need enough for this one to, like a full sanity bar for this trick. Yeah, other than not having Patrick have, you know, the right help thing, I don't think I've encountered any bugs that were like game breaking. That's not game breaking, that's just dumb. The Empress can break these boards too, but because sanity is an issue, waiting 10 seconds for that to break it is not very good. I haven't included the music puzzle yet for this key, but soon. It's hard to jump on just one key. I might need to make the keys bigger. Or just the whole piano bigger. I'm gonna grab something real fast because this will make my life easier if I get it. Whoa, whoa, whoa. That's good to know that you can do that. I do a lot of additive physics. Technically you can launch yourself just about any way you want. I ain't stopping you. I need to put pictures for these other ones here. I just have the same Poppet dancing for almost every one of them. Once you get the second one of these, you can pick up and lob these at stuff for damage. I'm probably going to increase the speed of it so that it just knocks the crap out of them. Because it's kind of hard to use. Plus, you can get caught on these pretty easy too. Not that effective against these enemies, of all things, but I might also make it a fixed damage, because right now it doesn't do as much damage as it wants to. It's like, based on the velocity of it, for how much damage it actually does. Okay. Those Charlotte thingies really aren't the threat I want them to be. That's why I have a timer now. It explains how long I've been playing. Also. So 57 minutes to get to this point. Not too bad, right? Like, we're coming along. I have to actually equip the Empress. Clock on the wall seems wrong. I need to fix those. I wanted the clocks to say the game time. Some of these crystal balls don't seem very collectible. One of them wasn't collectible. There's that one.
This world is so strangely beautiful. To think someone so horrible as the Toymaker could make such a thing of beauty. I have to wonder why, though. Why make this place? Why collect the souls and put them into dolls? What drives a man to such pursuits? Somehow I suspect the answers will find me, though I doubt I'll like what I hear.
Get off the boat. He saves me jumping back later. Aha. Well, the only thing I'm not a big fan of is the lag points whenever you're getting your sanity back. But then again, it's also kind of a breather from the content thing there, so that might not be a bad thing. Because you are basically forced to run almost the whole time, and you're really encouraged to never stop. And that's probably not ideal to literally be all the time. Checking on the chat at both things, because you never know what the chat's saying. Though usually at this point in the night, not as much. It's usually on a quiet time where there's still people watching, but not as many chatters. Then the coffee people roll around where they're so hyped up on coffee, they just, you know, they need to chat. But by that point, I'm like, can't wait. Be like 5 hours from now, it's like, and they're just like, how you doing? Going, I'm doing fine, buddy. How are you doing? Alright. I put a lamp here specifically because of how hard this room is if you don't have that lamp there. Yeah, they're not moving correctly in these rooms. That's interesting. Look, they're hiding back there. I think the Navmesh didn't quite calculate correctly, though I literally saved it and watched it calculate twice, so. The Empress is so good at dealing with trash. It's like completely horrible against the big ones. Actually, where did the Patricks go? Or the Patricias? Oh no, the Patricias didn't spawn. Yeah, there's something got broken about those. It didn't used to be the case, but it used to be that there were Patricia dolls here, and the Patricia dolls were kind of the meat in amongst the potatoes as far as being a big beefy thing to fight amongst the hordes. So this way the Empress didn't completely just wreck everybody in the room. Just most of them. Yeah, I gotta figure out which weapon to give as the new weapon. I don't want to leave it where it's just one weapon. For the whole demo, I want to. I forgot to rescue her. Oh my god, I left her. Oh, I'm not rescuing her. Whatever, I don't care. She's new and irrelevant anyway. I could go rescue her, I guess. I gotta do that whole jumping thing again. Yeah, these ones didn't appear in the world. That's weird. Well, one of them I didn't grab. I think. Yeah, I didn't grab the one in the toy maze. Where are your stuff? Okay, we're gonna start making some notes here, because you know what, there's some broken crap here. Like shop items, don't spawn, on later visits. Patrick's health is super low. Crystal ball. Here, Patrick doesn't spawn. It's one or two things I'd remember, but at this point, I ain't remembering all that. I haven't even got a curse upgrade. I don't understand why there's no why there's a thing like that. Oh, you know what I can get? There's a health upgrade I can grab. I keep forgetting about this upgrade. Might as well get it, right? Oh, I guess I hit the chat again. Dumb. There's definitely some serious load issues. Alright, so instead of breaking this, you can actually do this to get up here. Or you can try to get on it. You can swap out the Empress, and then you can actually get up there and grab that. Yay! And then you go back in here. And maybe that'll fix her items. Put a double check here just in case. Nope. I'm assuming they spawn and then it looks like I've already collected them or something. Oh, you know what? Oh, I guess I need to change the picture here for the save. Well, let's try making these there. Painting world. Fix the save image. That's the room image. Okay. Why does this keep blocking the chat? I need to go through and fix some of the boss AI things too. Well, mostly Patrick's. I don't really care about Vu's AI terribly much at the moment because she's not even in the demo. You can tell the load time for this is a little slow. I think what happens is that I have it just defaulted to put the player near like the starting area thing, and it probably loads all that crap, and then they get moved to the next player start. So I need to basically have them get moved to the right area immediately. Hey, but the Patricia is loaded, but only 2 of them. The full super. They're not really walking either. The old double damage costs a lot to use though. I made the thing really expensive because I knew how overpowered it was. It was originally free because I didn't bother to give everything there. Yeah, it's not even moving, just sitting there. I'm assuming that's because the nav mesh is messed up or something. I'll have to look and see. There's definitely some problems that have been added into this game. We boink. I love the bouncy couch. I don't care that it's unrealistic. So we're dolls fighting each other. That ain't stopping me from doing it. Just saying. I only could grab her from there, I would totally do it. Just to rescue her, but whatever. Oh wait. There's a secret. There's a secret. No secret. I don't know why they aren't walking. It's really annoying. Thanks, I hate it. I quite like this area because it's just kind of off to the side and you might not even notice that the Empress works on these plants, or the mushrooms. It's possible I should replace every single plant with a mushroom, so this way you always know what the Empress works on, just that it works on mushrooms. Because, I mean, it makes exploding mushrooms, healing mushrooms, and you grow and shrink a lot of mushrooms. So if it always worked on every basically mushroom you saw, well, little mushrooms would be probably pretty fitting. Can't really go back that way, but you can go back this way. Honestly, wait, actually I could have gone back to the storage room. That's actually probably a bigger pain. Yeah, actually have to go, well, would it be? Actually, it wouldn't have been. Actually, it would have been really easy. Oh well. The smoke stuff needs some serious work. I might also re-increase the load range too to the 9600 because the simple reality is some of these rooms are just so large you can just see past what you would want to be able to see. Like you can see things I haven't loaded yet. This is where Charlotte chases after you, but of course I'm going to do what I can to cheese my way through it as fast as possible. Because I know for a fact that there's certain timings I can get away with. See her over there in the smoke. She can't move because apparently the nav mesh is just broken on this area, so she's not particularly much of a threat unless you get nearby her. Which kind of sucks because that makes her way less interesting in this room, but whatever, she should vanish soon. Unless she's, okay, I was gonna say, unless she's broken, but the fact that she can't chase after me pretty much means this room is going to be a breeze, but in fact, I'm going to see if I can just cheat my way through it because she can't move. Yeah, she'd normally get me right there, but you can't normally get away with what I just did. But because of the fact that she apparently cannot move for whatever reason, the nav mesh somehow screwed up. Okay. Makes this room even faster. Normally I cheese the room halfway through, and I'm gonna take this out. This is not in the spirit of this at all. Because it connects to the chapel, and because of that you can reset the room. And it's not very fun. Because then she's not really a threat. Plus, you can just come back out of her and heal. It's kind of stupid. So that needs to be removed. I'll have to make a note of that. Otherwise, this last path is actually really hard. But not if she gets reset and doesn't even spawn. But she also can't move because of whatever weird bug, so that's fine too. Oh no. Got bounced. I might need to increase her thingy so she bounces less. She really does kind of bounce. And not bounce in a good way, like you'd want the character to bounce. Ugh, lag spike. It just doesn't register the input. Fine. Oops. Round 2. I need to do some things to improve some of the lag spikes. This room like lost a lot of lag issues. Like certain lag spikes that were just every time in this room are now gone. So really, putting things in the room thingy so that they spawn when you first come in here makes a huge difference. I should have left the cannons in this room because they were just fun to break. I think the fact that they explode is the thing I like the most about them. That's really what it is. Are you gonna get on this chair? That's weird. Huh. It just seems really dark, like it's supposed to have a light on it, and yet here we are. And here we are things. Mm-hmm. Alright, so the lag spike is going to be a real problem, so be careful about that. Try to play around it. They often happen around the same place, so... Right there, you see how that lag spike happened? You just wait for the lag spike to resolve, and then jump. You stay over there. only has a brief window she can actually hurt you. I cheated. I know it was a cheat. I don't regret my actions though. That crystal ball's not even there? Or is there one farther on? There's a key I don't think I've ever managed to get. I should probably get that key just on general principle. Yeah, I don't see that crystal ball over there, so I'm assuming it's not working. Most unfortunate. I'm gonna try to get this one anyway. Wait, I don't need that, do I? No. The stands is one of the hardest ones to get. It ain't friendly in the slightest. You gotta basically know where you're jumping in advance because you look at it before you make that jump. You jump into the smoke and then you jump immediately out and try to land on there before she grabs you. And if you grab you, you're dead. So, you know, don't get grabbed. I'm a genius like that. Really? Because you're right underneath me. It's hard to see, isn't it? Suck. I got it. Really? Sometimes it just doesn't pull her up all the way. That program is not my fault. Epic made the game animation sample. I just took it and used it myself too. That's most of the upgrades. Most of the collectibles. The crystal balls didn't all spawn, so it is what it is. I didn't pick up that NPC because I forgot to rescue her and I didn't really want to go back since she does nothing of any real value currently anyway, unless you're trying to get special items in the game, but the effect of many of those items isn't even in the game yet, so it's not that important. Double check I didn't miss any of the chats real quick. Is it set to hide them after like 2 minutes or something, or 3 minutes, and I might not look often enough to see them. Why are you up there? I have so many questions. You shouldn't be there. Whatever. You're probably not even gonna move, are you? You'll jump around a bit. Because for some reason the nav mesh is broken, so I'm just gonna wail on her. Been the most pathetic boss ever. Well, everything besides the bosses works great, but to be fair, this boss's fault is just that the nav mesh is messed up. Yeah, well, that's obnoxious. I won't be able to go beyond this room because I won't be able to talk to him. Actually, wait, can I? Wait, though. I want to see if I can get her to knock me up there and I'm going to try to talk to him midair. That's letting me cheat the thing and go beyond where I'm normally at. I don't hate this idea. Oh. Really? You're going to be like that? You're going to do me like that? Wow. You hide behind me. Some people's children. It's all mini pop. It's a little voodoo doll of you. She's adorable. That's all you really need to know. She's adorable. No, no, no. You're supposed to knock me up in the air and you're him. No, knock me up. Come on. Really? Jump backwards. Jump backwards. No. I'm trying to use her to get me up here so I can get, try to trigger him. That even knocked me up in the air, you suck. I can't do it in the air. Oh, I thought of that. I was like, I'll just talk to him in the air, I'll get the key to the next room and then it won't matter. Can't do that. Oh yeah, this is just pathetic. Without her being able to move, like none of the enemies are interesting. It's just awful. Just gonna wail on her a bunch. Guys, you're not interesting if you can't move. I think I'm gonna fix everything so that this whole thing looks better. Maybe I'll even include this all in the demo. I don't even know. The demo could be all the way up to Vu. Who knows? I'd make the demo a lot longer than 2 months out, though, probably. I gotta refine the crap out of this stuff. Gotta drop these by her. She can't even move. Oh. Oh, never mind. Then when I beat her, I can just cheat and go to the next area. Awesome. That's so little damage to her. Oh, bosses, why can't you work? Honestly, what we should probably do is I should probably just restart the battle, because I'm basically at the end of the playable content anyway. Yeah, I'll just restart it and I'll just make it work. And then it'll be more exciting to watch, right? Rather than watch me just wail on her where she does nothing. That's like the end of it anyway. If anyone even wants to watch this point. How many people are still left? That is a question. But yeah, after that, like, it's just concept rooms to look at, but I haven't even come close to finishing. Broken stuff, more broken than the other stuff. Exciting. Just lurking? Fair enough, fair enough. I appreciate the lurk. When I started it, there were like 13 people watching. Now I think there's like 4 or 5, so between the two. I get the feeling it's a little late for a lot of people. There's like a doldrum point in the thing where I've found that I'll start out with a fair amount of people, and then the doldrums will hit, and it'll go down to very few people. And then if I keep streaming really long, I hit the next wave of them, which happens closer to like the 7+ hour mark. And it's like, all right, okay, nice. Yeah. By that point, it's like, I'm half awake. Just saying. I guess I'll fix some bugs then, because, you know, if people want to see more, I'll do it, but, you know. Oh, this one doesn't even have a number. That explains everything. I didn't put the number on it. No wonder it doesn't appear. That one's 2. This one has no number. 5, no number. Nice, nice. I don't put numbers in any of these things. What the hell? Okay, well, first off, there ain't supposed to be a crystal ball here. No. I'm just saying. Crystal ball 1 should be literally in the first room. Actually, there's a crystal ball 7. Crystal ball 1 is here. The next one should be in the maze. So the toy maze one. Crystal ball 2, sure. How goes your stuff in Unreal? What you making? What you doing? Oh my god. Tell me things. Tell me everything. Or not. Guess you don't gotta. But you could. You definitely could. The next crystal ball would be, I guess, outside. Right here. Right? Sure. We'll move it to the closest room you can use to get to it. It's the pump room. It's gonna fix all these problems. I didn't move too much today. I did stand for a bunch of the stream. My legs hate me these days. There's way more crystal balls than there's supposed to be. I guess the waiting room is 4. By that standard. And then the next one... Where are all the crystal balls? There's one in Patrick's room. There's like a crystal ball in literally every room, almost just about. So... There's no crystal ball in this room. Okay. That's true. There is one here. So this is the first crystal ball. There's one inside of here. Second crystal ball. There's actually one right here. There's a third crystal ball. We should have to come back for it. So technically it's the 4th crystal ball. There are none out here, I don't think. Not supposed to be anyway. There's one in the pump room. We're just outside, so that's like the 4th one. And then Patrick's room has the 5th one. It's only 5. Where's this one at? Okay, that's the next one there. Is that the next one that appears? Probably. I guess this would be 6. In the library. That's good to know. I thought there was one more of it that I had to do, but I guess not. Well, there's 50 crystal balls, so I really don't want that many in the demo. They'll give you kind of an idea of what's happening. And wherever the demo ends will make a lot of difference on how many of these you really hear, but... I'd put 8 in there. That's probably fair. You have to have all of them before the basement. Or before the fight in the basement. Which could happen. I don't even have any dialogue for Crystal Ball 8. I mean, I have a bunch of stuff written, so it might be okay, but... Okay, so I only need 5. Or 7 if it's the whole thing. That's a lot of rooms you go without finding any of them, but that's okay, I guess. Alright, well, let's make a note to I only need to finish 5 of those. Because, you know, I don't want to have to do any extra if I don't gotta. I definitely think that It'll probably just be up to Patrick, and I do want one more weapon. Do I hand out the Hanged Man? I might, like I say, it might become Temperance. I could see it being Temperance. So it would have the ability to fire a mini little projectile that doesn't bubble them, and then probably a charge up that does bubble them. And then maybe like a time slow. But it'd probably be a targeted time slow. I don't think I'm going to slow the whole world. Maybe. That could be a thing. Can't spell today. I had to spell. I feel like I should be using Enter the Nightmare somewhere in here. It's such a good audio track. I have it. I do. Very important. I'll figure out where I'm going to use it. There's just a handful of tracks that are just amazing in some of these things. The other ones are just complete garbage, and I'm just collecting up the ones that just seem absolutely amazing amongst the humble bundles I've collected. The many, many humble bundles. Yeah, she has an ab mesh. You'd think it would work, but no, maybe it just didn't. He fixed Patrick. Pretty certain he had 500 health. Did I write it down? Hopefully I wrote it down. I did not, but I put an A up here for some reason. Backspace? My backspace no work. That's weird. How is that A there? Yeah, sometimes it gets a little weird. It just puts things in places you can't get rid of them. Like I can't even move the thing up at all. It's weird. Move it down if I want, not up. Having some issues there, buddy? Can't click the image at all. Huh. I don't know what the problem is. This is being dumb. Whatever, doesn't matter. It's possible I want the sisters in there. Currently, the little drummers are like the crappiest enemy, and I don't like them. Yeah, let's go ahead and this should be good. I don't think the star is making the cut. I think it probably is Temperance. I'm probably going to swap it for Temperance. It makes so much more sense. And I think I want the Hanged Man to involve ropes and things like that. I could see that. Not a bad idea. I'll assume it's 500. I don't remember what it was for him. I think it was 500. I don't know what's up with the shop items. But I can go there and test it. Make this kind of a test. I'm gonna have to do this. Change the game mode up. This is the problem I have here with why it's causing these problems. What I'm gonna have to do is set the location slightly different. So what has to happen is I need to base it entirely upon those and open this up in order to get what she's got. This should fix the load problem. I was just thinking about how I'd fix this. So if it's in there, I'm gonna need this information here. I'm casting it, I might as well just keep it. This way I won't have to do it again later. Because I have them based on levels for where they're at, so I do this. And then with the string thingy here, I can split this up for every conceivable thing. I should name them all. And then put them at the correct location, and this should fix the load problem. I'm assuming I'm just going to do that. You know... Oh yeah, the music's it's good stuff there. I thought about having a Christmas area, I really did. With corrupted Christmas things, and I might still... The problem with the Christmas area thing is I just don't have a lot of assets that match that kind of thing, so, you know, I gotta pick and choose my, like, 5 biomes. Well, the 5 major biomes. And some of them are just, it's easier to make certain things real that I have assets that are good, or I can make something close. I guess I could put Christmas wear on things like that. That'd be kind of fun. But I have to have Victorian Christmas wear, and that's rough. Especially because it's very bulky and doesn't move very well with a lot of this stuff. What I'm thinking here is I should, instead of saving these spawn points, I should just get rid of the spawn points and instead have an actor transform. Because I'm going to set the actor transform anyway, and it's just setting them to the various spawn points, but... Is that what I want to do? Because the reason why things load really well in the carnival room is because the default area is the carnival room. So it loads all the stuff around that, but then it moves you again, which is why your Metroidvania things haven't loaded yet. I want to async fade out first, and then I'll want to set the transform. This does seem kind of dumb. Do I want to make the change to do that? That's a question. How is the save setup? Guess I can just do this. This is the fastest way to do it. I need a key to the new life room too. Oh, I actually need the name. It's a ghetto fix, but it'll do. Oops. Copy paste this into the other one. I guess there aren't that many save points. Hey, which way is this facing? 180 seems pretty bad. Negative 180. Should be like 90, right? No. Or 270 be easier? Yeah, 270, which, no, actually, yeah, that's the blue arrow. Alright, so 270. That's not what I want. Hey, names. Well, that's always fun. Goodness knows that took me quite a while. Not for the faint of heart. I kind of wish I just stuck with the autosave setup anyway, which I'm probably going to switch back to, but this is just to fix loading issues that are a problem. Yeah. I remember I went actually ended up buying a save system. I'm trying to say buying a menu system that worked with this UI nav stuff because I didn't quite understand the program very well and it didn't cost very much. And also didn't want to program in how to do all the button switching and things like that. It turns out it would have been way easy, but not easy enough to make how cheap it was to get. I'm just saying, it's pretty cheap. It was pretty cheap. I mean, it goes on sale for a while. Let me check what it is here. Oh yeah. I gotta look at it when I'm not logged in. So let me bring up one of the ones I'm not logged in. Oh no, that's UI nav itself. Sample pack. I guess it's 20 when it's not on sale. I think it went up, but it actually has a thing you can see which does all the stuff. Mostly it's a lot of the menu things for you. It came out pretty easy and did a lot of the work for me, so I didn't have to do as much work, especially with all the settings crap that I just didn't want to do. I've been tweaking it ever since. But, you know, it came with all the different icons and everything like that for stuff. It's just pre-set up, ready to go, so. Obviously, my menu looks completely different now, but some of the bare bones stuff, I was like, I don't want to program each of these. And, you know, it'll go on sale. It'll be like $10 or something, you know, $5, whatever it is, when the next big fab sale, which will probably be relatively soon, I imagine. Right? Well, who knows? Fab's so weird. But in a lot of cases, I just think how long it would take me to make something, and I realize that I'm going to need a lot more menus for every game I ever make, so rather than hate my life a little, I can hate my life a lot less. Yeah, well, I figure if it also had all the save built into, well, it had all the stuff made to do things like that. You have to obviously add in your own information that you want to save. It just had a lot of stuff pre-made for you. I also didn't quite understand the menu system very well for how UI nav worked, so I was like, oh, let's do this, and I realized some way better ways to do stuff that made it a lot easier. Some of the stuff I didn't like at all, but it definitely made my life a lot easier. I don't regret it one bit. Paid a fortune in time. Hey Jay, how's it going? Oh, it's going pretty good. You know, living my best thug life. As they say, as they say. Busy, fixing a load problem where things don't load very well because when you switch between levels or worlds. Actually was just doing a playthrough thing. Got all the way to like the boss, but actually I'll do a quick showcase of our room so you can see. And I'll just set the default to, oh, actually it doesn't really matter. I mean, there's always lots of free-to-play games, and I'm gonna go with no, because there's also paid games too. And the reasoning for it is that free-to-play games use a lot of mechanics that are just blatantly unfun. They're designed to basically annoy you into giving the game money, and those of us who hate those mechanics and don't find those games fun would rather just pay money for a game that's designed to just be fun from the start. Plus, a lot of free-to-play games end up being significantly more expensive because you'll hit a grind wall, or like basically where you have to grind so much that you end up paying basically in order to keep continuing. So I don't really expect it to be normal at all. In fact, they've been around for ages, and yet, well, they are technically more popular than people playing them. They don't necessarily make more money because just because someone's playing your game doesn't mean you make money if it's a free-to-play. I need to change Poppet up. That's what I do. I'll suit up a bunch of abilities, make Poppet all like that. Yeah, overall I would be utterly in shock if that was a thing that truly happened where all the paid games went away. I won't even touch a free-to-play game. Oh god, no. Gross. Pay me to play that crap. Suit up all these toys. I might switch this Temperance being another card that it does and to get rid of the other. Well, a lot of the free-to-play games are like fun at the start because they want to get you hooked, and then they quickly turn into not very fun because the grind walls happen. They can't start out that way, because if they start out that way, you wouldn't play. But there are a lot of them out there. Especially on mobile. But mobile's kind of a dumpster fire when it comes to gaming in general, so I don't really pay too much attention to it. I know it makes a fair amount of money for the right games, but oh, those games just don't seem fun to me whatsoever. But yeah, there'll always be games that are hot. But I mean, you know, a disgusting amount of free-to-play games come out and most of them never make a dime. Because you have to have usually some kind of way to convince people to spend money, and most people who got free-to-play games don't pay any money. You're literally relying upon like 3 to 5% of the people who play your game to make all the money for your game. The rest of the people are never going to pay a dime. So I sure hope those people provide enough money to make up for it. And sure, they'll be the runaway success like Marvel Rivals, but you know, for every Marvel Rivals, there's like 1,000 games that just failed. 1,000 free-to-play games. There's a lot. Mobile's just rife with them. Oh, I guess I can get rid of the sound here. So you see the Fool is still about, still doing its thing. It's all big and cool. You can go giant size. It's a squeaky toy. Got the Magician. Can pick up small objects and throw them. Still manipulate stuff in the environment. Got the Empress that makes explosives, or makes exploding mushrooms. They hit everyone nearby. New insanity effect, so when you start to lose your sanity too much. Ugh. Still working on the Hanged Man, but it bubbles things and makes them float. Not very good against this thing, actually, weirdly enough. Use the Empress's healing things. It's good against crappy enemies. I need to work on it because it's not reproduction ready. The Empress has an ability to heal as well, which is what I'm doing here. I'm still working on this death one. I literally just started making this, so it's completely... It's got some weapons, mostly just currently using tashes for it and hurts things. It is... Literally, I haven't even finished making it, but... It does have a cool scythe. Mostly it's supposed to teleport you forward and then send you back. I didn't do the send back thing, and then damage anything in between. As you can see, it is not very good yet. No. Strength is currently double. Oh yeah, that's right. This thing is broken because you can't unequip it. For whatever reason. Wait. Is that true? Yeah, something's wrong with it. It breaks that thing, but it's okay. The engine can also just crash on me too. That's fine too. Anyway, we're work in progress, but I've added a bunch of things and a bunch of new areas, and I have like an hour and a half of content. I'm getting there. Yeah, I think that honestly, I think free-to-play games will eventually die out. You might guess. A lot of people get tired of the predatory models. There'll be the occasional one that succeeds, but I think that a lot of the practices that they use will be considered illegal at some point. Because a lot of it's gambling and the like, and it means encourage gambling for children and things. And they've managed to skirt it for a while, but they keep pushing the envelopes. I think at some point they'll get legislated out of being okay. But not before everything gets crowded by infinite AI slop. Doesn't mean the AI slop will make money. It probably won't, because it's slop and people have a lot of games already, so they don't really care about, you know, your random trash game you make that's pure slop. But people will try. 100% people will try. Can't wait to see what happens. Alright, I was fixing a problem. Not a great way to fix the problem, but it's a way to fix the problem. I should just put all these here, honestly. Not the most ideal method here of doing this. It's actually a pretty bad method, honestly. But that's okay. Oh wait, I keep changing the wrong one. Ugh, really? I have to manually type this in? Oh no. I hate that. On so many levels, I hate that. Honestly, I don't think I even need to do that for the painting world. I might just leave the painting world off because there's already stuff going on there. I don't think I need it. It's not a big area. Actually, I might want it later though. Then I get to get rid of this setup here and instead just have a default thing. It's not bad. Oh, I gotta switch on levels too, so actually, never mind, I have a separate one down here for it. I can see where I'm gonna need to do this. Well, execute choose the painting world, so I could just do this, put this here. At that point, I just want to do this beforehand. Well, either way, I need to do it down here for this too, so... Eventually the painting world will be big. That's true. Oh no, I have low enough viewers that it's like, oh look, best viewers. There's like 6 people watching on Twitch. That's pretty good. Like 3 on YouTube. That's like 9 people. That's not terrible. Especially for this time of night. Oh my god, this time of night usually it's like less. It's the doldrums time of night where things are just a little less going on, you know? I think for the painting world, I might just leave an initial thing and call it square, and I'm going to change it up later. Because I don't really need it yet. The painting world's not very big, and it doesn't have the big loading problem like the other one does. But it will get bigger. It will probably become an open world map in its own right at some point. But more importantly, I need to make the other one work, because falling through all the tables and stuff is pretty crap. Huh. I don't even need the nav mesh down. Why am I letting that build? This map is so heavy. That might happen. I might just have a different load for, like a different world for the later map. And you start doing less of the city. Or like, not less of the city, but like less of the building. So like, basically shut it off, so as soon as you go through this, like, level here, it like takes you into the next type of area. And then restrict the second chapter to basically that. So like, each chapter has an area. Like, you can still go back to there, but it'll have like a load. Wouldn't be a bad idea. Because, well, my computer will probably explode if I try to make this full game and just the map thing. Like, it's only so powerful. And I got a lot of floors to make, so... I do have a good portion of these floors made, though. I have like a lot of floor 2 made. And a portion of floor 3. And floor 3 technically goes down here, too, so I do have floor 3 partially made. That might be a good idea, though. Then I can just work on these areas, and then you just go through a little portal and jump to the next thing. The only thing that sucks right here is you want to see through that, so I'd have to block this off. My cat's name is Kit Kat. I mean, you're not wrong. Baked lighting is really good for optimization. It's a little less good when your game is largely about light and moving lights and things like that. Then it's maybe a little less good, but is it more optimized? Sure. I don't even know if they still support it though. I don't think they do, right? Any type of movement like that. And dynamic methods, and like the only methods left are screen space, a plugin, or lumen in 5.5. So if you want to do baked lighting, you've got to kind of stay back some versions apparently. There's definitely gameplay mechanics you can do that you just can't do with baked lighting, so there's some upside. It is, however, significantly heavier. Ain't no one disputing that. Nah, man, nah. I'm just gonna have each of the savings there and just put them in the right location for it. I'll just be that guy and make it easy on myself. It would be probably easier just to save the transport. I need to redo the save system at that point. If I do that, then... well, then I'm still going to have to write these transforms in here. It'll just have to be in each of the boxes, so it won't necessarily be easier. I could record the transform of the player start and send that over instead. Like, have it get its own thing. How do I have this going here? Let me double check how I had this figured out, right? So over here, it does this, get all access less for each loop, sure, looks for that, and then tries to set the player location to there. And then it just invalidates, and this is just the event graph, event begin play, so there's really no need for it to get the player start. All the player start really does for me is make it so that I can have a easy setup going. We're moving them around in order to get the thing. It's not terrible. This way I'll have to constantly re-update them. True. Hit all the chats, nice. But this way doesn't involve me rewriting anything at the moment, and I think that's what I want to do right now. How many saves are even in the game at this point? There aren't that many. But I think I'm going to create a second menu that opens up when you go into the Poppet boxes. If I do that, you open the Poppet box. This just takes the previous slot and level, so you never have to change it. I'm just gonna do it the other way because it involves a lot less me rewriting a whole save system. It's ghetto, but that's fine. Later on, I'm probably gonna rewrite it a bit. But in the time it would take me to rewrite that whole save system, I only have like 7 or 8 possible points that you spawn from anyway. So why don't I just individually mark those points, because I'm gonna have to do it anyway, only do it the other way through the other system, and just, you know, make my life easier. Because I'd rather get back to designing areas, and this is just a problem that needs to be fixed. I do need to limit where the saves can happen though, so I'm probably gonna make it where it's you can only change your save or load from that point. Well, actually, load can be from anywhere. I don't care about loading. Loading's fine. But just have an actual option to save. It plays out so weird just to be able to change the save location. I mean, like, autosave is already basically built into the game. So I could have you just pick your save right at the start, and that's the only save you use. And then it just saves from that point on. Or let you have multiple saves. Multiple saves isn't terrible. And just saves over your most recent one. That's kind of ghetto sounding, right? Like you pick a different auto save point basically like that, and it just saves over that one. Yeah, I was thinking about that too, but here's the thing about that kind of sucks. Anytime you have anything that triggers based upon if the player has, you know, done something, can potentially be, you know, messed with. Like, you can get past triggers and things like that. So it is a thing to keep note of. I could let you just save literally anywhere and just save in the bosses and things like that, in which case you would only save if you went through the paintings, which would auto-save you because, well, otherwise I have to save everything to, like, the game mode, and then if you don't save, that sucks. But not having an autosave is kind of weird in this day and age, like... This has been an argument I have myself, like, because both, you can't have both systems, it doesn't work very well. Auto-saving is less work on my end. I could have a duplicate save on the main menu too. Saving anywhere is also an option. I'll have to rewrite my save so that it starts you a different way and starts you at the point you saved at, which is probably technically better in that it's easier. I wouldn't have to do all this. But the big problem I have with the saving setup is literally the painting world. That's what's screwing it up. Because I have to save your information because the game won't remember it when it switches levels, right? So I have to literally save somewhere on the information. And normally it just auto saves. That's the thing. Right now I have it where you can save anywhere, but it puts you back at your last player start that you went to, which is kind of weird, right? Like, it's just strange, right? And it seems weird. It doesn't play out very well. The autosave method, I think, plays out the best as far as gameplay because it doesn't force you to go in and out of the menu over and over in order to do things. It's probably the least amount of work. And probably it just plays out the least weird. I'm just trying to think of how it could play out that it's not weird. I mean, I could keep it as it is now, but like say the issue now is it auto saves when you go into a box. It auto saves when you go through a painting. I could ditch the box one. I don't know what the painting one over whichever one you saved last. So it'd be like pick a new auto save slot. Would be like, you know, it'd have to say the menu auto saves to the new slot instead, if that's what it was doing, which is fine, I guess. It's still kind of weird, right? I've been arguing with myself on that because it definitely a problem. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. It just means that you only get one save slot. And then I have to have a new save command setup that's different. Basically, it's like the original one I had, which actually worked very well. It's probably what I should do, an autosave system like that. I just don't see a world where letting multiple saves is a great thing. It's because this is not like a JRPG. Like you can save in the middle of combat, which I guess is fine, but the issue is not everything in the world saves. If you saved in the middle of combat, what would happen is because you didn't kill the boss would then spawn back in with full health. However, your health would be whatever you saved it at because your stats do save. That's part of why I'm saying like the game wouldn't work very well if I let you just save anywhere because not everything is saved. So by that standard, I can't let you save anywhere. So I can allow saving inside of the Poppet box. Like if you're within the Poppet box, then you're allowed to do a save thing. And that will let you set different saves. I probably have to label it change your auto save slot or something like that, right? Or something like that. Some sort of note at the bottom, be like, this is how it works. I probably should just make this better rather than go through and put all these weird things like that. Instead of having a player start, just have it move to locations. Because you have to have it move to a location anyway. Because if you don't do that, then it will, if you're on like an open world map, you have to do this because otherwise it won't load anything around that area. And if you wait for it to move, then it's like you put it in a certain area and then it spends forever trying to find a player start. It will then move you there and then start loading things. So like, if you don't put them in like the right spot. So if you put it in the right spot, then while it's trying to find the player start, then it would in fact load everything around you, so stuff will load correctly. So in a way, I actually want the player starts thinking about it, because if the player starts with there, then the player, it'll have to find it, it'll wait for them to load, and it'll act as basically a buffer. Okay, well, thinking about that, now I understand I need them. So yeah, I think I'm going to restrict saving to only inside of the Poppet boxes as a change autosave. I think that has to be a thing. Which then means that BPI menu has to have a thing, I think. I'll just do it now rather than think about it. It's just, the current system is too weird. I can't let you save anywhere. It'll break too many things. Inside a Poppet box. Solid box. I guess the Poppet box can just call the menu on that one. They're basically intrinsically tied to the menu anyway. I'll just name it Save to New Slot. And it'll only appear inside of a Poppet box, and I'll have a thing saying, hey, if you want to change your save, that's how you do it. And if they want to make a bunch of backup saves, then they totally can. And that'll be at least not broken like it is now, because this is broken right now. Like, there's too many ways to break this. Oops. It's moving. Wait, I keep thinking I'm clicking on something. It's just not. Weird. Actually, this does have BPI menu on it, right? Does it? Implement interfaces? No. Alright, so with this menu here, then we have... No, wait. I'd want to send it to Poppet and then have it get it from Poppet. I think she has BPI menu anyway. She has like everything. She is the game. Up there. So like this. Guess I'll just return. I could combine them into two. That's true. I don't know why I capitalize one, not the other. Actually, I usually capitalize all of them, so I'm gonna continue my naming convention because it'll bug me if it's like one's one and the other's the other. This goes. I messed the A up. Nice. So that means that on this one here, whenever she overlaps a Poppet box, well, technically there's an arrow thing that it could actually use instead of a player thing, but that's fine. I'm just going to go ahead and get the player character right here. Rather than get it over and over and over. It's fine if you're only going to do it like once, but I might as well just have it there and do it all at once. And let's do this here, box collision here. On component and overlap. Actually, I don't need all this crap. It's just, if it's Poppet, then I'll just set it in the box and it's not true anymore. And that'll be fine. box. Chair. I mean, the pause menu here can just, you know, make use of that. I don't need this anymore. It just checks right here. Actually, oh, they both work. Well, wait. When do I want to do this here? When am I running this particular code? Oh, we're doing the visibility thing, right? Might with the controllers, might have to put it at the bottom or change it up or something. Test. Already that. Didn't set it as invisible, did it? Oh. A bit of a flub on that one. Let's remove this binding and then set the default as hidden. And add it back again. It's not selectable, but it's not vanishing, which is weird. Okay, that just flubs everything. Just making it unselectable. But not invisible. Kind of a wild looking picture though. Oh, I'm dumb.
False, sure. Still false. Supposedly it said it's true. Wrist hates me. It's fair. It knows what it did. Nobody likes it. Mm-hmm. Sure. Supposedly it said itself the true briefly. Oh. I think this shuts itself off. Collision on it. Don't do this.
This way is way better than the remove collision option. I programmed this box a long time ago, and there's way better ways to do everything I did, and I didn't do them very well. Turning off the collision was fine, and then it turned it back on if you got far enough away, but it doesn't seem that necessary. Still false, sure. How would those being gone affect that? I don't quite get it. Because all this did was turn the collision off. Which makes no sense because it should trigger the first time no matter what because the collision's already off. Here this looks like it's turning it on. Which makes me wonder if it was never on, but it looks like the collision is on. Event constructor messes with these things. I think it just never initially sets. Stadium's right there. Does it work with a controller too? Yeah. Okay. Sure. False? Sure. Sure. Hey Owen, how's it going? I think you're far enough away to turn this back on today. Well, I appreciate you swinging by. Hanging out. Even if it's not for long. I'm disabling the save if you aren't inside of a Poppet box, and just lets you save to different spots. Otherwise, just auto saves. So you can't just save everywhere. That's a good question. What did I add last night? Let me delete these two things real fast, and I'll do that just so I don't forget to delete them. So I was working on a new enemy. It doesn't currently do anything per se, but I will show you the enemy. I don't remember all the things I actually even worked on. I see Kitty Cat has a bunch of fun emojis. Nice. I approve. So yeah, I learned that I could take, you know, a random metal, you know, thing like that and strap various doll pieces to it to make a monstrosity. I'm assuming it's going to launch the heads at you or something like that. It'll have a couple heads that it launches and explodes, and then from that point on it'll have it'll try to hit you and everything like that. Or maybe it'll regrow its heads. I don't know if that's true or not, but like it'll have temporary projectiles. Yes. Yes, creepy. I found a hat and a scythe. Oh yeah, I added I had the other ones that are the cannons, which were added a couple nights ago. Yeah, this is the random death side thingy. It doesn't do much. I want to move the card around. I haven't done that yet. Currently, I was considering having like teleport forward and having you like, you know, hit something and then you teleport back to where you're at. For some reason, the particle's not working right. I don't know why. So I'll probably change the particle out, but and you just damage everything along the way. I'll probably have it in any direction. I don't know. I started it and I didn't really finish it because I didn't super care. Because it's not even going to be in the game for a long time, so that's a thing. I made these strange devices. They're a little bit off. They need to be tweaked a bit to be truly wonderful, but eh. As you can see, they light up. Very exciting. And of course, you probably recognize these from the day or two before. They now actually completely blow up. Or they fall to pieces, I should say. Like hit it, apparently. As you can see, it just falls to pieces now. What else did I work on? I don't even remember all the things I worked on yesterday. That was like the most noticeable things. These bizarre monstrosities. You can run around below them, I guess. They kind of have awkward collision though. So I need to fix that, of course. What else did I do yesterday? I don't even know. I know I made these. I know I made the doll creature thingy. I made it where they could explode. I fixed the problem with the dialogue system, so the dialogue system is now better than it was. I still need some tweaking because it's not great. I really want to have it just continuously add new ones to like a scroll box and occasionally have options in it. I'll catch you later, Owen. Thanks for swinging by. And I was looking at that level. I'm taking a quick bio break real fast. All right. Very cold in the rest of the house. 0 out of 10, do not like. Okay. I was working, gonna show him what I was working on here, but I guess not. Today's mostly been optimizing the game anyway, so it just runs it not awful. I mean on stream, because it was running pretty bad. Well, one map to the next. So, oh, I know what I was working on. I need to get all the start information so that the game loaded correctly on each of the places, and I also still need to optimize a bunch of the locations because they're terrible. Just straight up terrible. Basically, I need to go to the game mode here. And for the corner, oh, I just need to manually enter these. This is just going to be boring. There's no easy way to fix this other than basically just go into each one here. Yeah, the mustache moon. Right, because one day the moon had a mustache. It was just spying on me. From that point on, mustache moon was real. That's all you need to know. Mustache moon is real. Unlike birds, which are of course fake. It's been established by all the, internet conspiracy theorists that birds are fake, but you've seen actual proof of mustache moon being real, so, I don't know if I can get both these on the screen at the same time. I'm gonna try. So you can watch this exciting situation, I guess. Yeah, sure. As there's no quick way to do this. Unfortunately. That's okay. Oh, the game is so weird in this mode. Ugh. Thanks, I hate it. Almost like a horror game. 0 out of 10, do not like. It's getting a negative Yelp review. Or whatever review you want for it. Do people even still use Yelp? I mean, I guess a Google review is more likely to be used. I don't think anybody actually willingly goes to Yelp, but if they did, I don't remember the last time I've been there. It's like going to Reddit. It's just a place I don't really want to go unless I have absolutely no choice. And I should probably ask myself, did I really have no choice, or did I just make a bad decision? Typically, it was a bad decision. Nah, most of the time it's because I'm looking to see if someone else had the same problem as me. But I'm still going to make fun of them a bit. Just because. There might be a slight amount of distaste. This is because, when you load into the world, if you're not near the area, then it will not load things. So I'm literally just having it put them near where the player start is, and then go and look for the player start, wait for the player start, and then put the player, let the player go. Hey, better. How's it going? Pretty good. I've been fixing problems and finding more. The usual. Everything I would expect from my average game dev day. I think I fixed more than I caused. So that's like a net positive? Kinda? Sure. I guess. I fixed the problem with the boss thing from yesterday. How's your day or night going? Well, that's the secret of real game dev. You never have to finish if you just cause more problems than you solve, right? It's genius technology here. I'm looking for all the saves, but I'm trying to keep everything on the screen so people can look at what I'm doing. As you can imagine, it doesn't really fit very well, you know? So how's stuff with you? You, got a project in the works or anything? I mean, it sounds like you do. Well, with causing more errors than, you know, fixing. I assume that means you have a project. Maybe. We got a trailer out. Awesome, awesome. That's going well. I can get behind that. I'm a bit envious since I haven't. Oh, that's right. Greetings. Yeah, now there's blurps. Soon all blurps. I think I put like 50 of my, or 25 of them. You can fit up to 50. I just need to go through and look for more. So what's your game like? What dis? This is such a ghetto fix. Gets the job done, that's all that matters. You believe someone calling the doll shop? Good question. There's the creepy doll one, I think. It's like creepy doll thing. Creepy, creepy child laughter, maybe? So, standard JRPG norm? I mean, at least you released one, right? Hopefully not everyone having an ad break as soon as I said that. Maybe. Because, you know, ad breaks are inconvenient. All coming together? Nice. There's a lot of them. I should add so many more. There's so many. Oh, my game dev time schedule? Pretty much like this.
One eternity later.
The part is now I can play them all because I just have unlimited channel points because it's my channel. And they just give me free unlimited channel points. I guess they work for them, I mean, to be fair. Oops. So now the ads are over, like, what sort of JRPG? Like, I mean, what's it about? Tell me stories. I need them. Now's your chance to do what every single game dev in the entire world wants to do. Tell people about their game. Right? It's like crack to a game dev. Kind of is like crack to a game dev. I'm gonna go ahead and say it. It basically is. Well, I mean, that's like RM in a nutshell, right? Like they're just trying to rip off the old, 90s Final Fantasies. I thought that was just what was expected. Are you saying that wasn't what they were supposed to be doing all this time? Oh my god. Why is this at a negative 360? It's so dumb. I have questions. So many questions. Sometimes I set numbers that are weird. Okay, like, you know what? We're just gonna go ahead and remove these extra numbers. I don't think it needs to have quite so many numbers. I think we'll be fine. It's a little bit on the crazy extra numbers side here. That one's not, but sure. And if it has nowhere, then spawn it at the game start, just in case. I mean, to be fair, some of the old Final Fantasies are pretty good. Okay, 6 was really good. I'm just gonna go ahead and say that 5 wasn't very good. 3 wasn't very good, like real 3. 4 is okay. At least it's iconic, but man, 6 is still the goods. I mean, I never want to play it again because I played it like a million times when I was younger, but there weren't a lot of games back then, so you kind of rented the same game over and over every weekend. Oh yeah, definitely. This is Crystal Nodes. Yeah, bring up a Poppet one there where she's got like, well, first off, we'll get rid of this crap because I don't need it anymore. Well, I have it up there and I remember. This one too. Just so you can color them in with different colors and things like that too. And it's entirely free. So I'll just put the link up. Node. It's on Fab. Yeah. It works 1,000 times better. Let no one tell you different. Actually, the truth, now I'm gonna put the link in chat tonight. Yes. Everyone should play with UE. It's just better that way. Also, for anyone who hasn't done it yet today, you should definitely go get the new free stuff from Fab. I'm just saying. There's new limited free stuff. This one's kind of crazy looking. I'll give it that. I don't know what I would do with it, but it's crazy looking. But that one's kind of neat. Kind of like all the swirlies. But it looks very weird and strange. Modular, sci-fi vehicles? Yeah. Not very useful for me at all, but you want to do some sci-fi stuff, or you just want to have a little tank game. I'm just saying. And yet another Western town, which would have been useful if I didn't move my timeline to the 1920s, but I have like multiple Western towns, so it didn't really help much, but still I appreciate the freebie just the same. Fats bar, nice. Love it. Love it, love it. Yeah, all those free things, I mean, You should always get the limited free stuff. Like, I mean, the limited time free stuff, just every time. Yeah? I got a lot of Laerte stuff. That stuff's real good. I actually use some of their stuff too. You can recognize the Laerte steampunk stuff out here. I mean, you can tweak it and move the stuff around. But, you know. As you see, I made my own building for my main building, but there's a lot of boring buildings. I might make my own special buildings for those too. I wonder if there's a new Humble Bundle going on. Sometimes they have good ones for software. Like, you should definitely, Oh. I guess for the RPG Maker people, they decided to make a Beyond Expectations bundle, which gives you stuff. Guess I should link the oh. Oh, your knight's in the bundle. Oh, MZ's not even in the bundle. Your knight's in the bundle. Oh, that made my night. It's so dumb. Is it $10 too? Can you really get it for 10? Guess so. Pixel Maker for 5. Oh man. And Ace, I think they just give that away for free. I didn't realize Pixel Maker was in here. It is. Oh, I'm gonna link that in the Discord so we can laugh at it. Oops. Oh, that makes my night. I mean, for what it is worth, for those people who need money right now, they are doing that game jam, and there is like $3,000 on the line. $1,000 for the best game made. First place, second place is $1,000, and if you use Unite, there's $1,000 on the line too. So just using Unite is probably, you're the only one using it anyway. So, you know, I'm just saying you probably can just get a free cave, you know, because who uses Unite, right? Oh, okay, that makes a lot of explanation right there. I don't know why you would use these engines. I really just don't. I really don't. Like, you know, it's fine if you already made a game, you already started a game, you want to finish. Okay, I'll give you that. Sure, but starting a brand new game now, in like, I don't know, man. I mean, if it's just because you want to make it because you think it's fun to do it, sure, but if you're looking to sell it, sounds rough. There's so much more functionality in like Unity or even Unreal Engine is better at 2D than RPG Maker. Sure, it's faking 2D, but it still does a better job. Just saying. Oh, I'm gonna be laughing about Unite being $10 for so long. Oh my god. It must really not have sold any copies. Yes. Oh, I should test this save thing. Man, that's funny. So funny. So funny. Oh, wait, do I want this one or anything? Yeah. I mean, just the fact that out of the box, even though it's not even intending to do a 2D engine, it already has better, you know, everything for sprites than RPG Maker is so adorable. I mean, you know, Unreal's not pretending like it's a 2D engine. It never pretended like that. Epic has never advertised it as anything of the sort. But I'm just saying, like, you could produce a really fast game. Now, there's some downsides to UE, like, you got to make your own save system, your own menus and things, and if you want to make your own RPG combat, I mean, you'd have to do that. Of course, you could also just find one of the 9 million WYSIWYGs. I mean, they've given me a bunch of them for free. Ah, Paper ZD is awesome. I really see no reason for, like, Pixel Game Maker, because if there's one thing that Unreal can do very well, it's make a platformer. Like, really? It's so easy to make a platformer in Unreal Engine. It does like 90% of the work for you. That's why platformers are everywhere. But even for JRPGs, I have like so many JRPG things. Yeah, like, why not just use Godot at that point? Like, I don't understand why you'd want to pay for an engine that does that. I don't want this open, I want this. Where's my library for Unreal Engine? Nope, nope, not that one. Like, I have all these RPG things now at this point. It's just so many. They just give them to me. JRPG template, yeah, right there. Turn-based JRPG template, turn-based RPG template, turn-based strategy RPG template. So many of them, all for free. I never paid for a single one of those. I would never pay for. I don't like turn-based RPGs. Not at all. Well, when I was younger, but that was like, you know, 35 years, 30, right, 30 years ago, 35 years ago. When did that come out? Might have been actually 13. Not like 31 years ago. Yeah, they do. It's awesome. It just saves so much time and effort. I'm slowly filling this full of things that I've been making. Eventually I'll have these control panels that are awesome. Just cause. I just want to. You can go inside them too. I'm running cords inside them as well. Oh, yeah. I'm slowly adding to things. Oh yeah. These are my new power supply thingies. Just cuz. They're powered by I don't care energy. Like, I don't care what it is. So things are getting pretty big. Actually, when was the last time you saw like the combat or anything like that? Only been like a week or two, right? I don't know. Because did you see the I guess I don't have any I don't have a nav mesh down, but we don't need nav mesh. I have double jump enabled. You saw these, right? I made these thingies out of pipes and doll parts. Ooh. And they break into pieces? So they're pretty exciting. I'm gonna make more of them because just making weird, you know, monstrosities out of doll parts is pretty cool. They just do things, so maybe like more turrets and things like that, just because the turrets are weirdly kind of fun. I need to pick a second weapon to make available because I think the demo has you use the Fool for too long and not a lot of alternate options. So it might be that the Hanged Man becomes like that. It needs work though, it's not designed correctly yet. It might also become Temperance, but it also has a cute hat, so you know, I'm just saying. Very exciting. I think I'm gonna change the hanged man to the double jump thing, and I'm just gonna have a rope that appears around her neck and yanks her up in the air. Be like the most awkward double jump you've ever seen in your life, but people won't forget it. That's right. It's a great hat. 10 out of 10 best hat. All my homies love this hat. They don't go that far, unfortunately. But it bubbles things. Yay. I haven't got a scythe for this one yet. This is not like, I just started looking at the concept for this one, so it's, yeah, I got like, this will be for like death. Currently I'm thinking of having it dash forward or something like that, or shoot you forward and then do damage to things in the way, and then shoot you back, but for some reason the particle's not working right. I don't know what's up with that. But it's supposed to set you back too, so I'll probably be able to aim it in any direction. Can you imagine? I'll have to look at it though. It's not going to be in the demo, so I wasn't too worried about it. My Unreal Engine broke again. I wanted to relaunch it anyway. It's been doing that a lot lately. There's a lot that needs to be optimized. This poor thing is, it needs some work. Oh yeah, I got another enemy too that I was working on as well. Just yesterday I made a whole new enemy. It doesn't actually do much yet because I haven't get any kind of AI thing. I made the little battery core thingies for like inside the machines and stuff like that. I got the death stuff together because it just was cool to have. I did a bunch of other tweaks too. I just tweak things every night. Well, I tweak things a lot. I'll show you the other thing that I made. It's exciting. Let me drop it out here. I also have an improved dialogue system. I made all the menus last week too. I don't know if you saw all the menus. The menu work got much better than it was. Where is it? Where this? Oh yeah, the crystal ball's there. Isn't it exciting? It's like a metal creature thingy with doll heads. Ooh. And the crystal balls tell a story of oh, you can stand on it. I love it. Yeah, the crystal ball is telling a story of a doll came before you, so yes, I had that wonderful exciting thing. As far as the menus, yes. As you can see, I have a map system too, the various floors and things. The only ones that are really all that complete are those. Every time you open up a floor, go to a new room, it shows up on here and shows you the important things in there. It only tells you that there's something in there. It doesn't tell you what's in there. And you can guess which rooms are connected by extra exits. I also need to get rid of this thingy that says false over and over. Load menu, you're only allowed to save if you're in the Poppet boxes, but you can do those if you want. The collectibles let you play the collectibles from here. And of course the tarot menu you've already seen. Options menu. Yeah. I've been debating on how much hand-holding you get. Like, some things I gotta explain because, like the things like the dark mechanic and everything like that, or the dark light mechanic and the cursing, that's gotta be explained. That's not very intuitive. But everything else, it's like, how much do I really need to explain here? So there'll be like a simple screen that pops up. It says, this does this. I have like what will probably be amounts to 66 mechanics, so it might get pared down a little, but I don't know. It would depend on if I can come up with mechanics for everything. I might not be able to. Some stuff might have less. Yeah, I made that wonderful thing. What else have I even done? Stuff. Oh, I didn't show you the dialogue things. So now the dialogue things have these, and they're supposed to have pictures that go in here. I just haven't set the pictures yet. I need to set a default picture. Oh, I have controller support now, which is also good. And I also got the dialogue thing fixed, which took me a while. That's helpful. So now the game should be completely playable with a controller. I don't know if I want to play it with a controller because it still feels a little weird to be playing with a controller, but I adjusted the camera so it's faster on a controller than it would normally be because the mouse one is so much quicker. I had to speed this up some. It's still slower, but I don't know. Hyper fast camera on a controller feels weird. It is and it isn't. So here's what I recommend everybody do. 100%. There's a free plugin, and it's called UI Nav. Let's see, can I find it? There's such a terrible search engine, Fab. Here we go. Found it. So you take this glorious thing here, and it just lets you, like, it uses a few different node things like that, but instead of having to program each button being accessed by a controller, it just moves to the next one in the area, and you can dictate the behavior if you want, but it's just, I don't have to program anything extra. As long as it's a UI nav component in that direction, it just moves to it. And it lets you just push buttons and do everything. You don't have to program nothing. And mostly you just reparent your previous widgets into like UI widgets or UI nav widgets or UI nav components, depending upon if it's like a button or not. And that's it. That's all you gotta do. I ran into some bugs with this dialogue system I made off of a YouTube tutorial, but I figured it out. I'll put the link in chat. And for the YouTube people, they can have it too. Because there are a couple people watching on YouTube. Yeah, like I built a whole bunch of things like that, and it just was... It is embarrassing how bad UI's controller support is. Because, you know, this plugin managed to completely embarrass Epic on an unimaginable level when it came to controller support in the UI. I was like, Jesus, this thing just works right out of the box. You barely have to do anything. Epic's like, look at this common UI thing. It's like super complicated. I'm going, this just works. So, yeah, it's kind of dumb. But that just helped out a lot. I spent like almost like I think 2 or 3 weeks screwing with UI things before I was on there, just wondering if I should even have controller support. But I'm like, it's a Metroidvania, I gotta. And then I found that and I was like, thank God. Oosh. Got a little snack because it's streamed for almost 8 hours. Yeah, as well you should. It is amazing. So what else did I add? Takes so long to live this level. I need to do so much work to optimize it. Now these things, when they're enlarged, look awesome. The Magician Altar is like the pinnacle of my technology so far. It just looks majestic. You know the Magician is waiting here for you. Why is the Magician full of all this strange technology? Don't know. Do I care? Not really. Meanwhile, there's an Empress 1 here. The Empress 3 is sitting in this little goodie box, in case you remember where it's at for later. I've been working on the new life room here, a new starting room, but it's kind of boring so far. This is a problem I'm running into, and I kind of want combat right at the start and not a weird little maze thing to explain the dark mechanic, so I might need to get rid of this. But what I'm considering doing is making strength, the first strength thing, the ability to grab ledges and pull yourself up, right? Because it makes sense. The strength would do that. The game was not built for this. She just has this ability from the start. But I think I take it away and just make it a thing. However, it's not, the game isn't set up to, like, the game is set up originally from this room where you would get the Fool and just wander through here, break things, fight stuff, and then climb up, you know, so it gave you mechanics to play with. But this room doesn't have that. So let's say I get the Fool here, because this could be a, you know, a good place for the Fool. Like, I could see that. Then I give strength out here, I guess, but then you don't even get to use strength immediately. You want to climb ledges with it, so I almost don't even want to put strength here. I probably want to put it farther in, but then I got to make an altar for it. Maybe over here I can make the strength altar. But then this room would have to have no particular, you'd have to be able to get at it without actually grabbing ledges, which I think you can do. I'd also have to disable the traversable thingies. Make the traversables check to see if you have the strength arrow. But I am going to have like 66 mechanics, so, you know, if I can make use of a mechanic without having to do anything, it's not too bad. Yeah, she wouldn't be able to get up here. I'd have to readjust everything to get her through this room. I don't know if I'd want to do that. I could just make this a fighting room for the Fool. That might not be a bad idea, right? But instead of having all these bizarre pathways here, what I actually have is almost like just a ramp to fight on all the way up and just beat things up. Let him get used to fighting. I don't hate that idea. I really do think the first room should involve fighting. Fighting is more fun than mazes, and I mean, parkour is okay. That's kind of fun. As you know, parkour, but actually, that reminds me. Ah. This music thingy seems so loud in my ears that those things don't sound like much. That's right. Yeah, the fact that I have blurp sounds is awesome. I don't know what half of them are, though. Like, what is this? I'll click it. Well, there you go. Well, there you go. That sounds like my release schedule. Just saying. There's so many of them. The creepy child laughter's done pretty well, though. Nice. Now the important thing will be to save all your information. All the information you want. So you make a save, that's cool, but then you gotta save all the important information. And then when you start a game up, you must load all that information. That's when it gets fun. Lava Lord the Crab Slayer. That is quite a name. I approve. Greetings and salutations to yourself as well. Yes. You were just in time for me to question why I made a certain room. Also, apparently this was just running. Fair enough. Why I was making this room. Resistance is tough in anything. I gotta fill this full of more machinery. It needs to have cords and cables and just be wild. And more gauges and everything like that, and buttons. It needs buttons to jump on that make lights happen. Not anything useful. I just want the buttons to do things. Maybe I'll even have a button puzzle, but I don't want to do that necessarily for these things. But I want it to be control panels, so it's just fun to jump on buttons because, you know, how many other games are going to let you as a tiny doll jump on buttons? Seriously, it's just not a thing that gets to happen very often. Giant control panels? Yes, yes indeed. Honestly, you know what I probably should do? That piano. I should put the piano in the first room so people can jump on the piano and play with it. You 100% know they would love that. There's no question in my mind they would just jump for joy. I do have a piano. I also have an engine that keeps crashing for some reason. I think my poor computer's like, oh, why? I guess we're going to launch it again. There's an update for the 5.54. I'll do that afterwards. I don't really want to do that on stream, but not 8 hours into the stream anyway. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, light up buttons. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna have buttons. I want to jump on things. It has to happen. It's important. Oh yeah, the piano thing. That was one of the early things I imagined to myself. I was like, oh man, really? As a tiny little doll, I want to jump on a piano. I want to play the keys. I mean, that's necessary. Thankfully, a nice guy in the Discord, he actually made it for me. Is Stephen Beetle of Beetle Games. And yeah, he actually made an asset pack for something like that. He mostly assembled parts out of something else like for it, but you know, he did the work for me, and I just had to program it to work. So I updated his code and gave him the updated code. So it's kind of a joint effort, but he definitely assembled the piano. But I will show people the piano. Also empty tab. Yeah. I haven't actually seen him in a bit. I wonder what he's up to. I mean, he's still in the Discord. He just, you know. We're up to 66 people in the Discord. We're getting there. There's still there's still some RPG Maker devs in there. They don't always talk too much. Clearly, I don't use the engine anymore, but even the temptation of $1,000 doesn't sound very good to me because I have to use the engine. I don't want to do that. No. But there's still people using it. I think they're all slowly turning to UE because they see me using UE. This kind of works. A lot of them are UE devs, but well, actually, that's not necessarily true. There's plenty of Unity devs in there and some Godot devs too. I haven't seen all their projects, so. But whenever I go to raid people, I notice most people are not using Unreal Engine. It's kind of rare. Yeah. At one point, I went back because I was getting better viewership, but then I realized why I was getting better viewership, and it wasn't really real viewers. Because if you post your link to your stream in the profile, little profile comments thing, while it's on the front page thing, it acts as like almost like a view bot setup. That's wrong, not viewer. But basically, everybody viewing that page counts as a viewer. So there were times where I'd have like 50 plus viewers, but they don't count as real viewers. But it does kick you up the numbers while you're still in the list. But you have to do RPG Maker stuff. That's the caveat. pretty big caveat, because nobody really wants to follow you when you do that, but... Well, not many, anyway. It always seems really popular. I mean, it does seem popular. A lot of indies like it. I don't know about the, populars. I see a lot of people using it. I haven't really checked their viewer numbers. They're cursed machines. Oh yes, these machines are beautiful. Behold the machines! This is a steampunk game, so I keep making weird machines. What do they do? Does it matter? As you can see, they do stuff. And I made these machines. They too do stuff. And it breaks. Try to dodge its attacks and whatever, but that's not any fun. Nothing's set to actually move right now because there's no nav mesh, but still. Machines! Also, it's like a Mega Man capsule. There's a giant button. And it opens up the capsule. Normally there'd be something in there, but I already have the item, so, you know. You run like hell from RPG Maker to that project stuff, but why would you run like hell from the RPG Maker thing when you could buy their really cool Humble Bundle and start using Unite? I tried to not laugh. Yes. Did you call viewers and comment bots? I could see this. I totally could. The machines. Yes. Yeah, a lot of these are... Well, some of them are too passive in what they do. Some of them just aren't finished. They don't do anything yet. Well, they do some things like the stars. This is just overpowered. So what it does is one side exchanges sanity for health. If you're in the light, it's basically just heal. And if you're in the dark, well, then it's not just heal. It's actually very, very costly. However, you can trade health for sanity as the other option, or spin it the other way. I'm probably going to change this to Wheel of Fortune for the tarot that it is, and change the star to something else. The star is usually about healing and stuff like that too. So I don't 100% know what I'm going to do on that. But this was originally going to be in the demo, and it's proved to be so good that there was just no means of, like, the bosses couldn't really fight it. They just ran away. That was your whole strategy, to run away. That's what led to the Empress being the one that I saw music down. Actually, I'm going to put an mesh down. If we're going to beat stuff up, they might as well get to move around. It's more fun. Time to play some Bomberman. Where's Bomber Girl? Even though this might not always be the best one, it's actually probably my favorite of the toys. Because it's such positional combat that it's actually fun to use, because you don't want to heal the enemies and you also don't want to blow yourself to bits, so... It also has a pretty high cost, so you have to spend a lot of time in the dark, which means your sanity eats it pretty hard. I mean, it's not incredibly high, but it's high enough that it runs out pretty quickly. Oops. I mean, maybe they could be immune to it. I don't know about an animation to make them eat it though. That's kind of a lot of effort for what's probably funny, but I'd have to look and see. Like maybe Patrick could eat him or something, because Patrick does kind of have a bite attack, so he could try to eat him. But it would only be funny if it was like a cartoon style thing where they like, you know, it exploded in them and they did the big old cartoon inflate from an explosion in their stomach kind of thing. Which I could distort them a bit. It'd be funny. I don't know if I'm going to do that because it's a lot of extra effort that honestly I probably shouldn't do right now, but you know. This is not even remotely finished. Heck, it doesn't even hide her hair, but you know, at some point the chariot's going to be like a weird flying thing. I know it fires little cannonballs. It's not even, I didn't even bother to set it to aim correctly because I didn't care, but it is fun to fly through pipes and stuff. That's cool. Beyond that, it could probably, I mean, it's not even going to be until way later you get this, so I didn't worry too much about it, but it's a concept. We have to love concepts, you know? A lot of these can't really do anything in this room because they're so narrow for what they do right now. Strength is double jump. The Emperor protects you from water. The Hierophant, of course, you know, does the whole book thing. Like the possessed object thing. Best scene in this room, the Hierophant room itself. For the new people. And there's like, yeah, a fair number of people watching. Especially for this time of day. Surprising number of people watching for this time of day. Yeah, I mean, the Hierophant unpossesses objects. Like, there's possessed objects that won't let you do anything with them. And the Hierophant unpossesses them. Well, makes them behave. Unpossesses. A strong thing. As long as it's active, so. I can jump successfully up there. Very challenging, apparently. Creates puzzles. Missed the jump anyway, but that's okay. You get the idea of what it does. I gotta make the Death Terror do something, but again, this one's not even gonna be in the game, so I don't know how much time I should really spend on it. Also, it keeps causing glitchy things, so I don't even know. I probably don't want to use that because I think that's been crashing the engine over and over. Doesn't even unequip correctly. But I might put what's currently the hang command into the demo. Exactly. Yeah, it works out pretty good. I mean, you know, it leads to situations where you go to these big long jumping things like that, but then you use them in multiple areas too to, like, prime example here for the new people. I did a run not that long ago, so I'm not sure if I want to do yet another run tonight, but it takes about an hour and a half to do a run of what I have. So I try to do it maybe once a stream unless there's a lot of people who are like, I gotta see it. And I'm like, okay, fine. But yeah, like the magician also, you know, manipulates objects in the environment for the new people. Such as opening drawers, cupboards, picking up small objects, borrowing small objects, picking up some toys if they're friendly. You can rescue them. I have double jump enabled, I shouldn't. It also turns on lights. You can manipulate door handles. It's actually a bunch of ways you can go through this area. This is just one of the ways you can go, but I'm going over the piano anyway because I forgot to show everyone the piano. I could just drop on the piano, like, you know, directly there, but that's less fun. Also, the batteries are running out. My earbuds, I'll just swap them in a second. That's okay. Normally you wouldn't have double jump at this point in the game, but I don't care. I'm cheating and using it. It's supposed to be a music puzzle. I haven't put it in yet, so the key's just back here. As you can see, he spent a lot of time assembling this fine thing here. Yeah, it's a Metroidvania. I gotta do these things. I gotta jump on things. It's important. Also, double jump is required in every Metroidvania game. But I'll probably have some hints around here, something like that, and some secret you can unlock by hitting the right keys. I'll have to brush up on what piano keys are which, because I actually don't even know. He actually came up with put all the notes in there for me, so I didn't have to figure it out. Gave me a lot of time and effort. Very nice of him. He definitely gets his space in the credits for the game. Yes, it's very exciting. Guitar Hero plugin for RPG Maker? Oh man, that's hilarious. It's awesome. But yeah, that is the piano. Yes, yes. Yeah, I imagine so. Everything in RPG Maker is horrible to code. I know one tell you different. It's horrible. Oh my god. I need to swap my earbuds real fast because they are just saying battery low in my ear over and over, and it's really annoying. I have two sets because the charger broke, and it was cheaper to just buy a new set than buy a new charger. So I just bought the same brand because they were cheap. It worked great. So now I have a non-working charger and working charger, and I just store them, you know, whichever one I'm not using. Charged ones go in the non-working charger. And the non-charged ones go in the charger. Yeah, it's so annoying. All right. Game on. Okay. So I am considering swapping this out, though. I kind of want to take all these out and do something else with them after I spent all this time making this maze thing, but it's not fun. It just isn't fun. Like, there are mazes in the game, but the mazes are usually more interesting than that. Like, there's a pipe maze over here that runs you through all these, and this is more fun than that. I mean, I don't know if I think it's the most fun thing I've ever done in my life. That's true, but I also have a bigger version of the same type of thing over here. The only difference is you're being chased by a killing machine as opposed to just running through it. Because there is some horror element to the game. It's not completely a horror element or anything like that, but... Let me delete the other one. I only want one. Don't want it to have a fit because it decided to do the other. I'll leave this door open so I can technically go through it, but yeah, this room here is well, it needs work because it's beyond the demo. Anything beyond the demo needs work. First mosquitoes? I mean, you know, they might be mechanized mosquitoes. That's true. So this room here is where you encounter Charlotte actually wandering after you periodically. She needs a lot of work wherever she's at. Where are you at? Did you spawn in? I don't even see your little spawn thing. I'm gonna walk out there and walk back in. Okay, something's wrong with the spawner thingies, because there should be one that spawns here, and the room spawners have an issue that needs to be fixed. That's okay. She'll pop out of these ones. I don't know. It's a problem that needs to be. I was working on earlier today, and I'm starting to see that something went horribly wrong. Where are they? They were even working earlier. Okay, well, that's broken. There's a lot of broken things at the moment for some reason. That's interesting. Huh. Hopefully I have a really old copy of this game. I don't think I do. But yeah, you can... I'm gonna get the insanity effect to go away. She won't chase you into these things here, because by the rules of the game, you're safe inside these spots. But I wanted to show up. I don't care about getting a key. I don't care about that at all. Was there to be I'll say of an unladen swallow? It's from Monty Python and the Holy Grail. Yeah, this is Charlotte. She just wants to be your friend. She'll wander around through the thing like that, and if she touches you, you die. I thought about putting a jump scare in there, but I don't know. She's mostly just a roving pit in this area for all intents and purposes. But for some reason, they're not all spawning in, which is so weird. I don't understand what's going wrong with that, because they didn't change the event that does it. Not the event, the actor that does it. Tell me I have an old copy of this game somewhere. I might. Maybe. Kept one from yesterday, but I didn't bother to keep anything from previous to that because I didn't care. I do have an old version, I think. Wait, how old is this version? I'm saying the old version happens to work correctly, because maybe I could just copy code over if something went wrong. Something ain't right. Something is not right. Because it was async loading everything, and now it's not. And it's messing up a lot of the rooms. And it doesn't matter for most rooms, because a lot of things that spawn aren't that important. But in this room, it matters immensely, because if Charlotte doesn't spawn, it's just you walking through a maze. And wasn't I just talking about how mazes kind of suck? Unless there's something kind of cool about them to make up for it. I mean, there was the ashtray maze. If you ever never played Control, the ashtray maze makes Control like worth playing all by itself. Just it's amazing. It's everything you could ever want in the maze. Like it's everything. It's amazing. It's the best. Unfortunately, because I'm also streaming on YouTube, I wonder if I would get copyright struck for playing a portion of a game that happened to have a song in it. It might, but it might not though, because they're kind of a low-key kind of band. I don't even know. Like they're not like super popular, so maybe it's fine. Maybe. How old is this one? We can see how things were ages ago. Okay, this one's not that different, but when was this one even from? It wasn't that long ago, right? Recovered stuff from the Unreal Engine thingy. It's saying like 3.11. Wait a minute. That one's like super new. Why would I ever make a copy on this one though? I did open the right one, right? I mean, supposedly. Oh, there's only 3.4. I'll use that one later. I want to see if this one has a working version of those things if I can just copy paste whatever. And if not, I might open the 3.4 version. You know, if you can solve a problem by copy paste, like why worry about what I've foobarred when I can just, you know, get my own code. I made it once. I spent a lot of time making it on stream. It's so weird though, because I didn't change the room stuff. Aha. That's an exciting one. Raving. Doors dance. Yeah. Ugh.
One eternity
I just want to see if this thing spawns correctly. Well, if this was only from a day or two ago, I'm just saying. Supposedly it was. Some changes happened in this room. Not that many though. It looks like it's pretty new. Oh, yeah, this one's really new because it has those pipes there too. And all the crap in here. So this one's really new too. Well, no, I don't care about any of that. I think this one's too new. But I know the code worked before. I tested it so many times. Four pots should spawn in this room. 1, 2, 3. Okay, this one doesn't do it. This one's still broken too. Okay, sure. This one is from like the 4th. This will be like a blast from the past. I was waiting for it to load this one. Perfect time for an ad break, apparently. I was just playing one. No, they shoot bloody chickens. Because they themselves look like little chickens. Like they look like undead chickens, and I thought it was funny. In reality, it's kind of weird. It didn't turn out as cool as I was hoping for. Not everything's a winner. Some things are definitely losers. And that was one of them. That was definitely a loser scenario. Alright, so let's just look at this one. This is 8 days ago. This map has not changed a whole lot in those 8 days. That's not surprising. They don't really do a lot of work on that map. It doesn't have much to work on. You have these spawners that basically every time you walk in your room, it spawns in everything it's supposed to spawn in so that, you know, I don't have to have enemies on the map and everything like that. And for some reason, it's ignoring the first 1 or 2 slots of the array of things to spawn, and it didn't used to do that. And I spent I think like 40 minutes earlier on the stream trying to figure it out. And I was like, oh, I'll just live with it and just add some extra blanks in the front, but now it seems like it's inconsistently ignoring them, and it's happening in every room, so it needs to be dealt with. Now I can deal with it, but what if, and I'm just saying, I just copied the code out of one of the other ones that just worked. Unfortunately, loading this map takes forever because it's an open world map. Exactly. We can all take a look at what the world looked like back then. Back in the day. The new life room was kind of here. As you can see, it was not anywhere near as ridiculous. That's true. I did put a hole in the wall already, that's true. This room probably didn't change much. This room has obviously had some changes since then. All the doors got pipes around them now, so that's a thing to note. Don't think this room changed at all. This room got this moved, got a bunch of pipe stuff in there like that. Got this whole area changed here. Due to pipes of the doors, plus this got changed too. This room's basically the same. I think this room now has like multiple area spawners, which was its weird thing it does. So I tweaked a bunch of that stuff. Whatever the case, it's old enough that it should be working. I don't remember making changes to this file. Well, gotta switch the game mode. One, two, three, four. Yep, they all spawned. Every one of them spawned. Or this room. So say, because I remember it working perfectly fine. I don't know what could possibly have happened that changed it, but somehow it has problems. Yeah, it spawns in just fine. She's supposed to come after you in this area. I'll make her a lot faster. She's definitely way too slow in this area. And she's tripping. Oh god, she's tripping. She's tripping. But it works. Why does it work? Important questions have been asked this day. Why does it work? Is this... Yeah, that's that one, okay. It's easy to confuse which one is which, so... That's right. Yeah, she needs a lot of work. The whole horror maze thingy is interesting, but yeah. Alright. Let's play a little game. And the game is, how different are these two blueprints? Are they even different at all? Or is there some other thing that's been introduced to the game that screws things up? Yes. I'll move that to the other side. I want to have one on one side, one on the other. Unfortunately, I don't know if I can have both on the same side, but I can try. Let me figure out where the stuff is and I'll pull it on the other screen. Hey, Allison Hamilton, how's it going? Welcome, welcome. Here. Just in time to see me try to solve this mystery. Oh my god. I've been having problems with it for a bit. Basically, I guess I could just show people things too, but I have these things in the rooms that spawn stuff, right? Let me drag one of the game modes over here. Which one is the right one? Want the real Poppet Quest? Please stand up. I have like 2 versions open right now. I'm looking at them both. Oh, thanks. Yeah, I have these things in the room that are supposed to spawn in stuff, and they don't always spawn in now. They worked before, but they don't work now. So I'm trying to figure out why it doesn't work, even though I didn't change the code for this particular thing at all. It's been worked on. Like, it's just not spawning the first few things in an array. Pretty much, yeah. So yeah, like, they're supposed to spawn ones here and here of these, you know, smoke events here that where that's just weird. It's not like loading very well. Where Charlotte's in there and she tries to grab you. I think it's called Poppet Quest. You play as a woman who's been killed and her soul's been turned and put into a doll. And it's Poppet. So I can show you her face in a bit of light. Not a lot of light in the game. I'm responsible for her. And the main mechanic of the game is actually, I'm gonna go to a room with like combat or something like that so you can get a better idea. This room's not very good for that. I'll use this room as a good example. We'll open the doors. So I can fight things. So then they fight in the other room. Well, I guess I could have moved over and fought things in a different room. There was ways I could have went. I didn't do it though. Actually, I'm gonna open the other doors too. I'm gonna just, whoa, what happened? I teleported. Oh god. This is my poor computer, you know, rebelling against the fact that I've been streaming this for 8.5 hours, and it's like, why would you do this? Isn't that like the Minecraft YouTuber? I heard him because of was it Meat Canyon made a video. So there you go. Yeah, the main mechanic of the game is if you're in the dark, it's having some real problems here. I might need to reboot this thing there because it's not even loading her particles right. Whatever. Yeah, if you're in the dark, you gain a curse power, but you lose your sanity. If your sanity ever hits 0, you die. If you go back to the light, you will gain your sanity back slowly. This is the anime I was making. It doesn't currently do anything. You can ignore it. I was building it. If your sanity ever goes back above 60, those will go away. I might make it a percentage of the thing, but yeah, I never gave this any real behavior set. It just runs around like an idiot. But I made this creepy thing, and I love it. Do not question. That's right, it's dark. You like me eating my grew. So she uses tarot cards as weapons. The famed and one of the more well-developed ones is the Fool. It's a giant squeaky toy. My sanity is very low at the moment, so I'm standing in the dark. I made these fine beasties too. These have been the last couple days of making these strange things. They break into pieces. Very exciting. This is the Empress Tarot. It's basically Bomberman. It also grows and shrinks plants, but there's no plants to grow or shrink in this room, so you'll just have to see the Bomberman stuff. Yeah, these mushrooms count to 10, and once they hit 10, then they'll, you know, blow up if anyone gets nearby them, you or them. Anyone nearby takes damage, so. And it has a healing equivalent too, which will heal you or the enemies. Also a crazy magician altar. Ow. Aha! Have a mushroom. It's free. Could also disable the music that's playing in the background so I don't have double music. It's a map system. Those various levels, things like that. I have all kinds of menus like that set up already, so. As you can see, the game is starting to look like a real game. Sorta. So you have the Magician, which manipulates objects in the environment, such as, you know, drawers, cupboards, small objects that can be thrown, flip lights on, manipulate door handles. All the usual good things that you would expect out of that. Apparently I can't make this simple jump because I'm terrible at the game. I just made that recently. I love it. I also don't get out much, so it's fine. Most of these other ones are not particularly well made yet. We'll get back to them in a second. You can also rig pots and stuff like that too. Yeah, I don't know why that there's. I'm wondering if there's just something wrong with the like if I need to. I've already rebooted the engine. I wonder if there's something wrong with this project. I don't even know. It's weird. It's crashed a bunch over the thing there, and the particles don't work right. Some of the particles, like this particle, is not working correctly at all. I don't know why. So the Hanged Man currently bubbles things and has an adorable hat. When it's packaged and I'm not streaming, it gets 60 FPS. If it's if I'm streaming and it's, you know, not packaged, I'm happy if I can even get 30. It just comes down to my computer not being really powerful enough to run Unreal Engine, stream, and run the game all, you know, and have the game be at 60 FPS. My computer's not weak, but that's a lot. And for the new people, the Hierophant unpossesses objects, or makes them temporarily behave. Yeah, it's definitely it's a lot. But packaging the game means I don't have to run Unreal Engine at the same time, which makes a big difference because having the game itself doesn't load every single asset at all times, but the engine does. The engine just runs everything, and it's just sitting in the background at all times. So they have been doing some optimizing to improve some things even while the engine's running, so this room's now running significantly better than it was. Oh well. Thanks for dropping by and all that, you know, hanging out. I pretty much stream 5 nights a week. Basically just during the regular week. I usually take the weekends off, but I'm in the Pacific time zone, so my weekend is like, I'm often like a day behind everybody. So I'll be streaming on their Saturday and not realize it, and you know, I'm not streaming on their Monday, but to me it's like, oh, I'm streamed on Monday. I stream during the week. It's pretty funny. Alice Madness returns. Little Nightmares. I like creepy pastas with dolls. I mean, you know, take your pick, right? There's so many fun things. Can even show you one of the little bosses. Oh, actually, I'll open up a bunch of rooms so you can kind of see some rooms. Like, this is the safari room. It's... I got dressed. Nice, nice. I'm still up early. Does that count? It's 5:44 a.m. for me. Such weird hours. I've been streaming for 8 hours and 35 minutes. Which means I've been up all night. So yeah, this room is an example of the second biome. It's like, I think Neverland. It's got like, you know, more water. It's gonna have pirates and things in the later areas. So you get an idea of what's going on. We're gonna bubble things along the way. Oh, nice. Well, you can see the Empress. And I have no idea what's up with that particle. It's driving me nuts. It wasn't like that at the start of the stream, by the way. That's new. This is where you would get the Empress, but since I already have it, you'll just have to imagine a card floating here. And it's a pretty little area. Very exciting. Then armed with the Empress, which I have conveniently equipped, you must make your way out. Or you can fall in the water, but that's okay because I have the Emperor. Normally the water kills you, but because I have everything equipped, I don't die. Because there's going to be areas under the water. So I can cheat. Congratulations, I'm terrible at my own game. Oh, I'm also streaming on Twitch. And yeah, there's basically almost... I don't get a lot of people watching me on YouTube. I just double streamed it because why not? But on Twitch, there's 10 people watching. If you see on the screen, you'll see chats from other people. They vanish after 3 minutes, but... I have the same name on Twitch if you choose to watch on Twitch, which usually gives you more people to talk to. But yeah. There's a little bit of discoverability on YouTube. I do get new people who join the Discord from there, and you know, I picked up a few people. Oftentimes they move over to Twitch because you get access to more features such as blurps or the emojis and things, the custom emojis. Or just more people to talk to, as I was saying. But I'm happy with me watching on any platform, YouTube or Twitch. Or maybe others if I ever start streaming to those too. Oh yeah. Not many people are currently chatting at the moment, which... You get a lot of lurkers in the game dev world. They could just be sleeping with their computer on for all I know, and I'm happy they are, because, you know, if I had managed to help them sleep, then I did something useful with my day. Right? Can't feel too bad. Oh yeah, yeah, like I say, YouTube, it doesn't show much. On the screen, there's a chat that appears that'll have both, but because I have a mixed chat that shows up. This is so much easier with double jump. I could skip half these things and it wouldn't even matter, but I'm trying to play it fairly for the most part, even though I fell in the water a bunch and would have died. Yeah, you get an idea of these areas like these. And all sorts of little secret areas. Boing. Yeah, it's a secret area back here. You can jump in here and fall in the water like an idiot. I managed to fall in the water? It's so terrible. It doesn't matter. With everything enabled for testing, it's good times. Yeah, as far as yeah, bring that up there and I can do it. 1 second. I'll bring that up here. Yeah, this one's... That's my Twitch if you wish to look at that one. It's definitely not a lot of people watching on YouTube. It's not usually a lot of people on YouTube. I never have good discoverability on there. But I mean, it's basically free to stream to it. Because I use restream.io, so it just literally sends the signal to both. And merges the chats for me, so I don't have to get too crazy about it. Yeah, you can see the strange rooms you go through. This room needs combat in it. Like, there's not a lot of combat in this area, but also, does it even need combat? I don't even know. Some rooms are kind of puzzle rooms. I think there could be enemies. Any more enemies that kind of just sit places and are obnoxious. And I'm probably going to give you a projectile weapon in this area too that just does way less damage. It might be the Hanged Man, which is probably going to be Temperance. I think I'm going to rename it to Temperance. Also, I'm just missing that jump, which is weird. I'll take the other way up. I could just double jump up to there, but since you wouldn't technically have double jump here, I'm trying not to use the double jump. I fail a lot. Take the secret way up. You go like this. Oh, normally wouldn't double jump. And you can run through pipes and get a key and things like that. Yeah, the problem right now is there's no real way to fight them. Because, like, where you're at in this game, I'm just cheating my way up. You can grow the plants to get it there, too. Oh, I stream all the time for a long period of time. But, should I stream as long as I do? No. But, I like working on these things. It's too much fun. It's what I do for fun. I do work a regular job, though, so, you know. As they say, don't quit your day job, and that's how I view streaming. Don't quit your day job. I mean, I have fun with it. It's fine. It's all good. The key. If you have a key, it tells you you have the key. I might need to change that, actually, so it looks a little more, a little cooler. Yeah, you run around a lot of these crazy rooms doing these things. Exactly, and I haven't spent that much money on this game, to be honest. Oh yeah, for those people who haven't seen the world. There's a world out here, but you'll die if you leave the building, so don't do that. Just so you know. Because you're powered by a curse that is in only the building. I never set any spawn points, I'd start this room. Oh yeah, the little bouncing head to represent that you have, that's your save point. Yeah, I mean, Twitch is slowly paying a little bit of money towards the thing. Not a lot, but you know. It offsets the cost a little of my hobby. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm probably getting like 30 to 40 cents an hour streaming. It ain't much. But, you know, I'd say it does add up because I was doing it anyway. Oh, well, thanks for dropping by. I'll be here next, you know, I'll be here tomorrow. Same time. Yeah. I usually only make it 9 to 10 hours anyway at most. Well, actually 8 to 10 hours before I'm just like, ooh. I've had pretty good viewership tonight for some reason. I mean, I did have a raid. That helps a lot. Usually the raids tend to leave, though. Unless someone else raided me and I missed it. Did that happen? I know I had one raid. Yeah, 5 hours ago I had a raid. Ross Funk Jr., yeah. So, people just hanging out tonight. That's awesome. Well, thank you. Pretty cool yourself. Good luck at school. Try not to think too much about dolls fighting to the death inside a creepy toy store. Which is clearly more fun than school. At least in my mind. My Whimsy Wonders toy store. In my crazy steampunk world. It's up in the clouds. So why not? I didn't bother to make much of the docks. You can't see them, so it doesn't matter. But yeah, it's gonna be like 7 floors, 2 of them under the thing. I even made a crazy lab. Yeah. At first it had like an ocean and mountains around it, but then I realized that the ocean was taking 2/3 of all the triangles on the map, and I was like, never mind. You can barely see it. It's not worth it. It looks really cool from up above, but at no point in the game can you ever really see it, so. Yes. This is what originally made a bunch of stuff. I made all these machines for this crazy thing. Yes. It was going to be up on a higher floor, but I moved the upper floors to the lower area. That's right. You know what doesn't steal all the damn polygons? Clouds. And they're just kind of moving along underneath, doing their thing. And they're moving above too. Perfect. That's right. Poseidon's such a jerk. Oh my god. What a jerk face. Jeez. We never did solve the mystery of why that one thing isn't working, but that's okay. I'll just show off things. If the game was working, you know, pretty well, like if the room thing was working, I would just run a test, but knowing that room thing is just going to break over and over is probably not the best. But I will grow the pumpkins because, you know, they're smiling pumpkins and, you know, they look they're happy, so, you know. Look how much happier it is now. It's actually a double jump puzzle. I actually technically have double jump, so I could use it. But you gotta get onto it first and then you can do it. She's a little more bouncy now for some reason. I don't understand what I did to make her so more bouncy, but something I did is change her collision in a way that makes her so bouncy. These are hard to jump on. They weren't that hard to jump on before, but they're tough now. God. Huh. I'll have to look into that, but where's your name? There we go. It's so weird that the particles aren't loading right. I wonder why it's causing that. It's just... Maybe my graphics card is gonna blow up. RIP graphics card. I would try to stream with one graphics card, that's because I have 2 of them right now. I cannot afford to buy a new one right now, so... What you doing, pal? He's just decided there's something that isn't even there anymore. Okay. What you looking at? You having a good time? No? You don't want to play? You're upset with me? Is it something I said? It's exploding dolls. Yeah. Now it's looking at me. Hey Patrick, what's up? What's up, buddy? How you doing? You're still over there, huh? There's a lot of problems going on. I almost feel like I should play the old version of the game. The old version of the game seems like it actually works a little better than this version. I don't know why, though. That's weird. Well, now you're just embarrassing me. And I'll have none of that, mister. He does some exploding dolls. Those still work. As you can see. We use the overpowered star. Catch me if you can. You can't beat the star. The thing is broken. It's so overpowered. It's just dumb. It is the dumb. Yeah, like for some reason he didn't used to have problems, but as of like the last couple days he's had issues. I don't understand what he's doing. I thought he was like production ready and now like he's just not. There's a bunch of weird bugs that I don't know what's happening with them. Why they're suddenly here. Arrays that aren't working correctly. Articles that are now not working right. They were working earlier tonight. Huh. He can still do damage to you, but he's not really trying to fight me. His big damage is that he hits you really hard, he bites you and things like that. Like he does a lot of damage, but not if he's doing that. I know where you're going, buddy, but now you're making me feel bad. I was like, I'm gonna show him Patrick. Patrick's so cool. Is he? Pretty much. I don't know what's up with this particle thing, though. That's weird. I'm gonna look at the particle itself on Poppet, because there's a lot of problems going on here. At least I have a backup from the previous day if something goes really wrong. I would have to remake things. I'd probably just copy some stuff over, honestly. Copy the code changes. If I had no choice, but I wouldn't want to do that. Because it's annoying to try to remember everything I did. So I'm looking at the dash particle, right? Yeah, it goes from particle system. It looks like it works, I think. I have new versions of this Lua stuff, so I can just use those instead. Maybe the old particle files got damaged, but I actually have it technically installed twice. Because I migrated from another project due to issues with the previous one's file system, and this might happen again, to be honest. It could easily happen again. It's gonna do weird crap. That's what you gotta do sometimes to fix it. Yeah, it's not working right at all. So it's not the file. Huh. Oh, I wouldn't have to build it from scratch. I'd just take an old version of the thing. I'd also just migrate all the files off of this project into another one. There's a lot of things you can do to fix stuff. But I'm not gonna do that on stream because the process takes hours. It can take a lot of time. Because I gotta go through all these settings, change a bunch of things, stuff like that. Migrating the files, because there's so many of them, could take a long time. So if I did it, it would be for tomorrow's stream. At first I just thought it was this, but now I'm questioning if my code's wrong at all. I don't think it is. I think it's identical to this code. Pretty certain it is. Huh. I think it's completely identical. Well, thanks for the follow, Llama Lord. So yeah, if you're interested in more of what's happening here and hopefully the solution to this problem, I'll be back tomorrow night. And And every other weeknight. Doing the thing. Have a wonderful day. Or night, or whatever it was for you. It's still... I guess it's technically morning for me now. It's now 6 a.m. 6:04 a.m. I see the sun. Oh no! Hey, Gunslinger Girl. Did you get some nice sleep while I was up all night streaming? Like a sane person would do? Clearly, I have lost it. I'm looking for the solution to this problem. It is not a good problem. It is a very bad, bad problem. That's fair. We're all mad here. Or some of us maybe just slightly peeved. Maybe we don't quite like hit truly mad, just a little upset, right? Oh man, this code is identical. Ugh. I'm comparing this against an old version of it and just running down the list and seeing if they're identical. Because this code isn't working right, but there's also a problem with the particle that's not working right as well. And the engine's crashed a bunch of times during this. I have to wonder if something else is going on. Because this code was never changed. At least not to my knowledge. Now it's identical. I can't fit both on the screen to read them, otherwise I would do that. Yeah, right now I have an error where it'll ignore the first, I don't know, 1 to 2 things in the spawn array, so it just doesn't spawn those in. And I do not know why. That's fair. I mean, listen, lasagna code is the best code. That's why I like blueprints, because, you know, it's basically Italian coding. Delicious Italian food. For programmers. Italian food for the mind. I didn't change any of this crap. Ugh, these are identical. The problem is not with my code. Not at all. I never finished the goal system. Wait, a spawned actor's not a thing? Well, this is broken anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah, this is weird. Because now there's a particle not working. That save thing is not working. Oh, the room thingy is not working correctly, so... This particle is pretty recent though, because, you know, if you dash, the particle leaves like weird mess behind instead of being what it's supposed to. On high at the moment. Donate load, city stuff, share. All descendants. Actually, wait.
chair. Let me itch load everything real fast, see if that helps at least some. Takes quite a bit of time to adjust it on that many things, so I just kind of ignore it for a second. It'll go away eventually. I should have got rid of the nav mesh, that's stupid to leave it. You also can't add it to the main grid anyway. You don't, well, I guess, no, you don't want to do that because why would you H-load that? You don't want to H-load that. So I'm going to delete it in a second anyway. You just cancel that nav mesh thing. I guess not, because it's busy doing this. Cancel, because I'm just going to delete them anyway. This one too. And then we build it and see if that helps at all. So what's everyone up to while we're watching this build? Doesn't take too incredibly long, but does take a little time. I don't have my slippers on. I'm like shoes. I could be wearing slippers. Mistakes were made. I'll grab my slippers while it's doing that. Tokyo Drift, huh? Come to that, well. Was it everything you hoped for? I don't really remember the movie at all. I don't remember that movie one bit, actually. I know I saw it. At least I think I saw it. Pretty certain I saw it. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know what's up with that. Got the other copy of the game, drag it over. I'm gonna check and see if my graphics card is having problems. And the way I do this, I'm gonna load this one up and see if the particles run. That's fair. I don't really have to be sold on attractive females in any particular movie. I'm just saying, I really don't. I don't really have to be sold on in general, but not like a huge car guy or anything, but you know.
But this is not my graphics card. This particle works just fine in this one, so that's good to note. I wonder if the project has some kind of corruption in it. Oh no. I might have to do a migrate. That's unfortunate. There has to be something wrong with the project or the engine in order to cause unknown errors like that to be a thing. Things where it's just literally the code was fine and then it's not. Well, assuming the previous project works, it would only lose like a day. This is the crap one. Yeah, looks like they opened a bunch of doors on the other one. Yes, this is the crap one. I need to save, I don't care. I'm going to save this project and then reopen it and see if that helps at all, first off. Instead of having it crash again like that's how it did last time. UI navigation thingy. The legend of Mustache Moon is real. Cloud's right in front of it. It's just spying on me. It's sinister. If I could literally tape a cloud right there to it, I would. Just because it's funny. Well, I think it's funny. Wait for it to reload. Well, look at that.
While I don't know if I trust her, Tinka told me.
Yeah, I don't care about that. But the engine crashed. I'm just saying. But the particle worked. Saying. I wanted to watch it load again. I would drag the loading screen over to this thing, but it won't let me. Oh no, it actually will. Here you go. We can all watch it load together. I feel this is a togetherness moment. We can all share. The ceremonial reopening of the Unreal Engine. Now we all just need funny hats, something to drink, and shoes. And we'll come up with some sort of unique dance or something like that in order to, you know, reload Unreal Engine. Meet under the cover of darkness too. It'll be great. Pretty much. Yes. Pour one out for Unreal Engine. May it rest in peace. Still waiting, still waiting. I forget if I click off it in order to play a blurb or something like that. Or blurb it takes longer to load. I really should split this level up. Everything that's going to be in like chapter 2 should be on its own map. Just every chapter, like you'll be able to go between them, but I just don't try the open world thing completely. I'm really just seeing that it's got some problems. The kind of problems that are a little hard to fix sometimes, you know? Alright. Does the particle work? We're about to draw some UI. I suppose that's one way to do it. Okay, so restarting it did in fact fix the particles. That's +1 for something. Does it spawn 7 things in here? I'm gonna start closing doors. This is not in the way. One, two. Skip a few. 99, 100, I guess? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what's causing this problem. Oh, nice. It says this is a graphics issue. So find the log files. Sex 3Ds are doing a lot of crap, aren't they? I don't know. That's gonna take a lot of research, I imagine. Something is definitely very wrong at the moment. Well, you see, I wanted to watch it again. As I was talking about the ceremonial, relaunching of the Unreal Engine. Hopefully everybody brought their hats and shoes.
Mission failed.
It could simply be that my computer is just upset that I've been streaming for so long and it just needs me to stop. That's possible. It wasn't doing this earlier, but as you can see, it's kind of doing it a lot now, and if just opening the game up and running it is enough to cause it to crash, that's usually a sign that problems are gonna keep happening. Oh, still kind of wanted to work on some stuff, but so far it's just been kind of a lot of relaunching, a lot of worshipping of the Unreal Engine, the cult of the relaunch. Find some spot in the woods in order to, meet, and we can all draw weird pictures in the dirt and everything like that, while drinking our weird stuff like that, and imagine a world where Unreal Engine works. Most of it works fine. Today it's just uppity, I guess. I'm gonna have to go through and at some point I'll have to try to cook it and package it and all that again as well. This takes a long time. I would never do that on stream. We'd just be sitting here all day. I mean, if I just want to chat with people, sure, but yeah. Well, if it crashes again, I'll probably just call it for the night and figure it out later, because I can't do anything. What's the point, right? Still haven't solved that mystery though, which has been annoying because the game won't function very well without it. I mean, I can put like buffer ones in all of them, but just not working the way it's supposed to. And this one worked because I put a buffer in of one, but then in the playroom, neither of the first two Charlottes spawn, so buffer one won't even do it. Which kinda sucks. I'm just seeing if it crashes. Just from testing. Right. Oh, it isn't even saving this information either. Putting things in the main grid will make a big difference because it was just loading everything previously and now it's not. That should cause a massive speed increase. Well,
Massive being relative. It does seem like it's loading a lot faster. But more importantly, I want to see if like this door loads, because I think I probably have to do like 960, which means that 1700 things are loading, which is still better than it was. I added a bunch of stuff in, and because it was never H loaded, it does kind of cause problems. I have no idea what the first one even is in this room to see if it's loading. The Stitch Voodoo, and it's sitting right there. Okay. Well, actually, those are both right there. Very easy to see. Usually it would jump over and try to shank you over on this console here, but I haven't seen it in a while, so I wonder how long it's been that hasn't been loading. Yeah, I didn't load at all. I didn't even see the second one load either, for that matter. Yeah, I might migrate to a new project again. I hate doing that. You gotta make a bunch of changes and settings and crap, and it's just a problem. But I don't see a solution to the error because the coding is exactly the same. And I went and researched the code for quite a while. There's no logical reason it would skip the first, random number of things from an array, but say it's found them. Like it's not missing them. But I remember seeing this problem with another array too. And I eventually, in pure annoyance, literally just built the, It's for destroying these things here. You ran up the code for it. It's taking weirdly long to load up. So when it was destroyed, I couldn't get the array of all the children on this thing to work correctly on this child scene. No matter what I did, it would just randomly give a result. But I made an array of just every single thing, and then it worked perfectly. Because before I'd add things to the array, remove things, and random pieces of it would actually be would fall to the ground, like they'd be affected by gravity, like then they'd explode or be thrown places, like what I was expecting. And I thought, I have no answer to this. I cannot understand why this works for only some random things for me, not others. But if it's happening on more things in the project and has nothing to do with that, that would explain the behavior much more. Not literally what's causing the behavior, so much as that I realize the behavior is not a code issue. Well, in the worst world, I'd copy paste it all into another project or migrate it. Worst world might be happening soon just because I'm not sure I can solve this otherwise. It might be just a weird corrupt thing or something. Maybe there's a help thing I can look at real quick that just solves the problem immediately before I get too crazy about it. Or maybe not. What I'd almost want to do is take the code for one of these contraption thingies and migrate it over there and then try to run the child version of it to see if that actually gets the job done. And if it works, I have to wonder if that was the problem. It's an option, yes. I have to wonder if this is truly the case. Okay, I don't need all that. Okay, that's a lot. Actually, no, that's fine. Go ahead and do that. Redo it. Wait, what? Cancel. Oh, it's too new. Here. No, that's correct. I didn't make the pipe contraption 4 days ago. Ugh. I think I'm just gonna call it for tonight. I gotta look into this. This is gonna be a problem. I'll just already been 9.5 hours and I have to be up in when do I have to be up? Technically I have to be up in only 8 hours, so I'll actually get good sleep tonight. Then I gotta work for another 5+ hours or something, and then I'll be right back to stream around the same time. I'm sure I'll sleep somewhere, and I'm sure I'll eat somewhere in there, probably, but I should definitely call it because, well, I might need to just replace this entire project and move to another one, in which case, yeah, there's gonna be some problems. So I'll say goodbye to YouTube first, because, well, we can't raid with YouTube.